mais ils retournent parce qu'il n'y a pas les équipements avec lesquels ils ont travaillé. Donc c'est principalement ça d'abord. Bon, d'après moi, je pense que les soins de santé ne sont pas nécessairement accessibles à tout le monde. Je pense que c'est plus facile pour ceux qui ont par exemple des prises en charge médicales.
الحاجة الوحيدة اللي كنظن خاصها تبدل هو الفرق entre le secteur privé و le secteur public. كاين فرق شاسع. بون إلا عندك فلوس ولا يعني تقدر توفر السيكتور بريفي بون يمكن غتعالج مزيان اي تو مي في السيكتور بوبليك شي شويه الامور صعبه دونك جو بونس كو خاصها تكون واحد ليغاليتي سواء عندك سواء ما عندكش الحق في رعايه صحيه هو حق ضروري.
The first thing that we should focus on would be accessibility. And I really believe that your healthcare shouldn't depend on your postal code. You're a person, so you need to have access to healthcare. You don't need to travel miles and hours just to receive some pills or any medication. And especially in urgent cases, for example, if somebody is dying and needs an urgent surgery, they need the access immediately and shouldn't be made to wait any longer.
كنشوف ان الرعايه الصحيه في افريقيا مالوغوزمون ماشي اكسيسيبل. مازال عندنا نقص حاد كبير في الصحه من ناحيه المستشفيات الادوات الطبيه الخصوصا في الاطباء اللي كنعانيو من الهجره ديالهم كل سنه انا ما كتكونش متاحه لهم لاسيورونس هذه الحاجه مهمه خاصها تكون عند كل مواطن. الرساله اللي نبغي نوجه هو انه الصحه واحد حاجه اساسيه من تكون عندنا في المجتمع اللي منها الصحه والتعليم اللي هما شرطين اساسيين.
ندير بلوس دانفستيسمون في السيكتور بوبليك، غادي نحاول نخدم شي لوجيك، نحاول ندير دي زوبجيكتيف ونبقى حاضي دوك لي زوبجيكتيف اللي كاينين تماك وتكون واحد لو كونترول كونتينيو للسيكتور بوبليك. حيت ما يمكنش لو ميساج ديالي هو انه مزيان انك تانفيستي في السيكتور بريفي في لي زوبيتو بريفي، حاجه مزيانه، ولكن اون ميم طون راه الصحه ماشي غير اللي عنده فلوس، الصحه لكل شيء لكاع المواطنين، سواء كان عندك فلوس سواء ما كانش عندك فلوس. هذيك لومانيتي ديالك خاص كتدفع بنادم انه يعاونك، ماشي ضروري انك تكون عندك فلوس ولا شي حاجه. دونك انا هذا هو الميساج ديالي، هو انه الناس اللي ما عندهاش خاصها تدار.
Je connais certaines personnes dont par exemple qui n'ont pas un assez bon revenu, qui devaient par exemple aller en pharmacie puis se prescrire eux-mêmes des médicaments plutôt qu'aller consulter. Dans mon pays, vu que je suis gabonaise, j'ai une assurance maladie qui couvrait certains médicaments mais pas tous. Par exemple, une fois j'ai eu un accident et le médicament dont j'avais besoin n'était pas pris en charge par exemple par l'assurance. Je pense principalement d'abord les infrastructures, parce que si par exemple dans mon pays, si je vais prendre un cas, on a un peu des problèmes par exemple avec les électricités, par exemple les matériaux comme des scanners qu'il n'y a pas. Ce qui fait que quand une personne est malade, il va falloir soit aller à l'étranger ou bien... Le message que je compte les adresser, c'est principalement essayer de s'approvisionner les différents matériaux, tels que les scanners, les équipements. Parce que je pense que c'est d'abord ça. Parce que sans équipement, c'est compliqué, par exemple, pour des personnes qui font en médecine. Ils viennent dans leur pays, ils reviennent en Afrique, mais ils retournent parce qu'il n'y a pas les équipements avec lesquels ils ont travaillé. Donc c'est principalement ça d'abord. Bon, d'après moi, je pense que les soins de santé ne sont pas nécessairement accessibles à tout le monde. Je pense que c'est plus facile pour ceux qui ont par exemple des prises en charge médicales.
الحاجة الوحيدة اللي كنظن خاصها تبدل هو الفرق entre le secteur privé و le secteur public. كاين فرق شاسع. بون إلا عندك فلوس ولا يعني تقدر توفر السيكتور بريفي بون يمكن غتعالج مزيان اي تو مي في السيكتور بوبليك شي شويه الامور صعبه دونك جو بونس كو خاصها تكون واحد ليغاليتي سواء عندك سواء ما عندكش الحق في رعايه صحيه هو حق ضروري.
The first thing that we should focus on would be accessibility. And I really believe that your healthcare shouldn't depend on your postal code. You're a person, so you need to have access to healthcare. You don't need to travel miles and hours just to receive some pills or any medication. And especially in urgent cases, for example, if somebody is dying and needs an urgent surgery, They need the access immediately and shouldn't be made to wait any longer.
كنشوف ان الرعايه الصحيه في افريقيا مالوغوزمون ماشي اكسيسيبل. مازال عندنا نقص حاد كبير في الصحه من ناحيه المستشفيات، الادوات الطبيه، الخصوصا في الاطباء اللي كنعانيو من الهجره ديالهم كل سنه، ان ما كتكونش متاحه لهم لاسيورونس اللي هذه الحاجه مهمه خاص تكون عند كل مواطن. الرساله اللي نبغي نوجه هو انه الصحه واحد الحاجه اساسيه من تكون عندنا في المجتمع، اللي منها الصحه والتعليم اللي هما شرطين اساسيين.
ندير بلوس دانفستيسمون في السيكتور بوبليك، غادي نحاول نخدم شي لوجيك، نحاول ندير دي زوبجيكتيف ونتخاحى دوك لي زوبجيكتيف اللي كاينين تماك، وتكون واحد لو كونترول كونتينيو للسيكتور بوبليك، حيت ما يمكنش لو ميساج ديالي.
Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum StockTech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey from ideas to action and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future. Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the pre-forum StockTech webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Good morning. May we kindly invite you to enjoy your coffee and tea just outside the plenary room, as we will be commencing shortly. Mesdames et messieurs, bonjour. Nous vous...
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. We invite you to take your tea and coffee just at the outside the plenary hall. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I just spoke. Merci beaucoup. It sounds low.
One. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3.
Africa's future will increasingly depend on its ability to
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Competitive.
Trying Trident. 1, 2.
Its growing population.
1, 2, 1, 2.
One of the greatest strategic assets is people. More than 60% of Africans are under the age of 25, making Africa the youngest continent in the world.
1, 2, 1, 2. Raya. Okay. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. No, it's low. It's very low. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2.
Because we are already live. Telling me on the live.
Testing 1.
In the room.
Africa Development Impact Forum.
لايف ليس
One, two.
Recording in progress.
Ladies, bonjour. Oh, now better. Ladies and gentlemen, please note that aside from a few reserved seats, you are welcome to sit wherever you prefer today. We would especially appreciate if you could take seats towards the front. Thank you. Mesdames et messieurs, voulez noter qu'à l'exception de quelques places réservées, vous êtes libre de vous asseoir où vous le souhaitez aujourd'hui. Nous vous serions particulièrement reconnaissants de bien vouloir prendre place à l'avant. Merci beaucoup. We will be starting in a few short minutes. Bonjour. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, It is my pleasure to welcome you to the second and final day of the 2026 Africa Development Impact Forum. Yesterday, we heard inspiring reflections, engaged with job-creating projects from across the continent during the hackathon, and we look forward to the results today, and participated in rich thematic sessions on a range of critical issues. We were also reminded during the Impact Talk of the importance of ensuring clear and inclusive communication with all stakeholders. At the Knowledge Fair, we explored bold ideas shaping Africa's future, and of course, ended the day on a high note at the wonderful cocktail reception. Today promises to be just as engaging, and we look forward to your active participation and continued contributions. Before we proceed, allow me to share a few housekeeping announcements. Access is available for Wi-Fi through UNECA Guest. The password will be displayed on the screen, or you can scan the QR code. Simultaneous interpretation is available, English on channel 1 and French on channel 2. Please adjust your headsets to a comfortable volume. There are prayer rooms located in the hallway adjacent to this plenary room. A health booth is also available in the exhibition area, and ushers are available to assist you if needed. For any questions or clarifications or assistance, please feel free to approach any of our ushers at any time. And last but not the least, as a reminder, we collectively agreed to adopt Japanese time for our sessions, and we will continue to adhere strictly to the schedule today. We tried yesterday, today we will be even better, okay? So let's see how that goes. Without further ado, we will now move to the next set of thematic sessions. Thematic session D will focus on skills development, education, and work preparedness. It will be moderated by Mr. Reiso Ismail, co-founder and chief executive officer of Arai Consultancy. Ms. Reiso Ismail, apologies. Joining her on the panel are Ms. Mona Idrisu, Head of Youth Employment and Skills, African Center for Economic Transformation, Debebe Barud, Advisor, Ministry of Women and Social Affairs of Ethiopia, Yolanda Asumu, Chief Executive Officer of iCube Farm, Caroline Kubeite Usu, Technical and Vocational Education and Training Beneficiary, Mr. Agrey Ndombi Doroba, Senior Education Economist at the African Development Bank, who will be joining online, and Yara Teshome, representative of the Ministry of Urban and Infrastructure, Government of Ethiopia. Can you please give the panel a round of applause and encourage them, because it's not easy being up here, so let's have a warm room. Okay, so without further ado, Ms. Ismail, you have the floor. The panel will run for 65 minutes, but if you want to use less, we will be appreciative. Over to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for your presence. I think it's a testament to the importance of this particular session. As you all know, it's following the discussions of the May webinar, and where it was highlighted some of the challenges, some of the difficulties and the problems. And today, which is the whole point of this conference, is to figure out the how and the implementation of problem solving and finding concrete solutions. So, without further ado, I would like to dive straight in with Ms. Mona Idrisu. In your capacity as the Head of Youth Employment and Skills at the African Center for Economic Transformation, I would like for you to perhaps discuss with us a model or a case study on policy solutions for a skills development bottleneck. For example, perhaps linking TVET to industrialization policies in countries, and if you can give us some concrete examples on that. Thank you.
Thank you, and good morning to everyone. Great, so when we did the pre-forum webinar, one of the key issues that came up was around how do we strengthen our skills development systems that we have, particularly around TVET, which is Technical Vocational Education and Training. So the model I'm about to submit is based on a study we released last year, which looks at TVET systems in 6 African countries. So we looked at Ghana, Cote d'Ivoire, Uganda, Rwanda, Ethiopia, and Niger. One very easy low-hanging fruit that we identify that could really shift impact is aligning TVET policies with industrial policies. So often what we see is that TVET policies sit on one side, under the Ministry of Education, for example. And then you see that industrial policies also sit on one end, but essentially TVET is meant to feed industry. And so being able to align these two is an easy way for us to ensure that the type of skills that are coming out from TVET are the type of skills that employers are looking for in industry. So some concrete examples we found out of this was Rwanda and Ghana, where we found there to be strong alignment between their TVET policy and their industrial policy. And in Rwanda, for instance, both of these policies are very well aligned with their Vision 2030, which makes it very clear in terms of the direction that the country is going with their skills training. In other case studies or countries, there was weak alignment. For instance, in Niger, where the issue doesn't, whilst it doesn't align, but also it doesn't translate into the TVET institutions. So what that means is that there's weak implementation. We did not find that TVET institutions even were aware of some of the policies that existed at the ministry level, and which means that how do they then implement the policies that they are being held accountable to. So today, for me, a key thing we can move into solution or into impact is a drive or advocacy towards aligning TVET policies with industrial policies. And this is something that we can take on and monitor in terms of the implementation clock, which could then have a real impact. And giving both the work of ASSET and ECA is a strategic position that we can collaborate on.
Thank you very much. I think it's very, very telling the fact that is this study going to be something that's already available online, already published, that people can read through?
Yes, it's already published, and I think I gave a slide that has the QR code, so I'm sure it will be shown and everyone can have access. Yeah. Excellent,
excellent. Thank you so much. I would now be curious to hear more from Ms. Yolanda Asumu, Ice Cube Farm founder and executive director. And if you can perhaps discuss, perhaps very similarly, a proven model or a solution to a skills development bottleneck, and in particularly looking into developing the capacity of labor management information systems.
Okay, good morning, everyone. Yes, my name is Yolanda Asumu, and I'm actually the CEO of iCube Farm. iCube Farm is a human resource technology company. And so we actually develop platforms that assist in workforce development and actual training. And these platforms have been proven to actually been very useful in our own community. iCube Farm is actually from Equatorial Guinea. I'm not sure if you're aware of the country, but we actually have 100 inhabitants, including non-residents. So the population is very small, but it has been really a very good environment in which to utilize our platforms in order to be able to make sustainable, changes or improvements in our society. So we do have one case study that, if you would like, I could share. Last year, we actually worked with the UNDP and the Ministry of Labor on a program, and it was a pilot called Impulso Profesional. In Equatorial Guinea, we speak Spanish, so that's why the name is in Spanish. The program Impulso Profesional, we actually worked with a lot of the companies that were there to create internships. And then those internships were actually published on the platform, and candidates were able to prepare their professional profiles, and they actually applied for the the positions online. So one of the platforms that we have is the Labor Management Information System, and this platform actually assists the Ministry of Labor in order to understand a little bit more about the data or the statistics of the youth that are in the community. So through this platform, they were able to publish the jobs, the youth were able to create their platforms, and now the Ministry of Labor has the data necessary to understand what skills are actually available in the market and where there may be gaps. So during the project, we had 80 positions that were created, which is a lot. I was very happy to hear that many of the companies were willing to participate. And I'll give you a few statistics. I had to say the population because if I say that there were 5,000 people that registered on the platform without giving context that we have 1 million inhabitants, you might think that the number is small. So we actually had 5,000 candidates that actually registered on the platform. 3,500 actually applied. We had 1,500 that were assessed, 251 were actually interviewed, 100 were recommended, and as I mentioned before, 80 were actually identified to go into the internship program. So once the program was actually initiated and the 80 candidates were applied, we also had a training program attached to it to fill in the gaps that we noticed that those individuals had in their training. So that goes to the second platform that we have, which is the learning management system. In the learning management system, we can create different training platforms which can help to fill in the skills gap. So I appreciate the opportunity to actually speak today about the use of digitalization in solving some of our labor skills gap issues. One platform is the Labor Management Information System, and the second one is the Learning Management System. And both of these systems are readily available to actually collaborate with different public and private sector industries. So thank you so much for the question. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yolanda. I think this is so interesting how you not only identified where the gaps are, but you've also put up some kind of a mechanism to ensure that you can bridge those gaps. And I'm very curious because we're going to circle back around afterwards for the next round of questions, where we're going to be asking all the panelists, how can these models or solutions be implemented concretely? So we'll definitely circle back on that. Thank you so much. And the next speaker we have is actually online, Mr. Agre Ndombi from the African Development Bank. Mr. Ndombi, if you can please discuss a proven model or case study on an effective solution to skills development bottleneck, such as strengthening the capacities of member states to address skills mismatch or creating enabling environments to enhance skills development.
Thank you. Good morning, all, and I'm happy to join online. I hope you can hear me clearly. My name is Agre Ndombi. I'm a senior education economist at the African Development Bank within the Department of Human Capital and Skills Development. You are aware that under our new president, we have what we call cardinal points, and one of the cardinal point number 3 is turning demographics into dividend, supporting skill systems, institutional readiness, and capacity for SME ecosystems development. So in that light, colleagues, I would just wanted to share something to do with investing in skills for the future at scale. And what do we mean by at scale? We need to have a scenario where we expand digital skills, entrepreneurship, science and technology and management and engineering courses, and something to do with lifelong learning. If you allow me, I just want to dwell on something to do with lifelong learning, and this is in recognition that over 80% of our economies in Africa is largely informal, which means that around 80% of young people are in that sector, and that's where they gain skills. So in that respect, it calls for us to really have a clear understanding. If we are going to address the issues of skills mismatch, then which market are we talking about? Because it is also said that out of 10 people that graduate in TVET school, about 6 to 7 of them would end up in the informal sector. So which means there's still a problem in terms of transition from education and training to the labor market. So that means that reforms within the education and training ecosystem really needs to be cognizant of the fact that the market that they are bound to dwell in is going to be informal. And therefore, from the African Development Bank, when you're talking about turning demographics into dividend, it is to go where these demographics are and then harmonizing whatever is needed within that ecosystem see to it that it's relevant. For example, if majority of young people are getting skills in the informal economy, then lifelong learning becomes very important. And this is to speak to issues to do with the recognition of prior learning. This is where we note that much of the learning is taking place at the workplace, and this workplace is informal. And most of these workplace, it does not have what we call avenues for skills upgrading, avenues to access latest technologies, and therefore we still have a problem of productivity because of the lack of that. So from the African Development Bank, that is an area that we want to look at and see to it that as we support member countries to be ready in terms of institutional development and capacity, recognition must be done to ensure that labor participation within the informal sector is also looked at it from the fact that we can make it more productive and more meaningful by introducing more training at their place, supporting SMEs to have technology adoption, and also having mechanisms through which workforce upgrading within those places can lead to higher productivities. And that is the only way we will ensure that we harness that particular demographic. The last aspect I wanted to speak to, and I think it is very important, is the issue of trainers and teachers. Because when you're talking about the future of skills at scale, the role of a teacher and the learning environment and infrastructure is very, very critical. And I'm looking at a scenario where we will have centers of excellence of teacher training within the TVET ecosystem, so that we can also recognize some of these mastercraft persons within the informal sector or in the industry that can play a role as host trainers, because they are the people who are interacting with the market and with the industry on a day-to-day basis. One of the scenarios we have witnessed is that you realize that most of the TVET trainers, some of them can't even deliver some of the things that they are teaching, because they rely on I would say knowledge and not practical skills, and that is not the future we'd want to have in terms of training perspective. So, in a nutshell, leveraging technologies, online learning, of all those things, together with the review of curriculums, has to, of course, take cognizant of where is this market that we are trying to, and how do we harness that market to bring them on board to employ, to enhance productivity and employability. So the bank, what we have done is that we have what we call our skills for employability and productivity strategy, which is in essence trying to speak to the things that I've just mentioned. So I'm sure we will discuss more as we progress. Thank you very much.
Yes, we'll definitely discuss more as we progress to the next rounds of questioning. So thank you very much, Mr. Nambi. And I think you've pointed out on a very interesting, important issue, which is to also not just raise the capacity for the incoming workforce when you're bringing in from the informalized sector into the formalized sector, but also strengthening the trainers and the teachers' capacities themselves. So thank you very much. And next up, I would like to hear also from Dr. Yaret Teshome from the Ministry of Urban Infrastructure in Ethiopia. I believe you're the Director of Policy. If you can discuss a proven model or a case study of an effective solution to a skills development bottleneck.
Okay, thank you. Actually, what Mr. Agari mentioned, some of the models, how they are failing in Africa, and also we can have some case studies in Ethiopia as well. So, commonly we know that the skill development in the world, we do have 5 models: the school model, the work-based model, the dual or cooperative models, and the American models as well, the career and training models, and the competency-based models. These 5 models are just, it's like what we know, like liberalism, something, it's an ideology. But when we come to Africa, the major challenge is the issue of practicability. That means we have a lot of models, most African adapting the German models, which is a cooperative model, or dual training models, which includes both the school and the workplace. But that itself is not just successful as per the example of Ethiopia. even if we officially adopt the dual training models or cooperative models, the problem is it doesn't, sometimes taking some models from the Western or Eastern is not a kind of success to implement to the African context. So the context in Africa is different. One we can mention is more than 80% of African economy is informal, and even it contributes 25 to 65% to the GDP, this informal sector. So just detecting this and identifying the demand, skill demand for this informal and large, significant portion of the economy is not simple. As a result, we prefer, as Ethiopia, to adopt the pragmatic models that includes 3 models together. So, as a case study, we do have officially adopt the dual or cooperative model, which includes both the school and practice and work, but still for the standard certification, we prefer to have the competency-based model. That's very important, to check that the final capacity of those skilled manpower or skill development should be through a competence. And the other model we are using is the school-based model, mainly for the food and beverage, like healthcare. It needs more to practice within the school. So having some small specialized hospitals, some general hospitals attached to those important skills will be very important to have the skill development to have a successful way to apply. So a kind of models that should be applied for Africa for so many reasons. Even if we can say that the informal sector is 20 to 30%, the formal sector is 20 to 30, just still to have a decent job within this high level or large industry is very difficult. So what kind of industry Africa is having now? What kind of industry are, from the demand side, it's very difficult to have that. So it should be more pragmatic, practical, or checking one's own trend is very important. So that's why we prefer to have different models to integrate within one skill development system in Ethiopia. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yared. I retain the 2 keywords that you've used is let's remain pragmatic and practical, because like you've mentioned, copy-pasting a solution from countries that have vastly different demographic or socioeconomic contexts and realities will simply not work. So thank you so much for speaking on that and how to make the models adaptable for this context. I would like now to hear from Dr. Derebe Baruda from the Ministry of Women and Social Affairs of Ethiopia. He's a special advisor on social protection in the ministry. And if you can please discuss a proven model, same question as for the other panelists, or effective solution to a skills development bottleneck. And perhaps in your case, you can talk more about bridging the skill gaps for women and girls. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator, and sincere appreciation for also to UNECA for convening this forum on such a timely and urgent theme, which really touches our the whole scenario of the economy. I think much has been said yesterday that Africa's most transformative asset is not its mineral and also not natural resource, but it is its people. So with the youngest population on the earth, the continent holds an extraordinary opportunity. See, we need to materialize this resource. Otherwise, as been said yesterday, I think will be Indian challenge. So I would just start. My colleague already mentioned and brought some case studies, but I will explain it more a little bit, specifying on women and girls. So why TVT is an urgent priority in Ethiopia and even in Africa as well. So to give you highlights regarding the figures, those who are in need of figures, that currently, if you can Google the Ethiopian Statistical Agency, our population is getting 130 million. So it is the second largest continent next to Nigeria, with the 70% under the age of 29 and 2.22 million young people entering the labor market. So if that is the case, we have the following challenge as what exhibited in other parts of Africa. We have, urban youth unemployment stands 27.2%. That nearly double for young women if you compare. This is the data from the statistics, and from only 3.5% of young Ethiopians access formal vocational training. And women's labor force participation is 74.8%, above the global average, of course, but yet most remain in informal and low-wage work. But women hold only 14.8% of TVT leadership positions and remain underrepresented in high-value technical fields like construction, ICT, and other high-tech economies. Apart from that, the women and girls are compounded with the structural barriers, like restricted access to technical sectors, as I said, and also social norms constraining occupational choice, and also weak school to work transitions and insufficient access to finance. And I will explain it later. So the conclusion is unambiguous. And then what the government has did to solve or to combat this challenge. So this is the, I will move to what models that we followed to curb this challenge. So my colleague has already mentioned the dual, but I will take a further that Ethiopia's integrated model. So we followed the integrated model, as my friend mentioned, that is basically based on 4 pillars. Number 1 is gender responsive TVT reform. Ethiopia shifted its defining question from how many graduates are we producing like any other African countries. But now we are questioning how many are genuinely employable. That is a critical question for all of us. And then this shift also produced, industry-linked curricula co-developed with employers, as my colleague said, and also affirmative enrollment in non-traditional trades has already been registered. And we have also 70-30 apprenticeship to classroom model, not merely certificate-ready graduates. From classroom, making the students in the classroom rather than attaching with the industries. This is particularly been in TVET reform, but we started in the universities as well currently. So one of the results, the world is rising from 46% this model. Pillar 2 is, as has been said, now linking the trained women and girls with employment ecosystems. We know that training without employment pathways is incomplete, and now Ethiopia links trained women directly to industrial parks. To give you the figure, women now constitute in industrial park, particularly in textile workforce, and 52% in agro-business parks. So this model has brought fundamental change. The Ethio Coders Initiative, AI, which was the question for most of our colleagues from Africa, but Ethiopia started to train 5 million youth in AI participation mandate, and over 780,000 enrolled within the first year. So, important sectors, and in the cooperatives also providing linking, women and girls with training programs. The other one is the social protection as productive investment. Ethiopia Productive Safety Net Program, now that is exit platform. So to give you a highlight on that, we have concluded UPSNAP phase 5. In the last year conclusion, 98% dispersed households, and the business development support, with explicit quotas ensuring women and youth are primary beneficiaries. So really a consumption that it's rather changing the life of empowerment. In this regard also, Ethiopia committed to embed government self, and the training political will is in, and the so having said, well, number one, 84% that gender responsive design produces structural change. So to give you an example, and 780,000 enrolled in Ethio Coders with year 1 with half female, building the continent's next digital competitive generation, and the TVT female graduate employees up from 46% to 51%, employer satisfaction at, as I mentioned, at 86%. So significant growth in women-led micro and small enterprise across urban centers. So these are the big achievements that we have registered, and introducing the model that my friend mentioned, and I have already mentioned to you 4 pillars. So I think it's better to stop here, and then later on I will explain a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Direbe. I think you've also started answering the question of how these proposed solutions can be piloted, which key stakeholders, not just asking how many have actually graduated, but where you're actually bringing in the private sector and the social protection, that as they're developing skills, whether in business centers and such, that childcare is available, you have financial inclusion and specified women in mentorship programs also. So thank you for all this, and for touching on also for the next topic. I would now be happy to hear from a recipient of this type of training. I have here Miss Caroline, student in Design and Technology Institute of Ghana. And if you can please share your experience as a beneficiary on how the skills that you have acquired are aligned with or linked to the area in which you'd like to work in.
Thank you very much, Ms. Reiso, and thank you to UNECA for this opportunity. Good morning, everyone. I'm Caroline Menomo Kubetesu, a student of the Design and Technology Institute in Accra, Ghana. So DTI is a hands-on practical TVET learning environment where soft skills needed for industry, as well as the core skills in precision welding, design innovation, and entrepreneurship are taught to young people to shape them for the industry of Africa today and tomorrow. At DTI, I specialize in computer-aided design and manufacturing, and it gives me real transferable skills from interpreting technical drawings into creating 3D models with computer-aided design software like SolidWorks and Fusion 360, using computer numerical control machines to manufacture products that I design. So it has been inspiring so far and also very challenging, since I had no prior background in the TVET space. I have been able to learn how to think through problem solving and ideation, and I'm now able to relate more with engineering tasks better. And this connects to what I would like to do in future, because in future I'd want to be a biomedical engineer. And CAD/CAM is directly used in designing prosthetics, medical devices, a wide range of medical devices. Precision manufacturing skills translate to medical grade components production, and the understanding that I have gained in tolerances is critical in biomedical device fabrication. So I'm also able to make prototypes, which is crucial for everyone that would enter into the engineering space. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I think that definitely deserved a round of applause. And I think it's really important. It shows people that even if you are going through a TVET type of training, you can still continue on. And like you mentioned, you're very interested in engineering because of the kind of skills that you've developed with CAM or CAD, the computer-aided manufacturing or design. So it kind of helps you already think like an engineer, how to do prototyping, from conceptualization, ideation, to actually having, you know, a type of a model. So thank you so much for sharing that experience. And the next round of questions is actually going to focus on how these type of models and solutions that have been discussed by the panelists can actually be implemented, and who the stakeholders should be involved. So I would like to circle back to Ms. Mona. The solution that you've talked about connecting and linking industry policies, or rather employment policies, to industry policies, and how that can be piloted and who should be the key players.
Thank you. And I should say that I really love that we're touching things from both the policy angle, but right down to user experience and beneficiary experience. So well done on that. So in terms of how do we pilot? Now, because this is at the policy level, the pilot is slightly different from a typical intervention, right? Because the benefit of getting this right at the policy level is that almost every young person in TVET gets the benefit if we implement correctly. So for me, as I said, this is already happening in a number of African countries. We have this happening in Ghana, and we have this happening in Rwanda. Ethiopia is doing great also in this alignment. So an easy low-hanging fruit in terms of next steps is also just doing a quick scan, as we have done with this report. As I promised, if you scan this, it takes you to the full report, is being able to do a quick scan in terms of which African countries, A, have TVET policies in place, 2, have industrial policies in place, and 3, how do we make sure that these two policies are well aligned. And to me, that is a quick starting point to make sure that we can pilot this, if I can use the word pilot loosely, to make sure that this is piloted and to support governments in doing so. And if you ask in terms of which key stakeholders are important in doing this, often what we find when we go into a country is that you have the Ministry of Education sitting on one end. You have the Ministry of Labor sitting on one end, Ministry of Trade and Industry, Urban Infrastructure. So we tend to have a very fragmented approach to TVET, but TVET is so cross-cutting to all of these ministries that it's important that you have that level of coordination even at the country level. So having all these key stakeholders in one room ensures that we're achieving that alignment in terms of even annual work planning. I've sat in a number of government retreats and work planning where, again, you see how fragmented it is, because the Ministry of Education is planning to do, say, TVET training in entirely different areas, and then you have also the Ministry of Employment doing something entirely different, and the Ministry of Trade going off and doing policies that, again, do not even align with the type of skills that are coming out of TVET. So this is just to demonstrate that getting this alignment at the policy level is extremely important to enable interventions on the ground to also get it right. So for me, these are the key stakeholders. And of course, the international development community has a role to play in ensuring that, and CSOs, in ensuring that we're advocating for this level of alignment. And finally, young people. In the work that we do, in as much as we're a policy institute, we work with a lot of young people to ensure that we're empowering young people with the knowledge they need so that when they do get platforms like this, they come well prepared and they know what to advocate for, and they're doing so based on the right evidence. So ensuring that young people are also at the table and advocating and pushing that some of these reforms are important and should be done quickly is important. So I hope that addresses your question. Great.
Yes, it does very well. I think you're very clear that we need to start with an initial mapping to see what exists in terms of policy, and then seeing what exists in terms of from the industry side policy, if there's any alignment, and seeing who needs to be involved right from the very beginning, some kind of a common steering committee where you have the youth involved as well, to make sure that you don't have a doubling of efforts or different stakeholders doing work in a very fragmented way. So that was very, very clear. Thank you so much. And for Ms. Yolanda, I would like to ask you the same thing. If you can tell us concretely, how can the model that you have proposed be implemented?
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much for that question. I think over the years we have developed different types of intelligence. One of the types that we hear a lot about may be like emotional intelligence. We were speaking yesterday about artificial intelligence, but I think what we need most now is workforce intelligence. Workforce intelligence would help us to have more information about what is actually needed in our respective societies. And digital platforms gives that flexibility to be able to create the database that we need in order to make the intelligent decisions about what is actually needed. I feel that Africa needs to have more of an effective work-based learning system. Our learning now has moved away from having diplomas and certificates. We need now more dynamic learning. And I was very happy to hear during this week that ILO actually signed an MOU. Then they have 20 master trainers that are going to be across the continent that will be coming out with some training programs. Standardizing training actually helps a lot to be able to actually train more people at a scalable level. And so one of our platforms is the learning management system. So if there is an organization that is actually standardizing trainings, those trainings can actually be published on a learning management system, and access can be given to more than just those that are in a classroom. We could actually scale this and actually cross borders with it. So iCube Farm actually began in 2015 with the signing of the Agenda 2063. In that agenda, there are actually many points that actually apply to iCube Farm. First is digitalization, and the other is the free movement of people across borders. By having platforms of this type, like the labor management information systems and learning management systems, we actually begin to erase the lines between our countries, and we actually become one in terms of workforce intelligence. We actually know what is actually available, and we can begin to learn from each other so that we can scale and grow much faster. So in conclusion, I won't take much time. I feel as though digital platforms would be something that could align with all pilot programs in terms of workforce development. They can be specialized, they can be personalized for each type of program that is actually being developed, whether it is for youth, for internships, whether it is for women empowerment. Really, platforms give us a lot of flexibility, and then we can begin to learn with each other, and then we begin to build our workforce intelligence together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yolanda. And also, if you can discuss a bit about who the key stakeholders should be part of in the solution part.
Thank you so much for the reminder. Really, in these platforms, there are 4 major stakeholders. First is the public sector, which has, as Mona mentioned, they come out with the policies and everything, but then we also need the private sector to be involved in terms of the companies actually telling us what they need. And then we need the institutions that are also involved to make sure that we deliver and we're able to deploy what is needed for the workforce. And then the third is actually the international organizations in helping us to guide, to identify what is actually needed. So all of these stakeholders need to, can come together in small pilot projects in order to be able to identify what the needs are in every region. Because I think it was mentioned before that we cannot copy and paste. We actually need to personalize the solutions that we're going to have. So in each region, if we can have these 4 stakeholders together, which would be the public sector, the private sector, the learning institutions, and also the international community, I think we will be very successful in creating a workforce intelligence for the continent of Africa. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Yolanda. I really like the term workforce intelligence. It's definitely the first time that I've heard of it. And you definitely have a lot of experience coming from the private sector, whether it's from your labor management information system or the learning management system. So thank you very much for those insights. And I would like to now hear from our panelist online, Mr. Agrin Dumbo. You have discussed about how you can support member states and how to help the youth working in the majority informal sector to get them more formalized, and as well as how to better train the teachers and the future trainers. So perhaps if you can discuss more concretely on how these solutions and the models that you have discussed can be piloted, and of course who the key stakeholders, partners could be for the implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My previous speakers have also alluded to this. Allow me to start from the point that, of course, as I mentioned, informality is real, and therefore we have done that demographics dividend. So first things first, I think we need to look at upgrading traditional apprenticeships with modern technical and business skills. And this can be very deliberate with the industry, by the industry, and of course with the training institutions. So we know very well that apprenticeships happen. Young people are learning on the job. Young people are learning on the job, and therefore we need to ensure that we look at those traditional apprenticeships and then formalize them and make them more quality. Because ILO has a very clear recommendation on how to transition and make apprenticeships very quality. So using those ILO frameworks on quality apprenticeships, we could clearly transit these young people into quality skills. The other aspect is, as we look at apprenticeships, is to consider modularizing some of these TVET programs and making some micro credentials, because colleagues, you know very well that vulnerable groups do not want to spend 2 years, 3 years in TVET schools learning, because they have other responsibilities, and most of them have parental responsibilities, and therefore the inflexibility of our learning environment really again excludes them, and therefore providing avenues for in and out with a clear micro-credentials can be accumulated over time, and then a qualification is awarded, could also be a pathway to be inclusive, but more importantly, leading to young people and of course the majority be able to have a meaningful skill. The other thing that is very important, as I mentioned, the issue of future jobs, is that of course it's changing rapidly, colleagues, because of the issue of technology, climate transitions, and therefore we go where they are. If young people are in informal economies, and I'll stick to that because that was my subject, is the issue, the issue of upskilling and reskilling is very vital. And this can be done through sectoral groups. I know most countries have what we call sectoral approaches to skills development, where a sector, for example, tourism has a regulatory body which can clearly demonstrate that within those informal economies that are in tourism, for example, they could have skills upgrading and reskilling mechanisms through which those young people that are in that space can be reskilled and upskilled to conform to either climatic transitions and also many technologies that are within that space. I've used tourism as an example. Sorry, the other aspect that was mentioned, I don't want to repeat, but the issue of digital learning platforms is important because young people now are on on TikTok, are on Facebook, but we can take learning to where they are. And therefore, these platforms are also very, very critical because informally, they will be able to learn from those places. Lastly, colleagues, the government will not close this script that we're talking alone. We will need a lot of private sector partnerships. And the how, for me, I have alluded to, is strengthening the sectoral bodies within the economies of economies. Each country has priority economy development priorities, and especially within what we call sectoral groups. If, for example, productive sectors within a country X is agriculture, and then horticulture, for instance, has organized itself, then those learning platforms within that space can be utilized, can be developed nationally, and then it is used to deliver knowledge. Because without that, without the private sector working together with government and training providers, we will not be able to close this gap. I finalized by submitting the role of a teacher in the process, and we need to define within the systems who is this teacher, because the formal interpretation of a teacher is the one that is in a formal private school, but we know very well, colleagues, that some of these teachers are in those informal spaces. So stretching our hand to reach them is very important. So we have concluded the fact that state systems are only as strong as those who deliver them. And then because we know those who deliver them are not only confined to a school environment, then we have to really extend that. Finally, so I've said finally many times because there are many issues to discuss. We could also be radical, colleagues, and say that if this use of funding could be linked to outcomes rather than the numbers and enrollment, because most of these training schools just churn out numbers without stepping back and doing employer satisfaction surveys, without looking at user studies, and without asking themselves, are our employment outcomes good enough for us to continue training? So those are some of the few issues that I want to put to the fore. And of course, these are the things that through our new president, Dr. Sidi, we have to come to a conclusion that we have to support ourselves as Africans and then be able to develop some of these radical decisions that will support skills development and strengthen skill systems. Thank you, and over.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ndombi. I particularly retain that you have highlighted that the flexible learning environment is very important, whether it's from the digital space or the physical space, and the private sector partnership being also key, and sectoral groups or learning groups that are going to be informing policies through the work of monitoring programs, because of course, data is very important. So thank you very much on that. I was also told that we have just a few minutes left on this panel, so very briefly, Dr. Yared, if you can also share, based on the different models and solutions that you have talked about, how can they be piloted and who the key institutions or stakeholders be? Who should they be? And which, perhaps, if you can also touch on which key activities could be undertaken, for instance, in the next 12 months?
Thank you very much. Actually, the stakeholders are already mentioned, but these actors should be, it should be more practical. In case of Ethiopia, in case of Kenya, some of the successful TVET models in Kenya is very known, and in Ethiopia, the integrated model or the pragmatic model is also one of the successful model in the skillful or skill development trajectory. But I want to put some of the issue of piloting. In education and skill, issue of piloting is not a simple thing. It's a generational thing. It's a generational, in most, I don't want to actually generalize with the word most, but in Africa, one of the challenges, we are changing our models and even educational system after generation, because we were copying all these things from the West and East. And then since the ecosystem is the same. Since it's not the same with the ecosystem of Africa, it gets just unsuccessful for those models. So that's why taking one model and just practicing with that is not recommendable from the Ethiopian practice. So we prefer to have these integrated models, and it depends on the sectors we are working. In agricultural sectors, it's different from the health sector, and the food and beverage is different. The textile is different. Look, even in the case of gender, in the case of technical skills, we are looking. In the case of creating the decent job, all these important issues are very important to work on. So the case of pilot, what my brother Dr. Debebe mentioned, is one of the best pilot we have checked is through the industrial zone. In Ethiopia, we do have more than 16 industrial zones, and from this, some private sectors, private industrial zone, and 13 from these 16 industrial zones, some of them measure around 30 in the special economic zone, who more interdisciplinary to have different sectors inside. So the case of Hawassa special economic zone, actually now it's upgraded to the special economic zone from industrial zone. So in there, a very successful the link between the industry and the Tibet school or the skill development centers is proved. So for that matter, even it is more gender advantage. As we have heard, 84% of that industrial zone is with the successful majority women. Not only that, actually, when we say this, in the piloting such kind of things, there are a lot of challenges even we recognize. One is, like, even if we do have a very skillful youths, but the problem is the minimum wage, the salary. With having more, in the big industrial zones, just we have changed it recently before 1 year, just to attract the domestic investment, rather than only checking or making things vacant for the foreign direct investment. So even just considering Ethiopia as a very cheap manpower, that's hurts the skilled manpower to have a minimum wage. That minimum wage affects the interest of those skillful, so that this, it changes the ecosystem of that successful application of the models. So the issue of other externalities, like salary, like the workspace, affects how we can even to make our progress into one of the successful model to apply with a single area of engagements like Hawassa Industrial Park or Hawassa Special Economic Zone. So there are other factors that affects the piloting. So those integrated ways to apply things. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Yared, for this intervention. And before I give the last word to Dr. Derebe, I know that we've talked a lot about the linking of TVETs with industry, with policy, changing our educational system models to make it more integrated and sector specific. So I'd be very curious also to hear from Ms. Caroline as a beneficiary, if you can, perhaps from your experience, if you can speak on a little bit about what gaps do you think that the TVET is not currently addressing, and if you can, in providing the young people with the skills and preparing them for the current and future job markets.
Thank you again, Ms. So TVET is doing a lot, but it's not covering what it should entirely. In that there is still a lack in digital fluency So with AI emerging and a whole lot of big-time industrialization, there is still no linkage with what we are studying currently with the advancements in AI, because now AI is used to generate designs and even used in manufacturing. But in the classroom, we are only taught how to do it manually and not taught how to integrate AI into it. So this needs to be addressed so that as we are going into industry, we do not become obsolete. Also, there is weak industry linkage in most technical and vocational institutes in Ghana. Unlike DTI, where we have, they have partnerships with MasterCard and other industries, we are able to go and have immersions twice every week. And after our program, we have internships. But most TVET schools don't have this opportunity, meaning people just graduate and you don't have any linkage to real work. So there is almost no pathway for them after the training program. And credentials are not always recognized. For example, if I come from Ghana and I have my CTVET certificate, it's not really recognized in Ethiopia. So I would have to go through another training program here before my skill sets can be recognized. And there's also very little exposure to emerging technologies like additive manufacturing and simulation in software, like I mentioned. So these are key gaps that need to be addressed. And to strengthen TVET for today and tomorrow, I believe that we should embed industry partnerships with the school system. So educational institutions and industry leaders should co-design curriculum so that students are trained with what industry actually needs now and tomorrow, and not what industry needed 10 years ago. And apprenticeships programs should be created so that when students are in school learning, they are able to go in and have real work experience. There they develop both their core skill and soft skills needed in their particular trade. There should also be a continental recognition framework where TVET students from other parts of Africa can work in other places, regardless of where they had their training. And trainers should also be trained, as in our teachers should be trained to the current status of what industry needs, so that they are able to impact that knowledge onto the students. We should also push for more investment and partnership with private institutions that are already pioneering these models that the other panelists have mentioned. And TVET should be linked to Africa's big development agendas. I still realize that most people see TVET as a second option for people who do not want to go to the university. But it's time we look at TVET as a tool that we can use to advance Africa and then actually eliminate poverty, because we need both the university system and the TVET system to make Africa's economy as it should be. And lastly, we should update the current curriculum so that it matches the industry trends that we need in Africa, and not necessarily the trends that are in Europe or America. So we should design a system that actually works and works well for Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Caroline. I think that was very, very excellent with some pertinent points. And for Dr. Derabe, I think we have about 1 minute, if you can perhaps discuss about how we could implement one of the pilot programs that you have discussed in your models.
Thank you so much. I think 1 minute. I think we follow the 3-phase pilot design. What we are currently doing is just we start from diagonizing, the challenges, the gaps that, the skill gaps that we have by mapping, skill gaps in targeted regions, and then we just assess TVET capacity, whether it addresses these challenges or not, and then in the sector demand. So, and then we follow, with this process, we engage, the employers to define the targets, whether, we are on the correct track or not and then finally we co-design the gender responsive training packages. So this is phase 1. In phase 2, now we just implement. So this is the implementation phase. So we enroll women and girls in targeted TVT program once we just diagnostic the problem, and then deliver competency-based blending training, and then followed by structured apprenticeship with private sector, and then job matching, seed capital, and placement services would be is included in the program. And then finally, we'll just have evaluation and the scaling phase. So in this evaluation phase, we just measure the employment and the income outcomes, whether the model is effective or not. So, and then assess gender-related barriers and enablers, and then document good practices and lessons, and finally, we develop national scale-up strategy as been what we are doing. Thank you. So 1 minute is enough. I do have many, but...
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Derepe. And I think this comes to, at the closing of the session. We have the next panel that's going to be starting very soon. It's, I think this was one of the largest panel that we had over the past, 2 days. We can tell there's a lot of interest when it comes to skills development, education, workforce preparedness. So unfortunately, we will not be able to handle a Q&A session with the audience, but please remember these faces, these panelists, they will be here, and I really encourage you to continue any discussions or engage with them directly, so if you have questions, that is. So I would like to invite you all to give a big round of applause to the panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Smile, and our esteemed panelists. I see Danny over there asking you to please rise for a group photo. While they're rising, please give them yet another round of applause. And look at their faces very closely so you can look at them and ask them any questions that you might want. As we wait for the next panel to come up, we kindly encourage you to use the hand sanitizers positioned throughout the hall in light of current health considerations in the region. Thank you for your cooperation. All right. We now move on to our next thematic section, Session E, on green industrialization and critical minerals. This session will be moderated by Ms. Marit Kitao, Economic Affairs Officer in the National Resources and Food Systems section of the Climate, Food Security and Natural Resources Division at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Joining her on this panel are Ms. Chema Tricky, co-founder of Growth Teams, Mr. David Koza, Chief Executive Officer and Technical Director at Integrated Geoscience Solutions, Mr. Tabi Tabi, founder of Granville Energy, Mr. Deshan Naidu, founder and managing director of AfriVolt. We kindly ask all panelists to please take their seats. Please give them a round of applause as they come up. Encourage them. Please give them some smiles. And we didn't do this morning, but can you say good morning to your neighbor on the left and on your right and say hi? I hope you had a good night's rest. I hope you had some of the cocktail. If you didn't have, you missed because there's no cocktail today. Sorry. All right. I think we're good. The session will run for 65 minutes. If you want to use less time, that's okay. We have our honorable timekeepers that will be coming up to remind you of how much time you have left. Ms. Kitao, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anke, for the introduction. And welcome everyone to this session. It's still in the morning, so we need to have some energy. I see the youth, but yes, let's have some energy. Yeah, good. Yeah, that's what we want. So the session is on critical minerals and green industrialization. So at the opening yesterday, we were reminded that we were not just about natural resources, but we can combine both. How about we use our natural resources, our critical minerals, to
create jobs, and have a youth force that is employable. So this is the topic of today. So good morning, distinguished guests, colleagues, young people, youth, and partners. So let's start by this question. How many jobs will Africa create from this green transition? You know, we talk about all this green transition, but are we talking about the skills, the jobs that we'll create? We will not talk about how much cobalt we will export or how much lithium we will. This is not the topic of today. So today we talk about what is it for the youth and what is job creation through these natural resources. So we know the statistics. Africa is home to many of these minerals needed to grow global energy transition, yet history always reminds us that processing resources is not the same as capturing value on the continent. So for decades, Africa exported raw materials and imported finished goods. We generated revenues, but too often missed industrialization, technology transfer, and large-scale employment for our people. Today, we have another opportunity. In Africa, we have the Africa Mining Vision, we have the Africa Green Mineral Strategy, and we also have the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement that provide frameworks for a different future, one where minerals become a foundation for green industrialization, regional value chains, entrepreneurship, and jobs. So our discussion today is about development and economic transformation using our resources. We have a very good panel today to answer this. And ADIF wants us to identify practical solutions. And we are here for the practical solutions. We're not just going to talk. And we know that our speakers will just do that. So I'll begin with Ms. Shema Triki. She's Managing Director of Growth Teams. She's a leading voice on industrial transformation, growth, ecosystems, and implementation pathways. I also have on my left Dr. David Koza. He's the Technical Director of the Integrated Geoscience Solutions. He's a geoscientist. He will bring deep expertise on resource governance, geological data, industrial planning, and skills development. We have Deshan Naidu. He's a founding and managing director of AfriVolt. He's working in the forefront of battery technologies and emerging clean value chains in Africa. As you know, batteries require these minerals, and we have somebody who's championing this. And on my far, here, Tabi, he is the founder and CEO of Granville Energy, driving innovative solutions, linking energy access, renewable energy, and industrial development. You see that we come from various areas, but we are trying to link to have one implementation that we can talk through. So, solution intervention. So I'll start with you, Ms. Shema Triki. Across Africa, we hear much about green industrialization, but implementation still is a challenge. So what is the single most scalable model Africa can adopt to create jobs from green industrialization? And you can go on the podium because we want to energize the floor. So you can go on the podium so that you can address directly and propose your solution, and then we'll come to the implementation part. I hope the podium is ready. Yes. It's better because we want to energize people when you talk to them directly. Yes.
Good morning. Great to see you all, and great to be back to Ethiopia, a place I called home for 3 years. So it's always a pleasure coming back here and seeing the transformation of the country. So the question is obviously a very difficult one to address in one answer, but maybe some definitions would help us understand what are the type of solutions we have. When we talk about industrialization, we actually mean, industrialization means generally two objectives or two development objectives that are competing and that have some trade-offs between them. When we talk about industrialization, we hear job creation, but actually one of the foremost development objectives about industrialization is productivity gains, because it is all about catching up, and it's all about how developing countries can converge in their productivity levels with developed countries. So productivity gains is one important, if not the most important objective when we talk about industrialization. And job creation is obviously a second objective that is really important. Why I'm saying this? Because actually these two development objectives can be competing. And when we talk about different sectors that can drive transformation, that can drive industrialization, including green industrialization, these two objectives do not necessarily go hand in hand. And I'll unpack what that means. That's the first definition. And then the second definition is green industrialization. What does it mean? Is it an oxymoron? Is it really possible? When we talk about green industrialization, we think a lot about energy systems. We think a lot about green minerals in the case of Africa. It is actually, if we take a broader perspective, it is actually about greening the traditional or the existing value chains that we have, so greening all the production processes that we have. That can be energy, that can be treatment of water, of effluents, of water, of recycling, of industrial waste, etc., etc. But then it is also about entering new green industrial value chains, right? These value chains that are emerging, whether in green transportation, green renewable energy. We talk a lot about the batteries for renewable energy storage, and then for electric vehicle and 2-3-wheelers. Why I'm stating this? Because it is important to know what is the universe that we're talking about and what are the possibilities. Then today, we should not talk about industrialization without talking about green industrialization, whether it is about greening our current industrial value chains or about trying to enter new value chains. Now, coming back to the question about what is the possibilities for job creation for youth in these two, let's say, pathways of value chains for green industrialization. One thing, I talked about job creation and productivity gains. When we look to all industrial value chains, almost virtually all of them, there is a trade-off between these two development objectives. The steps in the value chains in textile, in automotive, in electronics, in green mineral processing, in electric battery processing, production, the steps that are the most technology intensive, capital intensive, that basically would lead to higher productivity gains are not the job creating ones. The job creating one tend to be, if we look into manufacturing, they tend to be into the final step of the value chain about assembly. Right? These are the assemblies for electronics. That's how Egypt is now creating a lot of jobs in electronics, textile and apparel. If we talk about textiles and apparel, North Africa has been leading on that for a while. Now East Africa is catching up, Southern Africa as well. Automotive is also about assembly. Then automotive is a bit more sort of complex because it's what type of assembly. You can have completely knocked down assembly as you can have semi-knocked down assembly, and the completely knocked down are the ones that have a little bit higher productivity gains and all that. So when we talk about, why am I saying this? When we talk about job creation, we should not, and when we think green industrialization in Africa, everyone is going to think green minerals, value addition to green minerals, which is important. But unfortunately, those are not, that's not the step that holds a lot of potential for job creation for youth. So we need to look as well, it's not an either or, it's actually and, we need to look into value addition, because that's productivity gains that we can have. That's more productivity gains in our economies. That's also technological know-how. And Schumpeter had told us that for now, decades, that it actually technology is everything about industrialization and economic transformation. But then we should also look at the end of the value chain in assembly. And there is one opportunity that I believe is extremely strong, is the assembly of battery for 2-3-wheelers. Why? Because actually, for many countries, the 2-3-wheelers demand is exploding. I've worked on that in East Africa. The numbers are mind-blowing. But then also, it is the segment that is the most electrifying, because for a very simple reason is that actually the consumer cost, the operating consumer cost, is at between 30 and 40%, if we talk about East Africa at least, where I worked on this issue, it is about 30 and 40% less expensive than fuel-based solutions. So it is actually, for the consumers, it is cheaper to electrify their 2-3-wheelers rather than go for gas or for fuel for oil. But then the 2-3-wheelers are all of them imported from where? From India, mostly, actually, even more than China. And the assembly of 2-3-wheelers as vehicles are not necessarily is a bit more, it's a volume game. It's much more volume game than potentially a lot of other industrial activities. But what's interesting when we talk about green industrialization is that the assembly of batteries for these new mobility solutions is actually technologically very feasible. It is not a challenge for us to do it. A number of people are doing them in their workshops, but what we need is a sort of standard of the market to be able to leverage the market, the size of the market. Now people can import any type of battery anywhere. So the market, the shallow market in many countries, when we talk about markets, it is at the national level, we need to understand that it's quite shallow. But if we aggregate at the regional level and then at the continental level, then the equation starts to be a bit more promising. But then if we also not only aggregate but standardize across for us to leverage that market size, then that's when we become really, really interesting on the, and we have a solution. Should I stop here? Okay.
Thank you very much, Shema, for being very practical and pragmatic. I always like working with you because we can't aspire with her. She will tell you, oh, this is not possible, this is where jobs are, this is not there. So we like the pragmatic ways, and we heard you that it's mostly on the manufacturing side, not on the initial side that the jobs are being created. So it's a good segue to Dr. David Koza. So David, industrialization begins long before a factory is built, right? It starts with knowledge, skills, and we had a very good session just before us on skills and institutions. So from your perspective as a geoscientist, what skills and institutional investments are needed today to prepare youth for tomorrow's green industries? You can also go in the podium. I think it's better for impact, sure. But keep time, please. Thank you. To talk longer, though.
Good morning, everybody. So I'm from South Africa, so we're not going to talk about soccer today. Going to talk about things that are more interesting. So a big problem that we have, at least as far as mining, even before mining exploration, is we actually need to find these critical minerals, right? So we have a problem in a sense that the people who need to find these minerals, at least in an African sense, these scientists, they are on foreign payrolls. Some of us are lucky to come back to work in Africa, but the majority of them are sitting somewhere in the West. So we need to get them back. Now, we have another problem in a sense that, and some of it has been mentioned before, that the skills that are coming out are more generic instead of more specific to what we need as an industry, and that needs to change. So I think a big part of what we need to do is look at the demand instead of the supply of these skills. So, as was mentioned before, the mistake that we keep on making is that industry is not in the room when we discuss what training is needed. We need to. The problem is, how do you get industry to participate in these skills development process? So you have to incentivize them, right? So industry is not going to spend their money if they're not going to get a reward. So how do you actually do it? What are the practical ways to get industry into the room? One of them is very simple and has been tried before. Is tax incentives, tax rebates, and things like that. And the model that seems to work, at least in the case of South Africa, is via the CETAs. Which is a levy grant system. So you pay a portion of your payroll as an industry, but then you get it back at a later stage, as long as you invest in training that is accredited. You could also force the industry to do it, which is not, sometimes it's frowned upon, but the local content laws do work in a sense that you could tie those the skills development to mineral and mining licenses. And one of the critical things that we need to do is that we have training centers that are away from, spatially located away from the mineral corridors. So we sit in Johannesburg, but we're looking at lithium in the southern part of, or the northern part of the Northern Cape. It's this co-location of where we actually need the skills versus where the training needs to happen. That also needs to be looked at. So these centers of excellence need to be located near these mineral corridors. If you have a big copper belt in Zambia and the DRC, but people are sitting in Lusaka, it's not going to work very well. So we need to put the training where the actual work is, which is the main message. The other things in terms of skills is to recognize what we already know, right? So we have hundreds of thousands of young Africans in the artisanal mining sector, yet we treat these people like criminals, right? So in many of the African countries, we don't recognize them. We think that they are a nuisance. So the fact that they are already working and mining, that is not informal knowledge. Okay, so this is a foundation of formal qualifications. So we need to bring them on board, formalize them, building pathways to recognize them officially, and upgrade their ASM experience. The truth is that as explorers, we are using the galamseys of Ghana to look for mineral deposits. We follow them, right? They know how to look for these things. So we must use the knowledge that they have. And you can look at Ghana, you can look at South Africa. In the case of the so-called Zamazamas, it's exactly the same trend. We use them to find these mineral deposits. One of the solutions was already mentioned in terms of the recognition of the skills across the continent, okay? So if you are a scientist studying in Ghana, you need to be recognized. You can do the similar sort of work in South Africa. So if we don't formalize that at the continental level, we're going to have these sort of problems. And we're not going to have this thing that where the Africa vision of enhancing mobility if we still have those disparities in terms of continent-wide accreditation. All right, I will stop there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Koza, for mentioning that you have to incentivize the industry to come for the trainings. That's a very good point, because there's always and the session before us also mentioned that there's a disconnect between what is provided and what the industry wants. So there has to be a matching and local content. And I also like the fact that you mentioned the skills recognition, and that also was in the previous session, having a skills recognition across the continent. The Africa Criminal Strategy actually calls for that. There's the Africa local content, meaning that if you have that skill in one country, you should be able, but it's still an aspiration, it hasn't gone. But I think we should think around those terms since we are trying to have something implementable. So now I turn to Deshan. Deshan, batteries are often presented as Africa's next frontier, so to speak, because of what they require, and we have the minerals, and the batteries technologies are there. So what practical opportunities exist for African youth because in this battery and energy storage value chains? You can also go on the podium there.
Members of the executive of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, distinguished delegates, fellow panelists, and the younger people in this room who will outlast every proposed policy we discuss in this forum. Good morning. I'm so happy to be here. I'm so happy that for the first time in many years I actually prepared my speech. Ever since I visited the United Nations headquarters in Geneva, I've always wanted to stand on this podium And walking into this room yesterday and seeing the monitors with the yes, no, and abstain voting options was surreal. My name is Deshan Naidu, and I'm a South African entrepreneur in both finance and engineering. I want to start with a question, not a rhetorical one, a real one. If I asked you to name the heart of Africa's industrialization, what would you say? Minerals, renewable energy, manufacturing, trade corridors. All of those answers are correct, but all of them are also incomplete. Because none of those things work without somewhere to store the energy that powers them. A mine running on solar needs energy storage. A factory running on embedded generation needs energy storage. A data center, a cold chain facility, a hospital, a university campus trying to escape the grid, they all need energy storage. You see, energy storage is not a component of African industrialization. It is the circulatory system. Everything else depends on it working, and now the world is coming to that realization too. There is actually no green without energy storage. This is why I started AfriVault, a company pioneering battery manufacturing right here on this continent in my country. We have a joint development agreement with one of the world's largest battery companies, and we've made unprecedented strides to land Africa's first homegrown gigafactory. I tell you this not to pitch AfriVault, but to make a point that is directly relevant to this session. The enabling conditions exist, the minerals are here, the engineering graduates are here, the demand is growing. What is lagging is the policy urgency and the speed of capital deployment. Now, to the question of youth. Battery and energy storage manufacturing is a layered value chain. Upstream, you have the critical minerals, or the minerals like lithium, manganese, etc., most of which sits in African soil. Midstream, you have the processing of these minerals to battery grade. And downstream, you have cell manufacturing, pack assembly, battery management systems, field deployment, commissioning, operations, and maintenance. Every single layer requires technically trained people, and Africa should produce them. The gap is actually not talent. The gap is that industry is not yet at the scale where the talent can be absorbed. This is the loop that we must break. You cannot build an experienced workforce for a sector that does not yet exist at an operating scale. So the task, the urgent and specific task, is to get anchor manufacturing facilities built and operational. A single 5 gigawatt hour battery manufacturing plant employs hundreds of people directly and thousands, tens of thousands through the supply chain activity. It creates an apprenticeship base, it creates a commercial reference point, and it signals to the next investor that the risk is worth taking. In the immediate term, the deployment market is already there. Every solar hybrid installation, every embedded generation project, every industrial battery energy storage system being commissioned across the continent right now needs people who understand battery systems. That is a skill set that is trainable within the next 12 to 18 months. It is an entry point that does not require waiting for a factory to exist. But I want to be honest about something, and I say this with the deepest respect for the institution and for this convening. The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa has been central to shaping industrial policy on this continent for decades. The work done here matters. And yet, when I look around rooms like this one, at the senior advisory structures, at the special envoys, at the policy architects, I see remarkable experience. What I see less of is youth. Not youth as a program beneficiary, but youth in the room where the decisions are actually made. If we are serious about building a youth-centered value chains, that orientation has to exist at the level of strategy and not just implementation. The ECA has an opportunity to lead by example in this inaugural forum to establish advisory structures that bring youth industrial practitioners into the policy conversation at the highest level. I would welcome that conversation. But right now, I want to close with one thing that actually matters in a room like this. Everything that I have described, the manufacturing facilities, the skills pipelines, the policy frameworks, the financing and structures, none of it builds itself. Someone has to go and do it. To the young people in this room, you are not the future of Africa industrialization. You are the present. So when deciding yes, no, or abstain, vote yes, because the energy transition is not waiting for us to be ready, so we cannot afford to wait either. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Deshan, for these remarks. And really, I want to applaud you because it's surreal that there's a gigafactory of battery that is in Africa, and and that you helped shape that. And we hear you about the youth. And I think this forum, the Africa Development Impact Forum, is exactly what it's about. And I think going forward, we're going to use the youth that are here to be actually in the decision making and make an impact. So that's ongoing, and I'm sure a lot of the youth will be there. But thank you very much for telling us that there's a massive, not maybe massive, but there's a potential for job creation in that in the battery in Africa, and that's really an exciting. When we'll talk about the implementation, we'll talk about deeper, if we have time, hopefully, into what it means exactly. So now let me go to Tabi. So affordable and reliable energy remains one of the greatest constraints for industrial development. So since you are on the energy side and you are working on energy, how can renewable energy become a catalyst for youth-led industrial enterprises? And you can also go in the podium. I think but please do not take a lot of time. Thank you.
I was in Cameroon and Gabon recently, and what I observed is a lot of youth graduates working as motorcycle drivers and delivery men, and a lot of young women working as hairdressers. They import hairpieces from China, and some of them work as fashion designers, and they try and come up with homegrown fashion products to sell to the domestic market, yet they miss out the opportunity to export. But one thing that I found common in Cameroon, Gabon, and also Madagascar recently is that the ambition that these youth have, albeit the challenge they have with lack of employment in the country, they look for their own means to create jobs, to take advantage of social media, to expose the products that they produce, is the constant blackout around the countries. And what we found is it's not just about generation across the continent, especially youth-led industrialization. However, we cannot do that as a continent without addressing the key critical infrastructure, which is electricity and access to affordable electricity. So, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, I've tried to gather my thoughts today, so I can state this. This is important because, it's no news what's happening in South Africa right now. Let's bring it to context. With some point call it Afrophobia, some point call it xenophobia, but in reality, we see that the real driver is lack of job opportunities for Black South Africans. We are also aware of what happened in Madagascar last year with the change of government. From my experience, the catalyst was due to lack of employment opportunities for the youth in the country. So regardless of who is the president today or who is in the administration, if the problem, the root cause is not addressed, we will still have a repeat of all of these problems. So to turn Africa's mineral wealth into scalable youth-centered jobs, we are championing 4 practical implementation pathways. The first is to focus on local engineering and component manufacturing. Whenever we talk about manufacturing, whether in China or in the West, I'm asked, do you mean assembly or manufacturing? Well, and I think there is always a way of degrading what we do in Africa, because if we say we manufacture in Africa, well, somehow assembly is less valuable than manufacturing. I really don't care. Point is, we get the final product done in Africa. So we have to start somewhere. So we're moving beyond importing finished technologies to actively designing and manufacturing solar power components, so the battery components, which fortunately my colleague Deshan and I will be collaborating on, inverters, and also some other mechanical battery that we don't yet have in Africa. And if we can do this, then we create a highly skilled workforce. And I'm very excited to see that in the audience today and in the panel, the previous session, we had Caroline from Ghana, we had Yolanda from Equatorial Guinea, who are looking at solutions from both sides that we as a company, Granville Energy, need. We need industrial designers. We need people who can transform our ideas, to products that we can prototype for Africa, so design and manufacture assemble in Africa. Not even Apple's products are manufactured in the United States and they say designed in California, but made in China. Second, we must develop regional value chains at scale. No single country can do it alone. We have lithium in part of DRC, in Zimbabwe, in Namibia, in South Africa, and Nigeria. However, we need to find a way to create hubs to bring together all of these components in a regionalized manner that can benefit the entire region and benefit the youths in that region. Third, we as Granville are developing what we call Green Skills Academies. And part of the program we're doing in Gabon right now is to build not just a manufacturing hub or center, but also to create an R&D facility where we will invite universities across the continent to participate in researching challenges we have in Africa to convert them to solutions. So right now, I sit on the curriculum advisory board of China University of Technology in South Africa, and my role is to bring our industry experience and expertise, our need, back to the institution to help the university design curriculum that will then produce students or graduates that are ready for industry. I've done the same for University of Botswana. And I see that across the continent, there's a big need to have the same kind of program. And fortunately, I see Ghana is doing that now. And obviously, our fourth and last pathway is not the least, and in my view, the most impactful. As Granville, we can create thousands of jobs, but we cannot employ hundreds of thousands of people. The best way to do that is to support entrepreneurs, what we call green entrepreneurs. If we take a case of Madagascar, there's a need for electrification across the entire country. So electricity access is about 36%. How are we going to reach the remainder of the country? We cannot do that by a single company, and we cannot do that by a single technology. So in our views, is to use entrepreneurs spread across the country, skill them up, train them to be business people, train them to be engineers, and assist them to get involved in large-scale projects. So while we are electrifying the country, we bring access to everybody in the country. We're also creating companies who can employ at least 10,000 people within 12 months. It is not impossible. And this model can be replicated across the continent. So, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to continue and talk a lot about what we can do, but those are the four pathways that Granville Energy is working on. And I am open to having conversations with other people in the room, to have side conversations on how we can collaborate. For now, I will take my seat and we can continue with the conversation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tabi, for this elaborate thing. And I will want to highlight that you are designing and developing solar panels in Africa, which is where the creation of jobs can be for the youth. And you all, again, mentioned the skills and this green skills. So I see some kind of conversions, even from the previous session. So now we go to the implementation. You've pitched your solutions. So now let's go to the implementation. We don't have a lot of time, so I will merge two questions in one. So if we wanted to create, okay, I'll say 1 million new jobs, but yeah, let's say a lot of new jobs linked to green minerals and green industrialization, where would those jobs come from? Is it from manufacturing, as everyone mentioned? Is it mineral processing? Is it battery assembly? Is it renewable energy? And I will add the second question that you can answer at the same time. What is the biggest implementation challenge or bottleneck, and how can it be removed? I put a framework within 12 months, but it's just to have that in mind. We propose what is it, but what is the bottleneck? Is it finance? Is it infrastructure? skills keeps coming back. Is it policy coherence? Is it technology? Is it regional coordination? I mean, we didn't talk about it in this session, but a lot. So please, if when you answer, I'll start with you, Shema. If you answer what is the solution, and then bottleneck as well at the same time.
The solution is across all what you mentioned. It is in manufacturing, it is in renewable, it is in processing, it is in the servicification of manufacturing, which we didn't talk about, but basically all the services that emerge or that are created from the manufacturing value chains. For example, in energy storage, we can think about the repairs, the maintenance, the distribution. All of those create a lot of jobs. So jobs are in these different components. It's not one. There are obviously potentially one or two opportunities that would yield higher job creation, but we need to look everywhere. For me, the binding constraint is the demand. For me, the binding, because all of these solutions, and Deshan talked about it, Tabi talked about it, is the volume of, we need volumes to be able to produce competitively and then to create jobs. When we talk about volumes, we need to talk about where the demand is going to justify those volumes and those investment. And then the problem is, for us as African, is should we look into exporting to where the demand exists today, which is obviously mostly in the north, or should we look into our nation demand, even if it's shallow at the national level, then maybe leveraging the AFCFTA and our regional integration to have bigger demand, and then building regional value chains to be able to fulfill that demand. So for me, the constraint is the demand and how to create the infrastructure and the system around that for us to capitalize on that, to leverage that demand, and then to also build regional production systems.
Thank you very much for highlighting the demand issue. You mentioned in your previous, the 2 3-wheelers. So for batteries, for example, we don't have to think about, because we don't have the critical mass of middle class that would have probably have electric vehicles, but maybe the 2 3-wheelers, or we can talk about tractors in agriculture. So we have to be context specific. That's a good thing, that we have to create the demand. Otherwise, we'll be again exporting to other jurisdictions. But that's a very good point. So David, I will come to you. Same question. What are the potential and then the bottlenecks?
I think the biggest opportunity lies in solar installation and maintenance. So if you look at the skills that are required to do that, we could train somebody in solar installation and maintenance within 6 months, and they can run a business. So, things like mining and all the other things, they are important, but they scale very slowly. So in terms of creating the largest number of jobs within 5 years for youth, you could focus on that, because solar is deployable even at a village level today. It doesn't need people to be trained for a very long time. And the thing that matters is that the off-grid power would be one of the single biggest enabler, particularly for small-scale miners, which is where it's in mineral processing, which is where I think the big focus should be. So artisanal miners without power, they cannot move up the value chain, right? But this is where solar becomes a big enabler. So we're not necessarily choosing between solar, critical minerals, but we're saying that can unlock part of what we capture in these policies. So 5 years is short, but we can do it. The bottleneck is not funding. I don't think it's political will. It's the absence of labor market intelligence. So we cannot plan properly if we don't know the skills that we have and the skills that we need. All right? So already we are flagging in South Africa, Morocco, and all these other places, skills that we think we will need, but we do not have electrochemical engineers and things like that. So it's not that the gap exists, because the infrastructure is there. We just need, the relevant skills to be trained. So I think within a 12-month period, and this is where ECA can probably take a lead with the African Union, you just get a commission, some sort of a green jobs labor market exercise, mapping exercise. 10 countries, key mineral and energy sectors, roles projected over the next 5 years, and those become a key input to the curriculum that needs to be developed with industry and academia. Yeah.
Thank you very much for these very concrete proposals, the solar installation, and that's very concrete. And you may, again, as bottleneck, the skills thing comes again and again. So skills mapping, and what I like the word you said is labor market intelligence. It sounds so good. I mean, that's exactly what we need. Map what is needed, what is available, and then we talked about this African skills, having. So I think that we see some kind of coherent conversions around that theme. So yeah, we'll hear from the two others, and then I think we'll come up with something very concrete to take forward later on. So, Deshan, yeah, from your perspective.
Thanks, Marit. So, again, I think I'm slightly biased here around battery manufacturing, but I think it's important to make the point. As I mentioned in my opening statement, battery manufacturing is the anchor that results in demand for the upstream and midstream processing, right? So if you look at Morocco, for example, and I think that's a good case study, there's a gigafactory, a Chinese gigafactory that was announced in Morocco, and as soon as that announcement was made, you saw other investors coming in. The downstream manufacturing facility de-risked the midstream and the upstream investment, and as a consequence, that multiplier effect of investment results in a multiplier effect of jobs. So I do believe that in terms of youth employment, that is crucial. Manufacturing is really the anchor that results in a sort of an exponential increase in job opportunities, because it sits downstream of mining, where most of our current jobs in Africa are, and those jobs are extractive and low value. So if you look at cell manufacturing, for example, as I mentioned, 1 gigawatt hour of cell manufacturing results in probably around 300 or 400 direct jobs, right? But upstream of that, in terms of the support ecosystem, the testing labs, the recycling, the logistics, the battery management software, the maintenance associated with it, there's significant multiplier effects of employment. So this is the workforce pipeline that we talk about, and David mentioned in terms of the labor market intelligence. But also, I'd like to also mention Caroline, who was on the previous panel, and I think she should have been sitting here, because she made a very important point around the mobility of that labor and the transferability across the continent. So I think that's a point that we should mention in terms of our closing, where we have the ability to migrate labor and across different regions on the continent. In terms of the biggest bottleneck that is fixable within the next 12 months, as we mentioned, one of these things is the qualification and non-recognition across states. For example, a geoscientist, as David and I were talking about, cannot be transferred across the continent. And the AFC-FTA solved this for goods and services, but not for skills. And I think this is something that, as David mentioned as well, ECA can really take the lead in terms of convening a pilot. And again, looking at a small, narrow set, you don't have to get the buy-in of all member states. Start with 4 and get a sort of homologation or alignment there, and then you can then further expand the scope. So that, I think, is one of the bottlenecks. And then I'd also like to mention 2 other points before I finish, referencing my other panelists. One was around the 2-wheeler and 3-wheeler manufacturing that Chema mentioned. And I think what is important here is around regional coordination and the importance of policy for local content, right? We talk about aggregating demand, but the truth is that within the member states, everyone has their own policies and are doing their own things. So you want to try and anchor investment, and we're talking about hundreds of millions of dollars here, but you make that investment, and then all of a sudden the member states and the policy doesn't align with it, right? So it's people are importing from India, China, etc., and the local sort of investment then does not have the demand to continue and to ensure that that operation continues to exist for the foreseeable future. The second is around, again, regional coordination. For example, if we talk about battery energy systems, there's a significant demand and shortage of energy security on the continent. We all know this. But if, for example, in South Africa, we have local content, and this is something that is being discussed right now, we are increasing tariffs, or we are in discussions to increase tariffs to the WTO bound so that we can protect domestic industry. But this needs to happen not at a country level, it needs to happen at a regional level. And if we can do that, then we can unlock the demand that underpins the investment and then the upstream skills and employment opportunities.
Thank you so much for bringing all this. Of course, we hear you about the battery manufacturing, which is, and again, that labor force mobility issue comes up and the skills issue. And yes, we were really, when Caroline was talking at the session, her session this morning, we were saying this is exactly what we discussed, having some kind of skills passport or something like of that sort. And you mentioned the policy coherence that needs to happen, not only at national level, but at the regional level. And also coordination among the various ministries as well. So, yeah, so Tabi, yeah, same question, what are the bottlenecks?
Thanks, Mary. Deshan and Chema and David covered some of the key points that are pertinent to our conversation, so I'm not going to repeat them. But where I see opportunity, it's not just in the actual manufacturing production of these products and services with green minerals. It is also in one area that nobody has talked about. We don't have any bankers in the room, but we actually need, I know Afrexim Bank is looking at setting up an energy bank, but we really need proper financial instruments that will be set up to support entrepreneurs. We do not lack demand. Demand is quite high. We do not lack entrepreneurs on the continent who are working in this space for beneficiation. We have enough of them across the continent. But what we lack is the financial institutions supporting these entrepreneurs in value addition across the entire value chain. So there I see an opportunity for funds to be created in Africa that would understand and speak the African language when it comes to entrepreneurship in the green value chain. Challenges that we face obviously comes squarely again to policy. I call it policy harmonization, which Deshan spoke about. It becomes quite difficult to do business. I'll give an example. In the ECA, in the Central Africa region, the CEMAC region, if you want to import components into Gabon, you're sitting with a 58% tax on battery. Whereas if you import into Cameroon, it's 0% import on VAT and tax. If you import, through Congo Brazzaville, it's different. So Gabon is exposed, and because of that, it becomes difficult for any local company who wants to manufacture in Gabon to compete. So those are some of the challenges that we find, and also it comes back to skills. We find that the skill levels are not the same, the certifications are not the same, and it will make sense to have some kind of harmonized skills certification that will be recognized across the continent. And this is where we see institutions like the ECA and AU playing a major role, to bring that harmonization. But also it will allow for free movement of people to be able to work wherever the skills are required. And a platform like what Yolanda is working on can become very useful at scale, to drive this process. Other challenge that we face, which again nobody has spoken about, is free movement of people in Africa. I have to apply for visas to go to some African countries, and because of that, I limit my movement and countries where I want to make investment. If I cannot go to a country within 24 hours, I do not invest in that country. It doesn't make sense that my wife was a German citizen and my kids can basically take the passport, hop on a flight, without any question asked, go to other African countries, but I have to apply for visas and sometimes wait 2 weeks to get visa approval. It doesn't make sense. If we have to transform Africa, if we have to build this industry, we have to create jobs, we really have to look at free movement of people. I know other business people have spoken about this before, but it is quite dire that we cannot move freely on the continent, yet people from other parts of the world can come here freely. So I will rest on my case on this point, and I'll support what my other panelists have spoken about already. Thank you.
Thank you so much for highlighting the financing issue. African Development Bank, Afrexim Bank, others are usually they're not here today, but they're usually our partners. So there's room for, especially for entrepreneurs, so we can definitely partner on that. And you mentioned harmonization of skills. The skills issue comes up. And of course, the free movement of people. That's a tough, a very, it's an issue that is also at the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, etc., etc. So now, in the 10 minutes that we have, I want to have like an action commitment session, meaning that we have to come up with something that we can implement in the next 12 months, right? And we have alluded to it. And the skills thing comes up. It came up in the first session, in the previous session. It comes up here. And when we were discussing earlier amongst us, we talked about having a skills, innovation, and green minerals accelerator in Africa. We called it Sigma squared. So I'm trying to see now, how do you think this can be done, this kind of accelerator, skills accelerator? You mentioned to have some kind of mapping of skills, what is needed, etc. But let's be practical, because I think the forum, ADIF, is about being practical. So what does it mean if we were to have that kind of accelerator, Sigma? What would it mean from each of your perspectives? And also, if you don't mind, because I don't think we will have time, if you can say who should be leading it and who should be anchoring it, and what should be the partner, the stakeholders for that, in a concrete way. Thank you. Start with the same order.
So I'm going to stay consistent with my binding constraint about the demand, and obviously Sigma includes industrial development. I would say the one initiative that needs to happen is a Pan-African, whether at the AFCFTA or the AU level, but a coordinating body that looks into potential regional value chains, synergies, and then coordinate across the funding institutions, the skills, all type of different institutions to make that, and especially with the private sector to make that happen. And I want to emphasize here, coordination is a galvanized word, has been used a lot in sometimes not in very strategic way. It is one of the most strategic functions. And actually the difference between developed countries and not developed countries is the capacity to coordinate their productive capabilities, their skills, their funding, their finance, their policy to make things happen. So coordination is a strategic function, and we need to elevate it again to that level.
Thank you so much. Again, David, well, I'm still with the Sigma, so.
Oh yeah, no, I think we've already spoken about the Pan-African skills passport. That needs to be implemented, because that will, unlock a whole lot of value for us. So ECA, you've convened this. I think you should take ownership of it. The AU gives you the mandate. We have a framework as far as the free trade agreement. There's no reason why we can't do it. So we should just do it.
Deshan.
Thanks, Marit. So I think we have discussed this, so I'm going to outline it and say it explicitly. So if we look at Sigma as the umbrella body, the way that we have discussed it and thought about it is you have this Pan-African skills passport, and the importance of that is twofold. One thing we haven't mentioned is around the influence of AI and new ways of learning, right? When we talk about TVETs and universities, these are antiquated institutions these days. You can go and learn anything you want to on YouTube in the matter of a few days, and you can generate new knowledge that way, as well as AI. And I think this is one of the things that the Pan-African Skills Passport needs to accommodate, right? Where we have these certifications that go across borders, and it's sort of a universal type of qualification or certification that enables Africans to work in different regions. So that's the Pan-African Skills Passport. The other one is what we're talking about in terms of the Green Fund, or the Green Skills Fund, which we believe that DFIs as well as other donors and private sector should participate in. And as David mentioned, this should be, I believe, mandated or convened via ECA, with other stakeholders on board. So you have a proper private sector governance organization where you have DFIs, policy influencers, as well as private sector in the advisory board, so that we can actually make tangible steps going forward. I believe that this is something, in just the establishment of that body is something that we can achieve in the short term. And again, starting with a pilot with using a few member states and not the entire continent. So I believe that is a Sigma squared could close this gap, and it is a 12-month problem, not a 10-year one.
Thank you. Tabi?
Well, based on experience, I have very little confidence that we can count on African governments to come together and coordinate and implement something like this, with all due respect. We have the Africa mineral strategy. We're still waiting for some of these countries to ratify. I don't know if we've got more than 4 of them to ratify, and this is in the best interest of the same countries. So in my view, while I believe the ECA should be the champion and the host behind this initiative, implementing some of the points that we've raised, I believe that it should be driven by private sector. Private sector, we are very impatient. We are close to the reality. We know the pain point of the people, and we can have a Pan-African-wide private sector initiative that would then force the different governments, to come to the party. Most of the time, the policy framework that they develop are completely misaligned with the reality. So I think this should be driven in partnership with the private sector. Thank you.
I like that. Maybe can I add to that? When I said coordinating body, I didn't mean government. I meant actually what works really well is an honest broker between government and private sector. And I think that role needs to be amplified.
Well, thank you so much for this. I mean, we wanted concrete, so I think we have concrete. So let me again say what is sigma squared. It sounds like so mathematical. Skills innovation and, I forgot even. No, skills innovation and green minerals accelerator in Africa. So AA accelerator, AA Africa. So yeah, I do agree, but we cannot work without government because they are the ones who are the. But we can say that they're not. You mentioned the African Union and the fact that they have to ratify, etc. So we don't have to go that path, but we have to have them on board. And somebody was saying 2-3 of them, Deshan, I think, to pilot, and then we can bring all. We don't have to bring all the 54, 55 countries, but I like that the structure is already being developed. It's about skills, and skills I think is something even more than. Sometimes minerals can be a bit geopolitically very sensitive, but skills is not. So we can have the skills as an anchor, and then map. But of course, as we said, and there is a implementation clock. Where is Veronica? She keeps telling me that they'll come back to us and say, "Where are you with this?" So this is where this is where the seed starts. But then we can't just talk about it and then leave it at there. ECA as a broker, I like that, as an honest broker, and then with the private sector, with government, with academia, because the skills, or it doesn't have to be, it has to be universities, but maybe TVET as well, the vocational training, all of the issues that were, the previous session was a very good segue to this one. And then talk about this passport, the skills passport, if you can have one skill in one country, if you can pass it on. But that's a more complex issue but thank you so much. I'm really excited about this. I mean, of course, the challenge is in the detail, like we say, and then how we take this forward. But we planted the seed here, and then hopefully we can converge another time and see where we are, and we have to bring in also the financial institutions that you mentioned and see concretely where that could lead us. So we are 2 minutes ahead of time, so I'm very happy to close the session. Thank you very much to my excellent panelists, Shema, David, Deshan, and Tabi, and yeah, hopefully we'll see you again with concrete implementation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kitao, and our esteemed panelists. I think this is the first panel that finished without the negative. So please give them another round of applause. All right. Distinguished participants, we will now take a short health and coffee break downstairs. We encourage you to also visit the Knowledge Fair, which is located in the same area. We will be reconvening at 11:30 Japanese time. Please learn from this panel and don't come in negative. So we look forward to having you back at 11:30. Thank you so much. Please give yourselves a round of applause.
Africa has no shortage of research, no shortage of policies, no shortage of promises. But too often, impact stays out of reach, and this is the implementation gap, where evidence is delayed and ideas fade before they are actioned and scaled up. It's time to build a bridge from policy to practice, from dialogue to delivery. Introducing the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026. Not just another forum, a fundamental break from business as usual. For months, ECA and partners have been building momentum through the Pre-Forum Stocktake webinar series, convening experts on green minerals, AI and jobs, youth entrepreneurship and regional value chains under the African Continental Free Trade Area. These sessions are shaping real solutions for youth employment across Africa. One mission across 3 stages, where ideas compete before the forum, solutions will be discussed during the forum, and impact is tracked for scale-up. At the Africa Development Impact Forum, the Knowledge Fair tells the story of the journey, from ideas to action, and to impact. Africa needs 15 million jobs every year, not pilots, not papers, proven and scalable solutions. During the Africa Development Impact Forum 2026, policymakers, the private sector, youth, and researchers gather to discuss durable solutions. We invite you all to the Knowledge Fair exhibition area, where you will immerse yourself into a journey of success stories and scalable initiatives that are building a new Africa, the bridge to a brighter future.
Alfadi, plus qu'un styliste, une vision, un héritage. Entre création élégante et bâtisseur de demain, il façonne le Niger à coups d'aiguille et de béton.
Bienvenue dans le showroom d'Alfadi. Honoré, trop fier de vous avoir avec nous aujourd'hui. Dans quelques jours, on va commencer, on commence déjà la première étape de la caravane Alfadi pour la paix, où nous parlons que de paix, que de créativité, d'éducation, d'image, et montrer que notre pays aussi est un pays extraordinaire et magique. Nous travaillons main dans la main avec le FUNIAP, le Fonds des Nations Unies, pour la population et par la population.
Merci de m'avoir donné l'opportunité de parler du partenariat qu'on a avec la Fondation Alfadi. J'aimerais d'abord rappeler que ce partenariat rentre en fait donc dans la continuité de l'initiative Elimine, qui est une initiative portée par le gouvernement du Niger avec l'appui du Fonds des Nations Unies pour la population INFPA. L'objectif à travers donc ce partenariat, c'est de former 240 jeunes Nigériens dans le métier du stylisme, modélisme. Donc nous sommes actuellement à 150 qui sont inscrits au niveau de l'École supérieure de la mode et des arts, donc qui est sous la tutelle de la Fondation Alfadi. Ce que nous aimerions, c'est que à travers cette école, qu'il y ait un pool de stylistes nigériens qui vont contribuer à l'industrie artistique et stylistique. À travers donc la Fondation Alfadi, nous pensons qu'il y aura une industrie artistique et stylistique qui sera créée et qui va pourvoir aussi du travail.
Depuis 1998, Alfadi unit les peuples par la mode, la musique, la culture. À travers le FIMA, il élève l'Afrique, il inspire des générations et Alfadi revient au Niger bâtir une école pour sauver la jeune fille, pour renforcer l'éducation de la jeune fille à travers son école ESTMA.
Je suis fier de dire aujourd'hui que la jeunesse, avec leur éducation, avec leur esprit, avec la caravane qui a commencé aujourd'hui au Niger, va aller très loin. Nous sommes en train de faire la première école supérieure de la mode et des arts. Cette école, depuis 10 ans, on se bat. Depuis 10 ans, l'État nous a donné un terrain de 3000 m² déjà, pour commencer. Mais on avait un immeuble magnifique Al-Fadi, dans lequel nous avons accueilli, grâce au FUNIAP, aujourd'hui, 150 jeunes. Les jeunes, ça veut dire vraiment les jeunes filles défavorisées que nous voulons aider. Les jeunes filles qui n'ont pas les moyens d'aller à l'école. Les jeunes filles qui n'ont pas les moyens d'avoir une opportunité de grandir. Mais nous, avec Al-Fadi, nous, avec l'image de mon équipe, on va leur donner cette chance d'être des grands de demain, d'être l'entrepreneur culturel. Chacun doit absolument, dans 3 ans, créer son entreprise, avoir 3 machines, 4 machines, créer ce qu'il appelle réellement sa dignité personnelle, et c'est ce qu'Al-Fadi veut leur donner. Et c'est pour ça que l'école est une chance, l'éducation est une chance, et nous voulons être accompagnés par tout le monde. Le FUNIAP nous accompagne, les Nations Unies nous accompagnent, l'UNESCO m'accompagne, l'État nigérien m'a donné, il y a 10 ans, un terrain. Nous voulons que chaque jour, qu'ils pensent à ce que nous sommes en train de préparer par rapport à l'école, par rapport à l'éducation, par rapport à ce qui va rester demain, notre jeunesse, notre âme. Et c'est ça que je cherche absolument à faire comprendre au reste du monde, de nous accompagner, de nous aider pour que notre grande école de 3000 m² soit enfin finie. Parce que depuis 10 ans, on cherche à le construire. On a commencé déjà, la construction a commencé, mais on n'a pas pu finir parce que les moyens nous manquent. D'où l'intérêt d'être là aujourd'hui, montrer le travail des jeunes talents, montrer le travail d'Al-Fadi, qui, depuis 30 ans, n'a pas fait un défilé à Niamey. Nous allons faire un défilé ici pour montrer le travail dans le textile nigérien, africain, la maroquinerie, la bijouterie. C'est que l'Afrique sait faire de mieux son savoir-faire. C'est que l'Afrique a de mieux sa jeunesse. C'est que le Niger a de mieux sa bonté et sa beauté.
L'UNFPI, Fonds des Nations Unies pour la population, joue un rôle crucial dans l'autonomisation des femmes et des filles à travers plusieurs interventions stratégiques. 1. Appui au programme ILMI depuis 2013. Ce programme est une initiative gouvernementale soutenue par l'UNFPI. Il cible les adolescents de 10 à 19 ans, déscolarisés ou jamais scolarisés, mariés ou non, et a pour but l'amélioration des connaissances des filles sur la santé reproductive, les droits humains, l'égalité du genre, l'alphabétisation, la formation professionnelle. Plus de 1000 filles ont été formées à des métiers comme menuiserie bois, électricité bâtiment, mécanique moto, restauration, pâtisserie, couture, pelage et maroquinerie. Les partenaires clés de cette initiative, dont la direction de l'autonomisation des filles, ministère des Affaires sociales, le centre de formation professionnelle en stylisme et modélisme, l'ONG Gata Matassa, l'ONG Friki et le foyer féminin Marachoul.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we begin to have our seats so we can start? If you have a friend, if you have a colleague that is not yet in the room, can you kindly give them a call and ask them to please make their way back so we can commence? Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly invite you to take your seats so we can begin the forum. Thank you. If you have friends, colleagues that are not yet back, you can please give them a call, African style, and let them know to come back in. Mesdames et messieurs, je vous invite à...
Ladies and gentlemen, I request you to take your seats so that we can start our deliberations. Thank you.
Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I hope you had a refreshing break. I was told during the break that not only are the Japanese strict on time, but the Koreans are also strict on time. So, we shall be aiming and aspiring for both Japanese and Korean time combined moving forward. We. All in agreement say aye? Aye. So we shoot for the sun and we get the stars or something eventually. Okay. Without further ado, we now move on to thematic session F, which will explore Africa's industries of the future with a focus on transformative and labor-intensive sectors. This session will be moderated by Professor Amadou Ali Mbaye, non-resident senior fellow in global economy and development at the Africa Growth Initiative of the Brookings Institution. Joining him on this panel are Mr. Andrew Aliu, regional economist, Regional Office for Africa, International Labour Organization. Professor Banji Oyelaro Oyeyinka, visiting professor at the Open University and former senior special advisor on industrialization to the president of the African Development Bank. Ms. Angie Madara, founder of Athena Fund X, will be joining online. Ms. Laura Paez Heredia, chief of the Regional Integration and Economic Diversification section of the Regional Integration and Trade Division of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, will also be on the panel. The session will run for 65 minutes, and Professor Mbaye, you can use less time if you choose. Now, Professor Mbaye, you have the floor.
Okay. Thank you very much. First of all, let me start by congratulating the ADIF team for the design of such a wonderful and timely initiative for the continent's industrialization, and also by the same token, let me express my thanks to the team for involving me in this very interesting conversation. Let me move forward by saying that this event is not starting from scratch. It is actually a follow-up event. On May 12 of this year, we held a webinar which was intended to diagnose the situation, the state of the African economies in terms of private sector landscape, private sector development, jobs, and industries of the future. And in that thematic event, we have explored many very timely and important issues. We gathered experts from different backgrounds, from the academia, from governments, from international organizations, to look at what industries of the future would look like. And on that occasion, we undertook a very in-depth discussion about what would be a comprehensive typology of industries of the future, what are the obstacles to building these industries, obstacles in terms of institutional settings, obstacles in terms of infrastructure, services availability, obstacles in terms of policy making, and obstacles in terms of regional integration. And taking stock of that, we try to map out what policies needed to be undertaken to lift these obstacles. And again, the impediments to African growth and job creation were put in some very clear categories involving infrastructure, involving institutions, and involving policies. So now, in this panel, we would like to take stock of the discussions we had in that webinar I just mentioned, to move forward in terms of designing strategies to bring about the necessary changes to put in place these industries of the future. And we would like to refine the analysis of the industries which we already identified, and look at the obstacles to growth and industrial upgrading to move forward and design the strategy to bring about the changes we have discussed. And to achieve that goal, we have a very, very rich panel of 4 leading experts in the area of economic development, competitiveness analysis, and industrial upgrading. I will start from Prof. Bani Oyelaran Oyeyinka. I'm sorry, I misspelled your name.
It's a long name.
Okay, so what is the shortest way to do it? Banji? Okay, I'll just stick with Banji. Yeah. So Banji is an industrialization and technology policy expert. He's a former senior special advisor on industrialization to the president of the African Development Bank. And now he is academics at Open University at the UK. And then we have, as another panelist, Mrs. Laura Paez Heredia. Did I spell correctly your name? Okay. And the shortest way is Paez or Heredia? Laura. All right. Neither one, Laura. Okay. Laura is a Chief Regional Integration and Economic Diversification Section at the Regional Integration and Trade Division here at UNECA. And then we have Mr. Andrew Aliou. Did I pronounce it correctly? Good. Aliou is a Senegalese name and a Gambian name alike. So I have no particular challenge spelling it. Andrew Aliou is a regional economic advisor at the International Labour Organization. And then we have Mrs. Angie Madara, who is joining us online. And Mrs. Madara is a founder of Atenac Funds. So these are the 4 distinguished panelists we have to help us move forward in the design and of an effective strategy to roll out what we have already discussed in the previous webinar. And I start with Mr. Banji Oye Larian, Oye Yinka. Good progress, right? Okay, Banji. When we talk about industries of the future, we cannot elude the question of regional integration. We cannot go around the question of building very strong cross-national boundary organizations. You cannot go around the issue of building a very strong ecosystem at the continental level. So what's your take about that? How can regional integration be a leverage to build a very strong I just reformulated it's the same, but I just reformulated. To build a very strong ecosystem of enterprises. Okay, sorry, I was directing the question to the wrong person. So I'm turning to Laura about regional integration. How can we use regional integration as a leverage to build a very strong continental ecosystem?
Thank you very much, Professor Ali. So I think the first comment that I would want to make is that we tend to look at regional integration and the AFCFTA, that is the African Continental Free Trade Area, primarily as trade instruments. And this is wrong. We should really shift our focus from trade to production. The AFCFTA, regional integration, is really about how can we leverage all the endowments, the resources, the capacity, the skills, the technology that this continent has to produce regionally for the continent, and then by extension to trade. So we need to start by thinking in that order and not in the reverse order, just seeing the AFCFTA as a trade instrument. And why is this so? Well, it's because regional integration creates the necessary conditions to scale production. And this is what is required for competitive industrial ecosystems. And the AFCFTA in itself has the potential to serve as a production platform rather than just simply a trade agreement. I think we all know that this continent is characterized by small, fragmented domestic markets, by isolated production systems, by infrastructure gaps, industrial limitations in terms of capacity, and constraints when it comes to investment attraction because of this fragmentation. And so therefore the significance of the AFCFTA is really beyond trade liberalization. It provides a framework for us to be able to produce, organize production at a regional level, enable countries to really scale and pool markets, and ultimately also capabilities, infrastructure, and investment. And I want to dwell a little bit about this AFCFTA framework that I'm talking about. I'm sure all of you have been following and have noted incredible progress in terms of the adoption of 7 protocols that speak to the AFCFTA. We have one protocol that speaks to the free movement of goods, right? So that is supposed to help us really harness that 1.4 billion people's market that this continent comprises. But it doesn't stop there. We also have a services protocol. That is part of the framework. The services protocol is what is going to allow us to liberalize services, critical services that are the backbone to trade in goods, but that are also industries in themselves that can generate jobs, that can generate growth, that can generate value. We also have then what we call phase 2 protocols, a protocol on investment, a protocol on competition, a protocol on intellectual protocol. These protocols must be seen side by side with the liberalization of trade in goods and services. Why? Because these are the protocols that are going to allow us to see free circulation of capital, protection to the intellectual property that is generated on this continent, and by extension, the capitalization, the the profit gaining for African creators, African innovators that sell their knowledge and their produce. We also then, as I mentioned, have a protocol on competition that is really going to allow us to enable the playing field for local, regional, but also global participants in this African market. I also mentioned the fact that we have, within the 7 protocols, we have a protocol that speaks to youth and women, right? So in other words, we have a legal framework that would allow us to support the young entrepreneurs, the women entrepreneurs on the continent to really leverage this African market. And last but not least, we also have a protocol that speaks to e-commerce or trade in the digital realm. So again, us being able to harness everything and anything that is produced through digital markets. So in sum, we really have a framework that would allow us to leverage, I would say, industrial networks and production systems on the continent because of the scale of the market that we have. But there is a second important premise in this conversation that we also need to take account of, and that is the continent's future competitiveness will depend on its ability to move up value chains and also retain value within the continent. As we know, many countries remain concentrated in exporting commodities, in exporting raw materials. And really, most of our countries, what they do is then import high-end, value manufactured products, right? This is a legacy from colonial times, and we need to break this legacy. We saw what this legacy brought onto the continent with COVID, but also with the onset of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, right? We saw disruption in supply chains. We saw disruption of economies. We saw triple crisis. Fuel, fertilizer, finance was disrupted, right? And really, the question for us is how to move from this disruption, this isolation, to more resilience, more adaptability. So the challenge that we see that many African economies face is not simply about increasing exports. The answer lies in really increasing the sophistication of these exports, right? How do we bring in more value, more content, and more complexity into the production systems on the continent? And here again, the answer is the AFCFTA. It provides us an opportunity to reverse this trade pattern that we're seeing that is a legacy issue by enabling countries to specialize in different segments of production or value chains, and it also allows us to retain value within the continent. And I want to highlight 3 industries or sectors that I believe are, sectors with the most potential in terms of this. Number 1, we heard it in one of the previous sessions, is green minerals sector. The green minerals sector, we know that approximately 60% of the potential value of minerals in Africa is currently lost because Africa exports minerals in its rawest form. We need to add value in that segment. And if we were to do that, we have estimations that approximately 32 billion could be gained through greater processing of minerals on the continent. And this is on top of the 80 billion that we know leave the continent through illicit financial flows. So if the continent there, again, is able to curb these IFFs, and especially the practices underlying IFFs, so things like trade mispricing, misinvoicing, then really this is a sector where we are poised to have incredible transformation. And an important effort in this direction through regional integration that we're seeing is, of course, the Zambia DRC initiative for battery electric vehicles precursors. Another sector with great promise is the pharmaceutical sector. We see that Africa currently imports 70% of its medication and 90% or 95% of what we call the APIs, the active pharmaceutical ingredients. And yet the continent only produces 3% of the global pharmaceutical production. So that's a very small contribution. But most of the global disease burden is concentrated in this continent, as much as 25%. But when we look at the market, Africa is set to have the pharmaceutical market reach approximately $70 billion by 2030. So clearly there's an opportunity there that we have to tap into. And how? Well, we need to strengthen pharmaceutical value chains across all the chain segments. So research and development, production, regulation, pooled procurement. And so we need to really see this sector not only as a necessity for health sovereignty, but as an opportunity for productive transformation. The third sector I'd like to talk about is really services in general, but financial services in particular. Across Africa, the services sector contributes to 50% of Africa's GDP and as much as 40% of employment. So really a sector where the continent is well poised to seek economic diversification. And it is a sector where we've seen the systematic contribution over the last decade. So clearly very important for Africa's economy. What's also very important here is that this sector, and particularly financial sector, has been one of the sectors that has been most dynamic in terms of growth. Across Africa, more than 30% growth in exports, right? And last but not least, when you look at the AFCFTA, our member states have prioritized financial sector together with communications, tourism, transport, and business sector. So clearly, these are sectors of the future. These are sectors where we can upscale and generate employment. And it's particularly important because if you do want to trade, you need financial services, right? You need insurance, reinsurance, you need letters of credit. Otherwise, you will not have trade in goods. So services also, not as a sector in itself, but as an enabler for trade in goods, is very, very important. Let me also, one more minute. Okay, let me then try and close here with one last element, and this is very important. We heard the testimony of Mr. Yared Teshome earlier in a session about special economic zones and Ethiopia's interesting journey in terms of moving from industrial parks and special economic zones. This is truly a conduit. Under the AFCFTA framework, we have the ability to have cross-border special economic zones benefiting from the rules of origin of this free trade agreement. And it is in these special economic zones where small and medium-sized enterprise are poised to gain the most and to connect, link, leverage, and learn from bigger firms and have access to regional and global value chains. And because we're wary of time, I think I'm going to stop here, but I'm happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being both very insightful and concise. So let me now turn to Bani with the right question. Okay, which is about developing value chains and ecosystems to bring about structural transformation in Africa. How do you think this value chain contributing to generate good jobs and to bring about structural transformation? How would you see these value chain? In what industries do you see them?
Thank you very much, moderator, and thanks to ECA for inviting me. I was here many years ago to start my 20-year career in the UN at the ECA where I started, so it's nice to be back here. Before I give a direct answer to your question, let me make a few remarks about the job situation and structural transformation issue in Africa, which is also consistent with your findings at the webinar. I went to read that carefully also, and I think we should link whatever is there to whatever we are doing today. The first point I'd like to make is that Africa is undergoing the largest and the fastest demographic shift in the world today, and actually in recent history. Between 2025 and 2050, the region's working age population is projected to expand more rapidly than in other developing regions. We'll be adding over 620 million people to the labor force. This is close to 80% of all the net increase in both developing and emerging economies. Number two, regarding structural transformation, a large proportion of the region, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, we are stuck in what I call structural growth trap. That has been very slow and in some cases lack of progress in the shift of sectors, specifically from agriculture to manufacturing, because it has been the desire of all nations. Every nation that made progress always moved from subsistence agriculture to manufacturing and thereafter to services. So what has happened and what this has created is that 70 to 80% of households are in quasi-subsistence farming, and both rural and urban poverty has become endemic. I'm placing this in context of where do we get the sources of jobs from. And I think it's important that we are very clear before we make those kinds of recommendations. So we need faster structural transformation. This means that the current structures of most of our countries would never solve the job crisis. I make three sort of equation-like statements. One, to solve the job crisis, Africa must achieve faster structural transformation. And to achieve structural transformation, Africa must achieve faster industrialization. We have to break the hold of stalled industrialization and deindustrialization. And by the way, many countries in Africa are actually in that situation. Is the industrialization that stalled, or actually they are deindustrializing. In other words, going back prematurely before reaching the $10,000 threshold of income per capita and going to services. And this is really what you find in most of our countries. And the third equation for me is to create large employment. We must prioritize manufacturing, which is the engine of growth. This is an undisputed statement. And for more than 50 years, this so-called Cardos law has been proved across all regions, all sectors, all times, that the faster the growth of manufacturing, the faster the growth of GDP. The faster the growth of manufacturing, the faster the growth of also non-manufacturing, because it pulls productivity up. And a few speakers have mentioned the issue of productivity today. So I'm going to point to two or three things, underlying causes of why we are having this jobless growth. There are growths in many countries, but jobs are not coming up. The first thing I want us to take note of, and this will be in respect of making our recommendation, is that Africa harbors a very large proportion of poor people in rural areas. I hardly have heard many people mention this. It's very easy for us to forget when we sit in this cozy, nice place, how the other people live. I sort of been working a lot with the rural people over the time I was at the AFDB for 7 years, building the special agro zone, talking to them, and it will strike you where we all come from. The structural composition of those areas is mostly subsistence farmers with poor skills, living very miserable lives, and many of our countries have failed to modernize agriculture, and that had been a problem. In addition, and I had Laura mentioning minerals. A lot of those space also, the rural space in Africa, the people of Africa, the workers of Africa, miners are largely artisanal. Their life is not different from those subsistence farmers. Very miserable, working for peanuts. And this has fostered what I call resource dependency on many of our countries. So it has basically stopped diversification away from agricultural raw material export and also raw mineral export. These two things affect the tradable sectors, both agriculture and manufacturing. So what you find as actors in those spaces are people with low skills, poor knowledge, weak technologies, low productivities, and all of them translate to low income and poverty. And then you move to the urban sector. I used to be director UN Habitat working on this issue. So somehow I'm able to pull these two together. And there's always been the urban bias. All of us are urban bias people. We live in cities, and we tend to think that's where life stops and starts and ends. you find that rural people, they migrate to cities in hope. Not because there are factories, because many times there are no factories. The old migration pattern, the old rural urban migration was a sort of a pull factor. People are pulled to the cities because there are factories and there are no workers. What has happened in Africa is that it's a push factor. People move from the rural areas because there are no facilities, there are no opportunities, no schools, no hospitals. There are bandits, there are all kinds of people. So they shift to the cities. And they get to the cities and they are stuck in slums and in sprawl. And then you find informality spread all over the place. Informality should not be romanticized. In fact, in measuring structural transformation, one of the things we measure is employment shift, status shift. It's a condition that should happen, but not a destiny that should persist forever. While I was director at the UN Habitat, my colleagues said, oh, let's do slum upgrading. And one of my old bosses used to have a very funny way of putting it. He said, there are no 5-star slums. You get rid of it. And many people have gotten rid of it. And we're always stuck in this, we want to upgrade this. Informality should be a condition that has a time limit. You don't find them in Boston, you don't find them in Berlin. Why should we romanticize it and say Africans should live in informality and slums? I think this is a decision we have to make in going forward in terms of what should be the new ideas for us to move forward in terms of job creation. It drags down growth. There's no question. I was surprised. Many years ago, the IMF did a study that shows that inequality created by informality actually drags down growth. It came from a very unexpected source at the IMF. So it is not something for us to live by and be happy. The third point I would like to make is a slow growth scenario. Again, you find that on average, if you find, especially with the LDCs, the average growth is 1.5. Over the last 3 decades, you will never achieve any kind of convergence. In fact, it will take 70 years for us to achieve any doubling of the GDP. Of course, there are some countries, Ethiopia, Rwanda, growing at faster rates. But this cancel out when you go to the Sahel, go to other places. So it doesn't add up. So we have to be mindful of this. We have to show that for us to have a far better growth rates, we must have a new way of doing things, a new way of running the economy. The fourth point, and the last one, is that structural transformation, the kind that we observe in Africa, is due in large part to stalled industrialization. And I'm saying this advisedly. I was very much involved with my country's industrial policies in the early days. There were a lot of fantastic plans that we had. It's not that Africans didn't have industrial policy. We had industrial policies, but they got stalled. We built big things, steel refineries. Thank God for Dangote refinery that's back now. But it's not that Africans didn't have industrial policy. And at the Africa Development Bank, we had a big pillar called Industrialize Africa. And I'm very glad that we stuck to our guns and persisted to promote industrialization. So the major point with this, is that productivity is extremely very low because you don't have sector-wide efficiency. And the kind of companies we have are small firms. In fact, they are too small to effect any change. So that's the last point I'd like to make. The studies that we see, I'm sure ILO also, they have all these studies, 70% of employment are concentrated in own accounts, family business. They won't make any change. One company in Korea, Samsung, contributes 24% of GDP of Korea. It's not small. So we have to rethink the scale of doing business. So I think I'll stop here, maybe when the time to discuss comes. But basically, directly, all of those sectors that we need are all in plain sight: agribusiness, digital services, manufacturing, tourism, and renewable energy. The point is, how do we do them intentionally? It's not to say do this. How do we manage them? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Banji, we now turn to Mr. Aliou about the issue of jobs informality. Africa's growth has been widely jobless. In the last few decades, Africa has grown much faster than most regions in the world, but poverty is still very high, and informality is still very high, much higher than in comparator region. So how can we, in the design of the industry of the future, address this informality and job quality issue? And this question is to you, Mr. Aliou.
Thank you very much, moderator. And I join the fellow panel members in thanking the ECA for the invitation as well. Yes, traditional industrial strategies seek to transform economies towards higher value manufacturing and technology-driven services. The debate around industrial policy is not new. It has run for a couple of decades with the ECA. And in fact, the Economic Report on Africa in 2014, 15, and 16 focused on industrial strategies. And in fact, the one in 2016 was more on green industrialization. I'll not dwell on the mechanics and economics of it. Prof has touched on that and how they are related to jobs. But permit me, because we are talking about how these industrial strategies can transform into decent work, jobs, and so. But since we are talking about decent work, allow me also, as a reminder, the decent work agenda is also, so when you talk about industrial strategies in the context of decent work, it's important that we remind ourselves of what decent work entails. Basically, there are four concrete pillars. One is promoting jobs, and from a decent work perspective and industrial policy and jobs, and Prof and other speakers touched on that, there's a move towards sectors with sustained growth and employment generating capabilities. There's also the dimension of guaranteeing rights at work. I mean, traditional industrial policies don't speak too much to this, but if we are talking about the decent work agenda and jobs, then it's important that as economies transform, it's important that rights at work are respected during economic and structural shifts. There's also the issue of protection. When in economic and structural transformation, there are normally winners and losers. So a protection, including social protection, is really very important. And finally, and something that we don't talk about much, is in standard industrial policy, as we know it, is the issue of social dialogue. The ILO insists that you cannot be talking about jobs industrial strategies without workers in the room. You cannot leave that discussion to government and businesses alone. So, this reminder as we talk about jobs from a decent work perspective are important. I'm reluctant to suggest that the current industrial strategies and employment strategies we have are decent work blind. In 2004, for example, the UNIDO regional review highlighted that a good number of industrial policies in Africa do have decent work dimensions. That's important. But it also did recognize a few countries like Mauritius, Rwanda, Ethiopia, South Africa that have gone further to look at issues of job quality and the like, and also issues around skills development, youth, women's inclusion and formalization as part of their jobs strategy. And it underscores the important point of why we are here, that the strategies are quite comprehensive on paper, but implementation has focused more on job numbers rather than so. The gap between ideas and implementation is playing out here as well. Yeah, of course, we cannot talk about jobs, the quality of jobs, the number of jobs, without referencing or situating the conversation in the transformations that most speakers have spoken about. The demographic, the twin transitions of technology and greening. From an industrial policy point or strategy point, the demographic discussions tend to focus quite a lot on numbers, and Prof had mentioned numbers, so I will skip that. The demographic transition focuses quite a lot on numbers, but it's also important to underscore that the prospect of these young people is also critically linked to where people live and work, and Prof. So that means from a job creation and industrial strategy point, issues around the future of agriculture, infrastructure, rural development, climate resilience, regional integration, mobility, and the growing emergence of platform work are all critical to the job creation dimension. And I also, of course, the current pace of technological change, the pace, the expanse, the reach is quite different from technological changes that we have seen in the past, whether it's in terms of mechanization and but from an ILO point, we also do argue that the outcomes and the concerns may not be very different. And history provides quite important lessons. So the Industrial Revolution, for example, did transform production, did transform living standards. But at the start of it, the productivity gains were not even. It led to work intensification, longer hours of work, and quite interestingly, wage stagnation. So, for example, yesterday somebody intervened and said that she'll be reluctant to pay her her accountant more for job that Claude AI is doing. So this history tells us that this concern is not new. Even at the time of the Industrial Revolution, there was wage stagnation. And I also want to underscore a very important point, that with all the technological progress, going back to the industrialization, the Industrial Revolution, and more recently, the information technology advances, actual social progress only occurred over time, and only when labor institutions, trade union interventions, issues of social security and collective bargaining became central to the discussion. And for that, I want to make the important point that the transformations and the impact on jobs is also a test of institutions, and the outcome is not determined, predetermined, and it's important that we approach it from a human-centered point of view. So that is one important point. But for so let me make a point about informality. Current industrial strategies tend to focus more on high-tech and formal institutions. But formalization from a decent work perspective should not only talk about focus on the formalization itself, but first of all, you have to address decent work opportunities for where people are working, whilst you work on the pathways towards formalization. I stop here for now, but of course there's also the issues around youth. Most industrial policies tend to talk about numbers, but they have not prioritized how the pathways towards these jobs are created, whether it's through skills, apprenticeships, entrepreneurs, ecosystems, and the like. And then we'll stop here for now. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Aliu, for these very insightful remarks. I'm now turning to NG Madara about the issue of financing. You know, financing is key for any industrialization policy. If you want to build infrastructure, you need financing. If you want to set up good companies to generate jobs, you also need financing. So how do you see African countries bootstrapping their internal resources to generate this financing, or alternatively engage in international partnership in order to generate this financing? What's your take about these issues?
Thank you so much for the question. I hope you can all hear me. I'm not sure if you can see me, but I hope at least you can hear me. I will start with an anecdotal story because I have been fortunate enough to do lots of things. I've worked in multinational corporations, I've worked in the humanitarian side, but I've also been an entrepreneur. So for today, maybe not even an anecdotal story, a confession. So I built Athena Fund, which is a platform to fix the investment gap, specifically for women. And that is what I'm here to talk about today. But I built it because I lived it. Like I said, I've spent over 17 years in financial services. I've helped scale and developed M-Pesa. I've designed financial products for the unbanked. And I've sat in rooms with some of the world's biggest DFIs, but I could not get a meeting when I was starting my own enterprise. And it was not because the business was not good enough. but it was because nobody could see it. That is the missing piece. Africa does not lack ambition. We do not lack talent. We do not even lack capital because there is money. We lack infrastructure. And I was happy to hear that Laura touched a little bit on infrastructure. So when you ask me what types of partnerships and actors are still missing to unlock the bankable industrialization in Africa, my answer is embarrassingly simple. We need someone to turn the lights on. Right now, private capital looking at African industrialization opportunities is essentially driving at night with no headlights. The DFIs have the mandate, the institutional investors have the capital, the entrepreneurs, particularly women-led businesses that make up the backbone of every labor-intensive sector we have discussed today, they have the traction. But nobody has built the road between them. If you think about road networks, the AFCFTA creates the legal corridor, which is fantastic. If you think of it, it's like a tunnel when you think of the road networks. But what else is needed in this tunnel? We need to have proper lighting, we need signage, we need this tunnel or this route to be visible on our GPS. And thus moving us towards building a proper road network. Here is what the data tells us, right? Women-led enterprises represent the majority of Africa's informal economy. We've talked about informal economy. Professor Banji mentioned it. Dr. Andrew mentioned it as well. Agro-processing, trade, ICT-enabled services, women make a majority of the labor force in this sector. But these women are not a niche. They're not a social program. They are the largest tapped asset class on the continent. But they are invisible to capital. It's not because investors do not want to fund them. It's because investors cannot assess with confidence. The information asymmetry is structural. You cannot fund what you can't see. We've heard that so many times. You cannot fund what you can't see. And the data right now, the data layer that would make these businesses visible, benchmarked, and even packaged in a format institutional investors already understand, simply does not exist at scale. This is not a pipeline problem. It's an infrastructure problem. So what is missing? I've been thinking about it for a while, and I've identified 3 things that could move the needle forward. And number 1 is AI. AI is here to stay. We need to embrace AI. We could use AI to enable origination, to enable that infrastructure for origination. A tool that finds, assesses, and surfaces investment-ready businesses the way Bloomberg terminal surfaces listed assets. That does not currently exist for African SMEs. We can build it. Number 2, a gender lens backed into industrial financing from the start. Gender lens financing should not be a checkbox or a box tick kind of exercise. It should not be a side program. It should be a core feature of how capital is deployed. Because any industrial strategy that ignores the majority of its workforce is not a strategy, it's a plan for half the economy. But by investing in women, we could add over $300 billion back to the African economy. And I'm glad Professor Banji and Dr. Andrew mentioned it. We could create more jobs. By investing in women, we could unlock more than 20 million jobs in the continent. And number 3, the real bridge between development finance and private capital. DFIs have the mandate, but not always origination capacity. private sector have got the capital, but not risk tolerance without better data. The missing actor is the infrastructure layer in between, the thing that makes the handshake possible. And just to end on an anecdotal experience, when we were building M-Pesa, we did not increase financial inclusion by convincing banks to care more about the poor people. We built infrastructure that made serving the poor commercially rational. That is what we need. We need to build that infrastructure. Not more goodwill, not more roundtables, although roundtables such as these make sense because we are talking about implementation, but infrastructure that make investing in African industrialization the obvious, low-risk, high-return decision that it actually is. There is a lot of potential, a lot of growth in Africa. We just need the data to highlight this and make it a very low-risk investment for capital holders. That is what we're building at Athena Fund, and I would love to work with ECA, ADIF, and the implementation net framework to pilot exactly how this looks like across the AFCTA corridor over the next few months. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We now have around 12 minutes left, and I would like to use this remaining time slot to allow for some questions from the audience. Please, when asking your questions, try to make clear who the question is destined to, and be also very, very, very concise since time is running very fast. So we'll open a list of people who would like to ask questions, and we'll come back afterwards to the panelists to have them address these questions. Your name, please?
Ok, je vais parler en français.
Oui, votre nom?
Dago Fidelia Begré.
Okay, I'm going to speak in French. Dago Fidelia Begré.
Mubarak. Okay, what's your name, please?
Abdelaziz.
Okay. All right, we have two ladies.
Iael. Iael.
Ilake.
Iael. Or you can say Ia, no problem.
Illa, okay, thank you. Uh-huh.
Zodwa.
Okay. Mm-hmm. Yeah, what's your name, please?
Irene Kadi. Irene Kadi.
Okay, we have a list of 6 people who would like to ask questions to our panelists, and we start with Dago. Mr. Dago, you have the floor.
Okay, merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. Let me first of all thank the Deputy Executive Secretary of the ECA. My name is Dago Fidelia Begré. I'm from the African Solidarity Fund. It's a Pan-African institute that covers 23 member states. Our main purpose is to provide financial guarantees. When I was listening to Madame about funding, I just want to make a contribution on that score. In our center, in our fund, we've given more than $1.92 billion worth of guarantees, mobilizing $3.33 million in actual funding that has been, for the most part, allocated to the industrial sector. This makes it possible to ensure that there are more than 100,000 direct and indirect jobs created through this funding. I just want to make a contribution to state that we were invited by the ECA because we have tools that enable us to leverage external and domestic funding. to support economic growth in our member states. So our purpose is to support the ECA, see how we can give tangible support to the private sector, which is out there, and how we can all be integrated in this platform that the ECA is creating, so that together we can mobilize and share risk. We can pool risk with funding partners and others who can leverage funding for investment and productive projects in Africa that can create jobs. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Beaucoup. We'll now move to Mubarak. Mubarak, vous avez la parole.
Merci beaucoup.
Mubarak, you have the floor. Thank you very much. My name is Mubarak. Mubarak, I'm a Senegalese economist. I would like to stress that we find often in African development that we're working in the informal sector. We're talking about informal sectors and talking about industrialization there. Fine. I'm from a rural area, and in my economy, it's an agriculture-based economy. And there's a lot of potential for growth, for development, if we modernize agriculture. So I agree that there's this global trend. When we look at the Asian experience forward, we tend to talk about manufacturing, but there is also agriculture. You can create a lot of wealth from agriculture and a lot of services, which is why I think we need to open the spectrum much better there. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Mubarak. Tarsis is the next speaker.
Yes. My name is Abdibasit Abdasis. I'm the Managing Director of Home Finance Initiative. Since yesterday, I was looking someone talk about especially development finance. And I want to thank Ms. Madara for online raising the topic of bankable projects. So, of course, I agree with you. Africa does not lack capital. Pension funds, insurers, and other private investors hold significant capital. But the problem is mobilization. So how are we going to mobilize this? Because through bankable projects and creating pipelines, yesterday we saw entrepreneurs representing their ideas, but the problem is we have to train them how to create pipeline or bankable projects, and that will come with commitment of governments, DFIs, MDBs, or creating 1-to-10 ratio of mobilization. So then private capital, which is really huge, can be mobilized. Thank you so much.
Ila, you have the floor.
Yeah. Thank you so much. My name is Yael, and I'm from YEP Initiative. I'm an educational mentor, and I work with the youth. I have only one question, and I think it's the most pressing issue we're facing, which is who is deciding for the youth? As a continent and as a nation, we know we have good policies, paper-perfect strategies, but we have issues with the system. And when I say system, I am directly implying to the people in power and leadership, because those are the ones who get to design, evaluate, and decide on projects regarding the youth. So I wonder how much proximity they have to the youth regarding understanding their needs, their potential, or even the flows they have. So these days it's very common to hear institutional resistance, bureaucracy, corruption here and there, be it governmental or private organizations. So if implementation is ultimately taken out by people, then I guess the gap is not only focused on policy, it might be a gap on leadership and representation. So the bottleneck is not only, the bottlenecks might be, people with titles, offices, and self-serving interests. So but genuinely, I believe there are right people who are committed enough to change the generation and the realities of the youth. So how do we push these right people to these roles? How do we even appoint them so that they can create an enabling environment? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Next is Zodwa.
Thank you, Chair. Mine is just on 2 points, and I would like to agree with Professor Panji that we cannot romanticize informality. And that brings me to the issue on circular economy. If you want to include industries of the future, I think the circular economy in the context of Africa has to be included, bearing in mind the amount of waste that you generate and what it does to the environment. Unfortunately, we don't have frameworks, especially when it comes to trading in secondary materials and supporting the sector. And then the second one is on artisanal miners. With the rise of, or the importance of critical minerals, I think it's very important that we sort of formalize mining and we protect the participants, because when you see some of the conditions the artisanal miners work under, it's very endangering, and we can learn from the other countries where they've sort of formalized mining and harnessed the sector to benefit everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And last is Irene. Irene, the floor is yours.
Oui, monsieur.
Professor, good day. Thank you for giving me the floor. I would also like to thank the panelists for very enriching contributions. And I would like to come back to what Madame Eridia was saying. She said, when you talk about regional integration, free trade, intercontinental free trade zones, we need to focus on production and then trade. And then Mr. Bonji, who said we should think about the scale of economic activities. We know that in African countries, when we talk about agriculture, it's a very key sector and can be perceived as a very good reservoir for job creation for youth. Today, this morning, we're talking about industries of the future. We need to transform agriculture into a technological sector so that it is competitive and attractive for youth. So I have a question. In concrete terms, how do we structure agro-industrial value chains in such a way as to make them more automated and more competitive, whilst increasing the volume of labor that can absorb African youth? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Okay, I was informed that we have completely exhausted the time that was allocated to our session. But I will request the organizers to just give us 5 minutes, one for each panelist, to address the issues that were directed to them, and also respond to a very, 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 very precise question. Okay, if you were to recommend one priority action for government, development partners, or the private sector, what would that be? Okay, so 30 seconds for each part of your time. And I start with Laura.
Thank you very much, Prof. I think the second question for me is easier than the first question we heard from our participants. So for the second question, the one priority action I would want to request our member states, especially our governments, to really take seriously is implementation of the AFCFTA. We have a framework, we have discussed it in this panel. Everything is there in terms of us leveraging a continental market of 1.4 million people. But in order to do that, member states have to be serious about adopting the necessary regulatory changes, the necessary policies in their internal market so that we can have the free movement of trade in goods, in services, free movement of capital, free movement of people, in sum, to give this market life. Now, for the second question, and I think I'm almost done here, I thank you very much, the participant, asking about the agricultural endowments for Africa and what we need to do to transform the sector. So we need to really have economic transformation not only accompany the demographic transformations that we have discussed in this session. It needs to anticipate those transformations. We need to generate jobs that add value, but that also create meaningful income for that youth bulge that we hear enters the market every year to the tune of 15 million. And in order to do that, we need to be able to adapt and augment all the technologies that are out there, innovation, and of course, intellectual property. So that would be, in a sense, what I would think is needed. Thank you very much.
Should we move now to Aliou?
Yes. Thank you very much, and I will take a cue from that and reiterate the point that the importance of placing decent work and social justice at the center of this transformation that we've all spoken about in the last 2 days, but also again underscore the point that these transformations are a test to institutions. And when I say institutions, I mean education systems, a labor market, social protection systems, enterprises, and representation and social dialogue, very importantly. And also, I want to close on the fact that the transformations will not wait for institutions. So the institutions of work, production, and protection should actually try to keep pace. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Aliou. And now I'm moving to Banji.
Thank you very much, moderator. Two quick suggestions for ECA. I think the ECA should work very closely with the Africa Development Bank on a program that we started called the Special Agro-Industrial Processing Zones. I was one of those leading that program. We raised over $3 billion. We're in 15 countries, basically creating industrial zones to process agriculture. And that goes to the point that Irene was asking. This is one way for us to actually make them at scale, aggregate farmers, and also ensure that they connect with big farmers. What we've done several countries now. I can't go into details, but I'm happy to supply details and work with the ECA colleagues. Second point comes from Odu about formalizing the artisanal sectors, especially mining. It's so degrading, it's so demeaning when you see the way people work. And this, for me, also applies to subsistence farmers in Africa. It drags down the economy. They work hard, they labor all day long, but adds very little to growth. And my last point will be that all the sectors that we recommend, they all work together. Each one should be coordinating, and we should find a way to actually get them all working in tandem. Agribusiness, manufacturing, renewable energy, and also digital services. They all support each other. Without manufacturing, you cannot do digital services. Without energy and power, you cannot do big agribusiness. So all of them are together. And in our framework suggestion, we should actually find a way to provide that kind of suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Last but not least, Angie, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. I'd like to reiterate what I said before. The capital already exists. The problem is not supply. But because of informality, because we work mostly in informal sectors, the problem that we have is visibility and trust. There is over $3 trillion sitting in global institution portfolios explicitly allocated for emerging market and impact investment. African Development Bank, Professor Banja said that he mobilized $3 billion. There are hundreds of billions in that mandate. The problem is not capital is absent. It's that the infrastructure to connect the capital to bankable projects at scale has never been built properly. And to address the question that was asked before by one of the attendees, we need even to redefine what we term bankable projects properly. Right now, bankable, quote unquote, is defined by institutions built for different contexts, for Western credit frameworks that have collateral requirements, that have reporting standards. They were not designed for African SMEs or informal sector businesses. We need first to get that African context right. We need our own benchmarks. AI can build those. We do not have to wait for a decade for data collection. And just to end it on a small note, M-Pesa did not create financial inclusion by making banks more generous. It built rails that made serving previously invisible customers commercially rational. We need the same for African industrialization. AI-enabled tools that find, assess, and surface investment-ready projects in a format that capital already understands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We are now at the end of our session. Before closing it, let me reiterate our thanks to the Secretariat for a perfectly organized session, to our panelists for very insightful observations, and for the audience for very productive engagement with the panel. So let me stop here, and I would like to mention that the discussion doesn't stop here. We'll continue the dialogue, we'll continue the engagement with all the stakeholders until ADIF delivers on all its promises. Thank you very much, and I'm giving back the floor to...
Thank you very much, Professor Mbaye, and our esteemed panelists. Can you please rise for a photo, looking at Danny over there with the big camera? Thank you. Please rise. Please join me in giving them again another well-deserved round of applause. And Angie, thank you online. This now concludes our thematic sessions. Distinguished guests, please kindly note that the forum evaluation is available via the QR code displayed. We would greatly appreciate your feedback, as it will help us improve future editions of the forum. Now, distinguished guests, how many of us were here yesterday for the hackathon? By a show of hands. How many people were here? Okay, all right. We see almost half or 3/4 of the room. In this next segment, we will be announcing the winners. This will be followed by the second impact talk to be delivered by Al-Fadi. After lunch, we will have a simulation session which will let us know about the process so far. And now, for the moment we have all been waiting for. We would like to extend our sincere congratulations to all the hackathon participants. You have done exceptionally well, and we wish you continued success in your respective endeavors. Our judges did have the challenging task of selecting the top 5, and in no particular order, I will be inviting the runner-ups to come forward. To give the certificates, we would like to invite the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Claver-Getete, to come up on the platform to present the certificates. He will be joined by none other but the Deputy Executive Secretary, Program Support, Mama Keita. Director Karima has mentioned I am here as well. So please give Director Karima a round of applause. All right. Okay. So audience, I need your help. We need to show great warmth to all our hackathon winners and all those that are not even going to be called today. So first and foremost, in advance and anticipation, for all the 9 or is it 10 people we had, can you please give them a resounding round of applause? They have shown strength, resilience, tenacity, and they have come through so far. Now, as I call your names, please come forward to receive your certificates. And again, I would ask you to give another very warm round of applause as I call each name. In no particular order, these are the runner-ups. Are you ready? There. We're trying to make it look very nice and prestigious. No problem. Now, with an intervention for Kenya's solar workforce and climate resilience, please give a round of applause to Eva Nyambura Muthoni. Is she here? I wish we had some music that did all this, you know. Dun, 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 dun. Congratulations, Eva. All right. Next, with the intervention Credify from Ghana, we have Solomon Boakie. Please give him a round of applause. Congratulations, Solomon. Next, with IT Cola from Cameroon, please give a round of applause to Christian Njilu Ntieche. Congratulations, Christian. Congratulations, Christian. Next, from South Africa with Agribusiness Trade Corridor Pilot ATCP, please give a round of applause to Nandi Mkwanazi. Congratulations, Nandi. Please come on up. And now, while the runner-ups were called in no particular order, we do have a winner. The winner of the 2026 ADIF Hackathon, with a proposal on green and inclusive employment from Burkina Faso, please give a round of applause to Luke Neboma. Can we have all five? Can we have all five come on up to take a picture together for a group photo? Can we have all the remaining four please come on up? Eva, Solomon, Christian, and Nandi, please come on up and take a group photo. Thank you. Can we have some music, please? Thank you. Please give them a round of applause. Thank you so very much. Yes, DS, Director Karima.
Thank you very much. How did it go?
You need the chairs back. All right. We need the chairs. We will now have congratulations once again to all of our winners. We're all winners, and I hope you're all inspired to work on your ideas and move it forward with resilience. Okay, next we will now have our second impact talk to be delivered by Al-Fadi, fashion designer and goodwill ambassador, United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization. This session will be moderated by Director Karima Bunemra Ben Sultan, who directs the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. This session will run for 45 minutes. Director Karima, you have the floor. But if you want to use less time, we are also open to that. Thank you.
Thank you, MC, and with your permission, I will speak French. Donc, bienvenue.
So welcome to this session, all of you, devoted to the presentation by His Excellency Mr. Al-Fadi. It's an honor and pleasure to receive Mr. Al-Fadi for this discussion within the framework of the Development Impact Framework, within the framework of creative industries. I thank him warmly for accepting without hesitation to come and participate in this forum and discuss with us and contribute effectively to job creation in the African continent. So how should I introduce him, Mr. Al-Fadi, given his long work? Al-Fadi is known beyond our frontiers. However, today, we are not only receiving the designer, the fashion designer. He's not just a doctor in tourism and in hotel management, and we don't receive him just as an artist for peace, an ambassador, a goodwill ambassador for African innovation of UNESCO, and he's not just a defender of the international and African design, but a son and a defender of human rights in Africa, in his agriculture and multiplicity of work. He's someone who believes in sharing, in training, with all the generosity and humility that characterize him. We receive someone who believes in transmission for our youth so that they don't forget where we are coming from and continue to portray the culture of Africa here and beyond our borders. We are receiving someone who creates jobs himself and supports and defends the actors of value chains, which are in the textile industry, in jewelry, within the perspective of inclusion, equity, and sustainability. We will start this session with a video on the contribution of Alpha D in the creation of jobs in his country of origin. Then he will take the floor and tell us in a few words who he is and how the design industry draws increasingly more attention in the world, and how this is a lever for creating employment in Africa and creating industries for the future. Then we will open the floor afterwards, and we will take this opportunity, which is exceptional in nature. If the technical department is ready, the video is going to start.
Alpha D, plus qu'un styliste, une vision, un héritage. Entre création élégante et bâtisseur de demain, il façonne le Niger à coups d'aiguille et de béton.
Bienvenue dans le showroom d'Alpha D. Honoré, trop fier de vous avoir avec nous aujourd'hui. Dans quelques jours, on va commencer, on commence déjà la première étape de la caravane Alpha D pour la paix, où nous parlons que de paix, que de créativité, d'éducation, d'image, et montrer que notre pays aussi est un pays extraordinaire et magique. Nous travaillons main dans la main avec le FUNIAP, le Fonds des Nations Unies pour la population et pour la population et par la population.
Merci de m'avoir donné l'opportunité de parler de partenariat qu'on a avec la Fondation Alpha D. J'aimerais d'abord rappeler que ce partenariat rentre en fait donc dans la continuité de l'initiative Elimine, qui est une initiative portée par le gouvernement du Niger avec l'appui du Fonds des Nations Unies pour la population INFPA. L'objectif à travers donc ce partenariat, c'est de former 240 jeunes Nigériens dans le métier du stylisme, modélisme. Donc nous sommes actuellement à 150 qui sont inscrits au niveau de l'école supérieure de la mode et des arts, donc qui est sous la tutelle de la Fondation Alpha D. Ce que nous aimerions, c'est que à travers cette école, qu'il y ait un pool de stylistes nigériens qui vont contribuer à l'industrie artistique et stylistique. À travers donc la Fondation Alpha D, nous pensons qu'il y aura une industrie artistique et stylistique qui sera créée et qui va pourvoir aussi du travail.
Depuis 1998, Alpha D unit les peuples par la mode, la musique, la culture. À travers le FIMA, il élève l'Afrique, il inspire des générations, et Alpha D revient au Niger bâtir une école pour sauver la jeune fille, pour renforcer l'éducation de la jeune fille à travers son école ESTMA.
Je suis fier de dire aujourd'hui que la jeunesse, avec leur éducation, avec leur esprit, avec la caravane qui a commencé aujourd'hui au Niger, va aller très loin. Nous sommes en train de faire la première école supérieure de la mode et des arts. Cette école, depuis 10 ans, on se bat. Depuis 10 ans, l'État nous a donné un terrain de 3000 mètres carrés, déjà, pour commencer. Mais on avait un immeuble magnifique Alpha D, dans lequel nous avons accueilli, grâce au FUNIAP, aujourd'hui, 150 jeunes. Les jeunes, ça veut dire vraiment les jeunes filles défavorisées que nous voulons aider. Les jeunes filles qui n'ont pas les moyens d'aller à l'école. Les jeunes filles qui n'ont pas les moyens d'avoir une opportunité de grandir. Mais nous, avec Alpha D, nous, avec l'image de mon équipe, on va leur donner cette chance d'être des grands de demain, d'être l'entrepreneur culturel. Chacun doit absolument, dans 3 ans, créer son entreprise, avoir 3 machines, 4 machines, créer ce qu'il appelle réellement sa dignité personnelle, et c'est ce qu'Al-Fadi veut leur donner. Et c'est pour ça que l'école est une chance, l'éducation est une chance, et nous voulons être accompagnés par tout le monde. Le FUNIAP nous accompagne, les Nations Unies nous accompagnent, l'UNESCO m'accompagne, l'État nigérien m'a donné il y a 10 ans un terrain. Nous voulons que chaque jour qu'ils pensent à ce que nous sommes en train de préparer par rapport à l'école, par rapport à l'éducation, par rapport à ce qui va rester demain, notre jeunesse, notre âme. Et c'est ça que je cherche absolument à faire comprendre au reste du monde, de nous accompagner, de nous aider pour que notre grande école de 3000 m² soit enfin finie. Parce que depuis 10 ans, on cherche à le construire. On a commencé déjà, la construction a commencé, mais on n'a pas pu finir parce que les moyens nous manquent. D'où l'intérêt d'être là aujourd'hui, montrer le...
That's why we are here today, to showcase young talent and the work of Al-Fadi, who has not held a show in the work. Tonight we will present a show here to celebrate Nigeria and African textiles, leatherwork and jewelry. That's what Africa does best in craftsmanship. This is what defines Africa, its youth. It's what defines Niger, its kindness and its beauty. UNFP play a crucial role in empowering women and girls through several strategic interventions. It has supported the ILMY. This program is a government initiative supported by UNFPA. It targets adolescents 10 to 19 out of school, never enrolled or married yet, aiming to improve knowledge in reproductive health, human rights, gender equality, literacy, and vocational training.
La formation professionnelle.
More than 1,000 girls have already been trained in trades such as carpentry, electrical work, motorcycle mechanics, as well as catering, baking, tailoring, beadwork, and handcrafts. Key partners include Directorate of Girls Empowerment, Ministry of Social Affairs, training centers in design, and NGOs such as Gotan Matassa, Friki, and Marathon Women's Center.
Et le foyer féminin Marathon.
Merci, merci.
Thank you very much. So that's an outline of what Al-Fadi has been doing in the area of fashion designing and job creation. Today, he is going to talk to us through a dialogue, especially interacting with the youth and development actors to ensure that there's job creation. But without further ado, I give you the floor, Mr. Al-Fadi. Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank you. Thank you to the Secretariat, the Executive Secretary. Thank you, Mama Keita. Thank you for organizing and for inviting me from Niger to come here. Your work is of quality and enables me to understand what the ECA is doing and what the AU is and what UNESCO is, and try to understand and speak and bring a message of peace, because I was an ambassador for peace for UNESCO before starting what I'm doing. And for over 30 years, about 40 years in the area of fashion designing and leading and guiding the youth. I can speak English, but...
Better than my English. Thank you and excuse me. Les personnes qui ne parlent pas bien français.
So for those who don't speak French, I'm sorry. I'm happier to speak in French, but I mix the two languages. I want to show the youth that this is possible. Al-Fadi has done a doctorate. We have worked in administration for 10 years before going into fashion designing. Our understanding of our policies is that, the politicians don't understand that the culture can be the other side of politics. Politics wants to keep the image for themselves, for the politicians. When they go into missions, like here, they come here as ministers, administrators, who have nothing to do with culture and art. So it's high time that this changes. It's high time that we understand that culture exists, and we're working. I have a doctorate and I create employment. I have studied for over a long time. For over 10 years, I've been director for tourism in Niger before going into fashion. This shows that the dimension between culture and art have to go hand in hand with the administration, because we create employment. The youth must understand what I'm doing, they can do it. Here that the youth understand that you can be a doctor, you can have a PhD and do fashion designing as well, and ensure that creativity can be at the service of the people. So I've always wanted to create employment in creation, in fashion designing, and in jewelry. I've had a chance of going to Luxembourg, but first of all, to have to work with a UNFPA to support me to help the children. We started with 70. Now we're at 250,000 people who are educated in the area of fashion and designing, in the area of learning art, the African art. So I wanted to inform the people that Africa knows what to do. Africa has skills. Africa has unity. Africa has the background of art. We cannot bring everything from Europe. Europe exists, but we need to understand that Africa, where the great financiers of Africa are not thinking African. If the big designers, Louis Vuitton, Chanel, and so on, they exist because the big funders and financiers put money in what they are doing. But the African doesn't put anything in Africa. So it's high time that the big funders of Africa understand that they can earn by putting money in Africa and give Africa the opportunity to grow with the politicians, the ECA and the AU. All of us have to understand that we can work together to create millions of employment opportunities. The example of this great country that I adore, which is Ethiopia with Addis Ababa, we have leather, we have textiles. So compared to Mali, of course, we also have a lot of resources. We have textiles from our country, which are in the textile industry where we are working, where we are contributing a lot to our continent.
This is a massive combat. We cannot just sit. We have to fight. And artists have to be loved, supported. We have to listen to them. We have to ensure that we give them their due respect. All our youth are running away. They are leaving the African shores because there's no respect. Even the work they do, it's work they're doing. But half of the work is adulterated in the political morass. I come from a country that it's Niger, Mali, Burkina Faso. There are many magnificent things that are perhaps a bit hard to do, but we have to love our culture. We have to support the cultural dimension. Our children should not be running away, taking away their energy, their know-how, because our knowledge is leaving our shores. So this is my fight today. I am saying the struggle is, whether we're talking about mantina, because, in fashion, when we talk about job creation, we're not talking about the people who sew. We talk also about the models, the thousands of people in the industry, the musicians, the photographers, the artists, the paint, the visual artists who are doing extraordinary work. And ever since 1994, in 1994, we have set up the African Federation. Chris Seydou was one of the co-founders. I was the president of the Federation, and the AU, at the time the OAU, was giving us support to make sure that we were recognized. An African Federation is very difficult. Imagine, for one country it's difficult enough. The one is the entire continent. This is something we have to do. We have to think just like the people who do play football. There's a federation of football. There's sports. But there has to be the same thing for the industry, the designer industry. We have to be respected. We have to have access to finance as well. The African Development Bank is there working with us. Many banks work with us, but they have to put more money in. They have to understand that what we're fighting for is actually peace. Peace. When there's money, there's peace. And we have to look at the artistic dimension, the cultural dimension, and also amongst ourselves, support each other, love each other, hand each other the hand of peace. I think I've spoken. If you have any questions that you would like to ask me, then no problem. But I'm trying to portray to you, we have to give each other support, hold each other's hands. Africa is a productive continent, extraordinary continent, must be loved by Europeans, loved by Chinese, loved by everybody. We're a huge continent, and we're in a place where we should serve as an example. I'm an African, I'm proud to be an African, and I believe the fight for culture, for art, for job creation, I'm ready to create 10,000 jobs. I can do this in leather, in jewelry, in textiles, but all this has to be given support and understood by the people in politics and big organizations such as yourselves. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup,
Alpha D, thank you so much for this vibrant message, conveyed with a lot of warmth and hope, which puts culture right back in the center of productive capacity for our continent. It's a dialogue you wanted to have with the youth, but I believe you've actually thrown out an appeal to all who work together to make this a sector of opportunity, the decision makers, the funders, the financiers, the partners who are within the United Nations system or within other systems, regional, national, international systems. You've really launched a very moving appeal that through our initiatives we safeguard our talent on the continent, and we make sure that we provide the necessary education and we enable workers to become even more fulfilled in the work that they do. I know there are a lot of youth here in this hall. I wonder, any reactions to his message? He has perhaps said something which may spark a response from you about how we can translate this into action, how we can actually make the creative industry sector something that we can discuss, which we shall do more in detail this afternoon. We said this morning when we were talking about regional integration, we were talking about what are seen in inverted commas as more serious subjects: development policy, development plans. We now are looking at a field that is just as serious, but we need to perhaps demonstrate more of an effort to make sure that it is fostering our development potential. Yes, I see one hand up.
Une deuxième. Just give me your name, ou votre nom, comme je puisse noter.
Let me write down the names, please.
Hello, Aminata Dambili.
Bien. Alors la vidéo que nous avons.
Well, we saw the video. This is an effort to support women's development and job creation amongst women. I see 2 requests for the floor, a third over there from women. So I see the women are listening and are very receptive to what Alpha D had to say to us all. But we'd like the gentlemen to speak as well, with just as much warmth. But we shall start with you. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation you've just made. I'm speaking in French, if I may. You launched a message which I love. I think we have to be optimistic. I'm an economist. I've been following development pathways in many countries for many years now. And when I look at the journey, despair was prevalent. But thanks to the progress we have seen, history shows that there's hope. And you need good will, good intentions to translate opportunities into reality. I have a question about the link between the creative industries and the textile, the garment industry. I've worked a lot in clothing. This is a very industrialized industry. As you said, it's driven by the brands. The brand names have the power It's the person who has direct access to the consumer that has the power in their hands. But I've always wondered myself, what is missing for us in Africa? How come we're unable to develop a brand which may not necessarily be a luxury brand, because there's many luxury creations in Africa, but we don't find a brand that targets the middle classes like H&M or Zara in the West. What prevents us from having H&M or Zara in Africa so that we are promoting luxury at the level of the value chains that we see in the Western world? Thank you.
Okay. D'accord. Merci beaucoup de m'avoir donné la parole.
Thank you very much for giving me the floor. My name is Aminata Dambele. I'm from Mali. It is a huge pleasure for me to see Alpha D himself in person. I have grown up seeing your pictures, seeing your work, and I always wondered, people would say, he's Malian, but I'm proud. Mali, Niger, Burkina, you said, was a foundation. So I'm absolutely honored to see you in person here today. I have a doctorate in artificial intelligence applied to cybersecurity. I have a question. Is the industry you refer to not a little bit under threat from AI? I've worked a lot with Bogolan in Mali. We're very proud of it. It's our national identity personified in this material. But we're fighting now because of copyright. Bogolan is being copied. Fake versions of Bogolan are being made all over the world. Now, please, I ask you, artificial intelligence, is it not a threat? Or do you see it as something that can help us today if we know how to adopt certain measures that help to promote our work and ensure its continuity? Thank you so much. I'm delighted to see you in person. Thank you.
Pardon. Okay. Merci.
Thank you for giving me the floor. As she said, it's a true honor to meet you here today, Mr. Al-Fadi. We would hear your name ever since we were little children. It's a huge delight to see you in person here today. My question is about your foundation, your school. I wonder, when youth, young people, particularly young women, and you stress this, when they leave your school, is there any follow-up? How do you ensure that they are actually, they find jobs, that they're integrated into society, that they can find some kind of fulfillment? Do you follow up, or do they end up leaving your schools, having been trained, and then it's up to them to find their way? I wonder. That's the question I had for you. Thank you.
Merci. J'ai demandé à Karima de me...
Thank you very much. Thank you. Really, I asked Karima to let me speak, to let me answer you right away, because my head is getting old. I forget things quickly, so allow me to quickly answer the questions as they come. I'm delighted to hear your questions. Let me say, for the very first one, it's a huge journey, and the story is one of resources. When you talk about the ability to sell, to have designer African fashion, these brands you talked about, H&M, you talked about other middle income brands at the global level. They have billions. They're funders all over the world who pour money into their brands, and that's why they can produce goods that can be sold instead of at $50. They sell at $25, $30 because of the amount of money pouring in. So everything's a matter of resources. Africa is not lucky enough to get the kind of support from funders who give that kind of dignity to them so that they can create production goods, quality goods. In Africa, there are people who have millions, the potential to produce millions and millions of clothes, shoes. There's no reason why we can't produce all that. But for that, you need a brand. You need the image. You need to have communications. You need promotion. Everything depends on resources, depends on the banks or the funders who want to, or even your sponsors who want to assist you as Africans and help you get into the large-scale supply. Have I answered your question? Is that okay? Is that an answer for you? Yes. The thing is, without resources, we can't. Africa has always been in the background, and you can't talk about H&M and all the others. In Africa, we're talking about a continent of 54 countries, but no funders are putting money into creation or into mass distribution. And we have to think about it. The creators are there, the images are there, the image is there, the makers, the producers are there, the stylists are there, but we need resources. Thank you. Now, Mali, Burkina, and Niger, that's my life. It's a whole story. I just completed the wonderful experience that we call the Alpha D Peace Caravan in Timbuktu. Imagine Timbuktu, the history of religion. Alpha D came with models, top models, creators, designers, and walked the fashion walk, showing our work. The caravan went to countries places that are difficult to get to, Bamako to Timbuktu, and this happened last October. Geniuses came with Bogolan. People wanted to show that Bogolan is Africa's #1 cloth. The minister the other day, Mr. Daffé, showed me that Bogolan has been a trademark deposited in UNESCO. It's wonderful. And African know-how is something we have to protect, be it Kente, be it Bogolan, be it Ndop, be it Terra from Niger. The textiles are there, they exist, they live. But if we don't protect these brands, then that's going to happen. The big creators, the major designers are going to copy them, and we don't get any royalties. In which country do we get this? Do we receive royalties on our continent? But this is something we're pursuing with the African Union, and we must, with the Economic Commission of Africa, we must show that we have value in our copyright. We are unique in the world. It's a whole continent. Yes, small countries. Yes, small countries are there in Europe, but it is these small countries that want to lead an entire continent. Africa? No, it's not possible. Africa has the values, superb values that we need to promote, and we shall, with intellectual property, copyright, and also with funding. With financing, I think we can go very far if we get the type of support we need from the African Development Bank, from other funding sources who will support us. And they're billionaires. They're billionaires, many of them in Africa. And they come to us, just as they do in Europe. Thank you. Very important. Thank you. Thank you very much. The third question is the Alpha D Foundation. This has been something that has existed for the past 8 years now. We established it to support youth. I live for youth. I want to give creation support to youth, support them in their education and health, perhaps also, but especially in education and the creation of know-how. The Alpha D Foundation is something that we set up since over 7 years ago, and now we have this major school that we call the École Supérieure des Modes, the Higher Institute of Fashion and Design, and it's something we're doing in Niger with the UNFPA. We are expanding hopefully to 23 countries because the Senang, the boss, UNFPA boss, came to Niger and said we want to work in many countries, in West Africa, East Africa. So the Alpha D Foundation absolutely must follow up with this. Continue to give this kind of promotion to youth in Africa so that they're educated. And for the graduates from these schools, yes. This year there were 70, finished the third year, 30 designers, young people of talent. We want to help them set up their businesses, set up their shops so that they are people of worth in Africa who get the support from the Alpha D Foundation. We're not going to just let them go without any support whatsoever. No, with UNFPA, we're going to do it. Is that the answer? Do you hear that answer? Good. Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Any other thing to add? Yes, over to you. At my right first, and then we go towards the left. Over to you, Madam. Madame Karima, thank you, sir. Alpha D, you have shared with us your wonderful journey. I am a huge fan of your work, And then I see, as I discover other aspects of your personality here today, I consider this to be a true honor. I have a question that is speaking more about the foundation. What kind of challenges have you faced beyond the financial challenges that you talked about in the video, or that you mentioned with respect to the day-to-day activities of your foundation, with respect to the actual training program and the young youth on the day-to-day basis? What do you face? Challenge number one, competition. You know, there are many foundations. Our first ladies have come and wanted to kill us. They don't know what we were doing. But we are a foundation of artists. Our first ladies, they have foundations there. A lot of money goes in their direction. But we don't get that kind of support. Neither do we get the kind of money that we can put into our foundation that they do. No, the money goes to these first ladies. But we're lucky to have had UNFPA behind us, UNESCO, others who are supporting our institutions, our institutes, our design institutes who are giving us the type of support we need. And we're going to continue because this is a foundation that must be supported at the global level. But when you're talking about politics, we're always given the lower positions. But that's why we need support. We want others to accompany us, because everybody can bring in what they can bring to build us up in education and art. Thank you.
Merci pour la parole. Je suis
Thank you for giving me the floor. My name is Estelle Désirée Monisson. I'm from Cameroon. It's a true honor for me to see you in front of me. And you inspire us. I have a question. Energy is a huge problem in Africa. It's expensive. There's energy outages in Africa all the time. What do you do? How do you do as a company to remain competitive at the international level and, first of all, at the African level? Thank you.
Dans nos pays, c'est des coûts.
In our countries, there are outages all the time. No electricity, no water. But we're lucky in the sense that we're industries that are small or very medium. We're not in countries where like here, where there are 50,000 employees in textiles or in shoes or even in cosmetics. But all this can be addressed, and we're working on it because we have our dignity first and foremost. We have place that on the ground, then we have to create jobs on top of that, and then we have to have funders who support us. And yes, we're not always getting what we want, but we do what we can within the means that we have. We have salons, we have orders that are placed, and we try to respect these orders. This is what is happening right now in Benin. Benin, a superb country with cotton. The president of the country is now making cotton an industry where they make shirts, they can produce T-shirts, they can produce jeans. This can create thousands, tens of thousands of employees. And this is something we can do in our countries to make styles and designs that can go to them, and they can then mass produce them in the quantities required. We don't always get the help that we need, but we continue to do this within our means. Thank you.
Bonjour, merci.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the beautiful presentation about your foundation. You talked about capacity building, rural development. You said it's in the rural areas that there are vulnerable sectors of our population. There are many African countries where efforts have been made to fund capacity building in rural areas. A lot of money, a lot of resources go into ensuring training in handicrafts and processing, agro-food processing, and so on. But the problem we always have is sustainability. Once a project duration comes to an end, what happens? According to you, how can we build an African model that builds capacity, ensures self-empowerment within the rural areas, sustainability such that they last, the outcomes last beyond the project life? That's the question. I'm talking about sustainability for corporation projects. Thank you very much for that question, because really women are very close to my heart. I support women a lot when it comes to education. In Niger right now, we have in our workshops a lot of women who work, and not just in fashion. They work in agriculture, they work in livestock rearing, they work in tanneries, they work in jewelries. And these are women who are in associations that exist locally. Unfortunately, we haven't always been able to identify all these associations, but those who come to us, we can train them, we can educate them, we can give them resources when it comes to management, communications, so that these young women, they have work that is given the appropriate value, and we build up project funding documents for them that worthy of their work. Every 2-3 months, we have salons that we have. We work with these women during the various festivals, Ramadan, we have them come and exhibit their work, and it's beautiful work. So we're training in fashion, and through the foundation, we're moving to a higher level in the sense that we don't want to stop what we're doing, but we want to go post-secondary now. We want to have people who with the talent can get to masters, can get 4 or 5 years higher education post their secondary qualifications. We have several floors now in our building, but we want to have 3,000 square meters of space where we can have youth come in who can work in fields like artificial intelligence, like the other talents that we need, like you've mentioned, to support youth, to support the marginalized, support the vulnerable. So this school is going to be a launching pad from Niger, reaching out to other continents and to other parts of the continent, the sub-region and beyond. Because what we're doing is working hand in hand with Africans who are from Niger, Senegal, Cote d'Ivoire, so that their know-how is pooled and we get the kind of expertise, the kind of quality that can take us very far. Thank you.
Un monsieur qui veut.
Un monsieur qui enfin demande la parole.
Finally, we say gentleman who wishes to speak. You have the floor, sir. Mr. Al-Fadi, thank you so much. And thank you for the inspiration that you give us. Your story is one that reveals to us that the main challenge we have ahead of us is funding. Now, in your training program, beyond capacity building, are you thinking about working with funding institutions like microfinance or other types of local level banking institutions that can support youth in setting up their small businesses? In other words, is there follow-up at that level, post-training for access to funding? Thank you. Thank you. The challenge isn't just funding. Challenge is the politicians need to understand. Our political people need to see that the creators, people who make creative work, are working for the country as well. It's not who has a friend in politics that is the one who's going to go forward. No, we don't have subsidies. We don't have the kind of support that we have. All kinds of worries when it comes to that. But it's the kind of funding we have to find is the kind of funding which within the foundation will help build a foundation, but also comes from the states, so that we have the kind of dimension that is such that we are proud, everybody is proud of what we're doing, and we can demonstrate that we are creating jobs, we're fighting poverty, we're giving hope to the youth, helping them stay on the continent, preventing them from going away from the continent. And this is why we feel we need to work with our youth, so that everybody understands it's a wonderful continent, and the state needs to give the generation of youth the hope that they can work with them. Thank you. Okay, I have been told we have to stop, but let me give the floor to one very last contribution, then we'll conclude this session. Thank you. Over to you. Thank you. In 15 seconds, we tend to hear always that culture is at the beginning and the end of development. We are told at the beginning and at the end of the developmental process is culture. I'm an economist. So what is your analysis of that statement? Mr. Al-Fadi says, I know you, yes. I think you've said it all. With culture, we're talking about our continent, an entire continent. Yesterday, I saw you as a Senegalese advisor to the president. I adore the work that's being done in Senegal. Tell him we love what he's doing. Culture loves him, and we want to continue to work with culture. He should continue to work with culture. Give the dimension that the Senegalese men and women need so that they can sing, paint, create. And when they get support from the politicians, they know that they exist. They vibrate. They don't feel that they're going to have to go and drown in the seas. Culture is the beginning, yes. Culture is also the end. And I'm happy you're saying it, because culture means job creation, poverty reduction, fighting against poverty, promoting our image, eating our chebujen or fukuri, yassa. These are, even if these are things that we can do, even if there's safeguards now, Malian textile has copyright now, but let's wear African things. It's all very well to have a nice suit and a wonderful tie, but it has to change. Change up. Tomorrow, wear something that Aissa John, her textiles have made, or any other Senegalese has made, because this will add to value in Senegal, and this is what I want. We have to have culture in this dimension, demonstrate that Africa is a positive continent. You're an economist. Give the chance to others to study this and see how much they can get from it. Thank you very much. Thank you. I know a lot of hands are up, but unfortunately I'm being told to wind up. I have to now end this session, and regrettably, I have to do so. But I would like to say, and I'm going to use a word that Marlie said we should stop using when she spoke yesterday, but this is a sector that has potential. But what we want is move from the stage of potentiality to the stage of action. Reality. Not we could have done this or we can do that, but look at what we've done in our creative industries, in the sectors that demonstrate that they have a full-fledged contribution to make to our societies. Contributions that actually give opportunities to youth who are so despondent now, who have lost their bearings, no references. They have to reintegrate themselves into the African realities and the African culture. I think the return on investment in this area is not just economic, it is primarily social, enabling our youth to flourish and to find that they are within a context that is one with which they are familiar. You also talked about having all the players, all the participants recognize what the sector can contribute. We absolutely have to show that we can rise. We've talked about people from all kinds of studies, areas, in the creative industries, but there's a challenge of scale that we're going to have to face, so that the industry is recognized as such, and that the environment is conducive to making sure that, for example, regulatory authorities, the funding authorities, more open to what this sector is doing. Banque has been looking at me, which means I have to stop. It means I have to stop. So on behalf of all of you, I would like to say a huge thank you to Al-Fadi for his presence here amongst us. It was the first opening for dialogue, and we shall continue in many and diverse fora, because there's a lot to share. When this session has come to an end, off camera, there can be opportunities to discuss and talk about seeing development differently and youth employment differently. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, Director Karima and Al-Fadi, for this insightful session. Please join me in giving them another round of applause. Merci beaucoup. All right, a gentle reminder to kindly complete the evaluation form. The QR code is already displayed on the screen. We would also like to encourage you to make use of the hand sanitizers that are around the room. At this juncture, for the moment a lot of us have been waiting for, including me, we will break for lunch and have the simulation session right after. We will reconvene here at 2:55 p.m. Japanese and Korean time. Now we are using 2 times to, encourage. Thank you very much. We wish you a very good lunch.
Bunch exams. Yeah. Check. Oh, yeah. The guitar, yeah, okay. This one first. But I want to change the strings now. Yeah, pickup is nice. check your guitar. Chris, have you checked your mic? Chris. Is that my angel calling me? The voice of God. You have to change to channel 2. You have to change to the second channel. Yeah. So check this. Change to the second channel. Yeah. This is the option you have to sit here, but I think it's fine. Everyone can see us. Yeah. Yeah, no, it's okay. Don't worry. It's cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. We always make things work. As artists, that's what we do. Yeah. It's okay. Hidich Maloyo Katagoni. Oh, yeah, of course, yeah. Joy. Yeah. Could you reduce the lows just a little? Oh, that's cool. That's nice. That's cool. So can you give me the same for me as well? Yeah, so we can hear each other. Okay. It was me, yeah. Cut the I think he has already, yeah. And also you can cut a bit of my lows because mine is acoustic, so the feedback, yeah. Yeah, what are you checking? Mike? Yeah, nice. Yeah, oh yeah, over there. Like, what's that? Maybe 600 there. Perfect. 2 of them. Merci. Thank you, Xavier.
Najihiru kama lishushe mama wamjaye mutera gahinda nsiga ababyeyi ntabishaka data wambyaye ngo ntize gutsinda nari negereje amahoro ngo ngaruke kwa data kureba imyaka yasize nyireba yaherekeje urungano rwanjye igihe kimaze amatsiko nyamara sengwa sangeza hehe sinzongera kubaho n'ibyejo kuko ntago bizagaruka sinzongera kubaho n'ibyejo kuko ntago bizagaruka sinzongera kubaho n'ibyejo kuko ntago bizagaruka Popote ulipo inakuwaza mama, popote ulipo sheri we, you are my only lady, inarudi salama. Oh yeah, nakuzonga kala mingi te, bolingo nangai, popote ulipo mina kuwaza mama, popote ulipo sheri we, you are my only lady. Yozali moinanga ya tongo oya pesa kangasa Ozali olola ya motema nanga soki yote o nanie Tianyanga mimokyo comme cela c'est fini Tianyanga mimokyo comme cela c'est fini Oh ambi fait Je t'aime, oh mi fait Osi osi motema nanga yo yo Ambi fait Salaponion Yo 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 Mi fait Ambi fait mi fait Mi fait mi fait Oh mi fait Osi osi motema nanga yo 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 Oh bife Etie Oh ikomate motema nanga Kakola kusala mimi poma na yo Usaka bundala yeah Bife Yo ne waya motema Be fair, oh, be fair, be fair. Oh, be fair, be fair. Yeah. Susanna, I hope you're happy now. Oh, Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you flexing on the ground with your sponsor. Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you change your skin color and your hair is longer now. Nakuona pari hapo kando ya Champs-Elysees, ukitesa na kaminia, none of my business. And I see you in London, silicone on your bum bum, shaking what your doctor gave ya on your worst behavior. Susanna Bane, hello, hello, hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you. Susanna Baneje. Hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you. Reverb. Yeah. Oh, oh, yeah. Yeah.
Now I'm comfortable. I will just sit.
Sit and then push it. Okay.
Please. That's more right.
Oh, that's what you're saying. Oh, my bad, my bad.
You can still play the solos because the chords are challenging.
Yeah. Oh, this is the song. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Just play it.
Sigayutwara ubuzima bw'abantu nk'uwabutumye sebe yabiteko watuhindutse kandi aho wacaga havaga umucyo utwara ubuzima bwaba nk'uwabutumye twabyirutse uhari ugahitembana tugira amatsiko yaho uturuka twatangazwaga n'ubwiza ufite bubereye ijisho none imvura iraguye uraduhinduka sebeyabite ko waduhindutse sebeyabite ko waduhindutse kanaho wacaga havaga umucyo none usigaye utwara ubuzima bwaba wowe butumwa Sing along if you feel like one to them. Oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh yeah, oh I can do that with. Yeah, this is the one we can jam as. It's nice. It's nice at the end. Yeah. If
just a jam session.
If it's a big, it will be better to do two songs. Yeah. Something with this blue song, right? The solo song, reverb song, then Suzanne. But if you get a chance to do a song in the middle.
He wants us to do one in the beginning.
No, I just want you to do one at the beginning.
Yeah.
And a short
Outside
song.
the ones we played.
Go for one which is. Do you know the reason why I don't like this so much?
Yeah.
It's not very African. It's bluesy.
Yeah.
It's not very African.
Yeah.
I'd much rather you had something very authentic from Africa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, good point.
Then we have the beginning. Should you further over
It's a big difference. 1, 2. Oh, it's.
Recording stopped.
You don't have to. You don't have to. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay, fine.
አንደች ይሰያል እዚህ ይገባል እንደዚህ ይገብ ቀረብ ልበል ቺና Thank you.
1 2 1 2
ሄሎ አጥፍቶት ይሆናል እዛ አይሰራም
test Yeah, test 1 2 hey test yes test Yeah. 1, 2. Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you please take your seat? We'll be starting shortly. Kindly note that apart from a few reserved seats, you can sit anywhere you'd like. Up front will be perfect. Thank you. Distinguished guests, welcome back. We hope you had a good lunch and engage in conversations. We will now move to the simulation roundtable, after which we will have our creative session. I think a lot of us have been waiting for that particular session. But without further ado, we will have this particular session, which will be moderated by Ms. Karima Bunemra Ben Sultan, Director of the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Joining her for this simulation are Mr. Eric Amel Dumba, Advisor to the Minister of Posts, Telecommunications, and the Digital Economy of the Congo, and Coordinator of the African Center for Research in Artificial Intelligence. Mr. Chema Tricky, co-founder of Growth Teams.
Thank you, sorry to interrupt you. I think that the interpretation in French is not available yet.
Okay. Are we good to go now? Hello, hello. Oui, c'est bon? C'est bon? Okay, merci beaucoup. Alors, shall I start from the beginning? This is the simulation session. It will be moderated by Ms. Karima Bunemra Ben Sultan, Director of the African Institute for Economic Development and Planning at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Joining her for this simulation are Mr. Eric Amel Dumba, Advisor to the Minister of Posts, Telecommunications, and the Digital Economy of the Congo, and Coordinator of the African Center for Research in Artificial Intelligence. Mr. Chema Tricky, co-founder of Growth Teams. Ms. Aida Azmi, Joint Managing Director and Partner, Pemandu Associates. Professor Banji Oyelaron Oyeyinka, former Senior Special Advisor on Industrialization to the President of the African Development Bank, and our very own winner of the 2026 ADIF Hackathon, Luke Neboma. The session will run for 40 minutes. Director Karima, you have the floor.
Thank you, MC, and thank you all of you for being with us this afternoon. We have had a long day, and we'll try to end the day with some guidance to our hackathon members. Few words before, just to say that we all agree that Africa development ecosystem is still facing a persistent implementation gap, with distance between applied research, policy design, and actual delivery, and it is the nexus among all those aspects actually that we are looking at. While evidence, diagnosis, and best practice models exist and are known, they do not systematically translate into scalable, context-tested implementation pathways. And this leads to fragmented initiatives that maybe do not create the synergy that we are looking for, and a number of missed opportunities when it comes to job creation, productivity increase, and inclusive transformation. Through ADIF, through this forum, and through this process, ECA wants to respond directly to this challenge and create the nexus, fill the gap. Actually, ADIF is positioned as an ECA flagship, a flagship action platform that is integrated in our delivery system and complements other events that the ECA organizes. ADIF focuses on implementation pathways, offering a structured, multi-stage process that converts evidence into action that is measurable. And we will explain what we mean by measurable when we will talk about the implementation clock. As you have heard our executive secretary say yesterday, ADIF is not just a forum. Actually, it started something like 6 months ago with a series of preparatory seminars, and we have heard through the various sessions during this forum the result of the thinking that has taken place during the preparatory seminars. We have also launched what we called the call to action to seek ideas and solutions for job creation. And this was a very intense partnership effort. And I would like really here to recognize ASSET, our main partner in this work. Actually, ASSET has provided us with valuable guidance and facilitated several activities relating to the call to action, the hackathon, and today's roundtable. So the call to action has received 114 proposals, out of which 9 were selected and were presented yesterday to knowledgeable judges. And I would like really to reiterate our congratulations to the 9 applicants whose proposals have attracted the interest of the selection committee and have made it actually to this point. All the 9 projects were exciting, very much interesting. So maybe we should congratulate them again. Among the 9, only 5, unfortunately, were selected. And you have seen earlier today the 5 that have been selected for a follow-up during the 12 months of the coming 12 months of the implementation clock. And they were assessed against 6 criteria: problem definition, solution clarity and innovation, expected impact, feasibility, scalability and sustainability, and of course at the end the quality of the presentation that was made yesterday. So I don't need to go into the various names. We have uploaded them and greeted them this morning. The selection was a real challenge because all projects, even if they were very different in nature and scope, were worthy of interest and bearer of creative and innovative ideas. Today what we will do, and it is what we will be doing during the 12 coming months with the 5 selected, but this doesn't prevent us from keeping a keen eye on the progress of all the 9 of them. Today we are going to go into a step deeper in terms of discussion around the top 1. The roundtable will explore ways for implementing the solution or expanding it so that it brings more impact in terms of job creation. So after, we will give the floor to our applicant, Luc. Donc, nous allons donner 5 minutes.
We will allow 5 minutes to Luc to read you his presentation, and I think the presentation has been enriched based on the first comments that were made yesterday, and we expect panelists to provide their vision. I will make my comment following Luke's presentation. Luke, if you're ready, shall we? Well, thank you very much. Once again, I'm going to pitch my project, which has been enriched by the insights of the various panelists. We must state that Revi Burkina simply means living anew, and it is targeting people who have lost everything overnight, people who are vulnerable, youths looking for their first jobs or seeking funding for their studies. The response is not to provide aid.
Okay. Donc,
so the response is not providing aid, but rather a strategy to develop a new market and opportunities for the youth and women. The objective is to support. The objective is to support graduation ceremony support, which combines to the sustainable agriculture practice through the production of poultry and support the employment of the youth and women. I am a business development specialist for your information. So regarding the solution, so these are the numbers regarding the numbers. And when we come to the solution, there is an environment component. It's a major challenge at worldwide level. More than 3/4 of animal waste is used, and we also have the deforestation aspect. The global demand in beef is also increasing. Regarding the efficiency and impact, the costs, the average cost per participant is around $330 in the first year. We have the 5 steps of the system. We have solidarity group, Fasochi kit. We also have the secular feed. We have the sales and repayment, and this finances the new cycle. We need to separate the chicken production from the deforestation. When we come to the revenue and the cost per participant, we have $333 and a net income per year of $600. And this is also something that helps us build a financial history for group members and also those people participating in this endeavor. So this is an opportunity to include these people with huge ambitions in addition to the revolving kit, and this helped them put together or associate with financial institutions to create a financial identity and create bank linkages and also benefit from entrepreneurship and blended financing opportunities. How does the repayment work? So this is a question that was asked. We have the discipline and coaching involved in this. We have around 100% of repayment for the group, and we have 70% of the companies of enterprises survive beyond the 5 years of implementation. We also have 38% of enterprises which fell due to cash. So we have the issue of financial literacy that is involved in this, and we have also a monitoring system, and people are financially educated, and we have the discipline, and both these things help us to resolve the cash-related problems. When we talk about the AI scoring, artificial intelligence scoring, so this is one implementation aspect. The data exists already. The model works more on an offline mode, so it does not require connection. So there is the possibility of using this model in the far-to-reach areas. We also have the issues of ethics, and it should be human-based. Yes, artificial intelligence can recommend, but it needs to be validated by the financial institution or the supporting coach. So we have a rising white meat demand at global level. We have a surplus of 100% of bio chicken. We also have data. We also have incubators providing data. So Bridge for Billions is also Bridge for Billions, which is accompanying us, as well as Venture Labs. What else can I add? So regarding myself, my personal experience, I have worked more than 18 years in the development implementation aspects, and I participated in a graduation project. So this is the foundation. I'm also a DBA in artificial intelligence. So the resources were mobilized internally to support this digital scoring. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Luc, pour cette...
Thank you very much, Luc, for this presentation, which gives us more clarity and detail on what has been already presented quickly yesterday. And this would allow our panelists to react.
Now, our aim with this roundtable is to encourage discussion to move beyond just recommendations and create a realistic implementation pathway that would help our candidate clarify, for example, governance structures, financing frameworks, institutional responsibility, delivery sequences, identifications of risk, for example, and how to seize all the opportunities to make his project a success. We have selected our panelists because they come from different perspectives around implementation. Some are government representative, private sector, civil society, youth, development partners, etc. And this will continue with the implementation clock. But today I would like, as already announced by our Master of Ceremony, to give the floor to our panelists. Donc, je vais commencer.
I am going to start with the representative from the government, with our distinguished panelist, Eric Armel Ndumba, who is the advisor to the Minister and coordinator of the African Center of Research in Artificial Intelligence, Government of Congo. You have heard the presentation of Luc yesterday and this afternoon. Now we would like to have your opinion in some areas that are more related to your sector, but also in general terms. How can he be successful in his endeavors and create practically employment as described in his proposal? and he has mentioned some of the bottlenecks, what will be the success factors, success drivers, how can this type of project can be included in national development plans. So I'm going to give you the floor for your first opinion in this regard. Thank you very much for giving me the floor. I do not know how much time I have for my contribution because I have a lot of things to say. It's impressive, the presentation of the young that you just heard. So I would like to congratulate him as well as the other candidates. So I have a general opinion on how governments, public institutions see what the youth is doing currently. I'm very much happy to participate in this roundtable as a rep of the government. It is an initiative which falls within the government's will to translate youth proposals into tangible, concrete results on what the African people want. So one of the major challenges that our continent is facing these days is not problem identification. We know challenges related to employment of the youth, challenges related to digital transformation, and also developing digital skills. So these challenges are well known. The major challenge now is how can we implement or address these challenges. So in this regard, I would like to share 5 concrete proposals. The first one: each policy related to innovation should be supported by an operational and clear roadmap detailing the institutional responsibilities associated with the required financial resources, the partners that need to participate, time frame, and monitoring indicators. Second, we should create mechanisms enabling permanent coordination mechanisms between the government, the private sector, the academia, research centers, and technical and financial partners. Innovation cannot be implemented by a single institution. It should be within an ecosystem. Third, financing should progress towards the blended financing, including private financing, development banks, and innovative risk-sharing mechanisms. Several African projects have excellent visions, but they do not go that step towards having adapted financial resources. Next, we need to invest on digital skills and competencies. Infrastructures are critical in this regard. We will not have a sustainable impact without a new generation of engineers, entrepreneurs, researchers, and policymakers. Fifth, it is critical to put in place a clear monitoring and accountability continental mechanism. So commitments at international levels must be followed, monitored in time, and this would help us measure the impact and also adjust in due time the policies when it is required. When it comes to the artificial intelligence and other emerging technologies, I'm convinced that we need to go beyond strategic reflections and to go towards concrete demonstration. We have to launch African strong pilot projects in agriculture, health, education, and public services, financial systems, and natural resource management. These projects should be considered as interesting projects that can be emulated in other countries. Yes, artificial intelligence infrastructure is founded in these pillars. Finally, I would like to insist on one important point. The success of our public policies is not measured by the number of strategies that we have adopted, but on the number of employments that we have created, on the number of employment trained, on the number of enterprises supported, and the number of innovations commercialized, and the improvement of the lives of our population. So if we have an ambitious vision, and then if we relate it to an efficient governance vision, and have a good implementation culture, we can make good use of our technologies as drivers to transformation, but also social inclusion and use of technologies. Let me finish by raising a specific point. This is a struggle that I was having regarding financial technical partners supporting several projects in Africa. When you look at the money allocated, let me give you a simple example. The World Bank would give $100 million to finance projects in Africa, and when we try to segregate these expenditures, we can understand that capacity building component, the incubators support component represents 0%. I do not know how many countries benefited from the World Bank projects. You can raise your hand. Those projects supported by World Bank, specifically on digital transformation. You can understand that. I talked about the World Bank. It's the same for the African Development Bank and other donors. Just to say that we need to reorganize our resources. If we want to accelerate digital transformation, we need to disrupt the tendency. We need to provide more support to the startups, finance startup projects, and develop digital skills in the African continent. This is a struggle I was carrying for the past 2 years because we try to accelerate digital transformation, but countries do not have the adequate skills. So let me stop here for now. Maybe we can follow up on the questions. Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Ndumba, for your contribution to this thematic area. Like I said earlier, we are interested to the presentation made by Luc, but the recommendations and the ideas that you have shared with us are very much important and, of course, can benefit all candidates who have participated to the call for contribution. For the other panelists, I see my colleagues a little bit nervous. I have given more time to the representative of the government because he comes from the public authorities, because they are the ones opening and closing the doors. So it's very much important that we give them due time and listen the position of the government to know where are the entry points to make a project sustainable, implementable, and achievable, and something that can give us tangible results. And thank you once again, sir.
Is Mrs. Shema Tricky from Growth Teams, co-founder of Growth Teams, and I'll ask her from her own perspective to react to the presentation made by Luc. Shema, please.
Thank you so much. I'll use my less privileged speaker to be very, very straightforward and structured. So first of all, congratulations, Luc, because obviously we are in the easiest spot to be commentators. In French, we say le spectateur est roi. It's very easy to comment. It's much difficult to come up with something that is founded and that has that makes sense. So congrats on that. Looking into the presentation and hearing you, I had 5 or 6 points that I wanted to highlight. First of all, the pilot you did is quite promising, but it is at a very small scale. It is in one location and might not give you enough proof of concept to really scale to the level that you are describing in the presentation. So we talked about basically the pilot is about 60 households in Dori, which tells you about how the mechanics works, might validate some aspects, but maybe further higher or larger pilots in other parts of the country, in other regions or in other neighboring countries would give you more insights about before scaling to thousands and 10,000s of households. The second point is about sort of a comment more broadly on these type of graduation models. They are about leveraging, basically helping people getting out of extreme poverty. But where they might fall short is in having sustainable growth after that episode of graduation, right? So what I would argue is that the model might need a second stage. So I understand that the scale, your scaling is depending on recruiting sort of new households that are in extreme poverty who would benefit from the revolving fund. But what about deepening the products, the financial products that you could provide to households that have graduated from the first stage, right? And really accompany people in getting better, in learning, in accumulating some financial capital throughout the way. The third point is the fact that the revolving fund might need governance rules before it needs more capital. And when you're going to fundraise, these are potentially things that DFIs or even investors, private investor would ask you. What are the governance rules? Who decides when a household defaults? Who controls the reallocation? What happens if there is a flood or if there is a destruction of livelihood and of livestock? These questions will become inherently very important in the design of your program for it to be able to scale up. The fourth comment is that the timeline that you highlighted for the financing pathway might be a bit overly optimistic. My experience with DFIs is that it takes a year or two to get them on board with a project. So that you might want to reflect a bit on the timeline that you have. The fifth point is that maybe market absorption is an unmodeled risk, in the sense that you are modeling your 600 net income figure basically on a stable local poultry prices, but once you increase the supply of poultry or the households that would supply poultry, if you are focusing on one region, then the prices will go down, right? It's a supply and demand mechanic, unless the demand grows with it. But maybe you want to remodel that a little bit. And then the last point, I promise to be quick. The last point is more, I think it's quite a substantial one, is that your model is about the revolving credit mechanism and architecture. Why only focusing on poultry? Potentially there are other products, agriculture, factor in. I understand that there is basically the poultry focus may be because of the protein revolution, but the protein revolution goes beyond the white meat. It's also the soya consumption. It's also other alternative protein sources. So maybe increasing the products that you are focused on would give you also better chances for scale up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Shema, for your insightful input and comments on what has been presented, and I'm sure Luc is listening to what you have said with a lot of interest and take into account your proposals for a better, to better shape the program and make it, the project, and make it more successful. Now we will move directly to the third panelist, who is Mrs. Aida Azmi, representing the actually double hat. Today the private sector, in a previous life the public sector as well, and today you are here for Pemando Associate. Aida, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam. I only have one point, Luc, but I'll start with, I was one of the judges that had the privilege to review your proposal and score, so you owe me lunch. I had the honor of uncovering, together with other colleagues, this diamond in the rough. And today, wearing the hat of private sectors always look for diamonds in the rough. And I like to call up upon diamond as an analogy, because we know the 4C of diamond, you know, the carat, cut, clarity, and color. I know the man knows this really well. But you also have the 4C in your solution, which I really like. And those 4 Cs, I think some other submission can also reflect in terms of what you have. The first one that I really like is the circular or the revolving nature of your solution. The second one is the fact that it's self-sustaining, which is cash, and cash is king. The third one is copy and paste, is replicatable. And the fourth one is where the point that I'm trying to make in my reflection today as private sector is the coalition or the collective, everyone coming together to make this a success. Now, the one point of reflection in this model, it requires simultaneous coordination between all the different actors. You represent TWS as the convener, but you have hatcheries, you have the women, the facilitators, the technicians. So I think similar to point that brought up by Ms. Chema and Mr. Eric in terms of governance, my one question is who holds single control tower accountability for delivery performance? But fortunately, I think there's a shortcut to this that you can maybe take pointers, and some the other proposals can also reflect and see how this can fit in your implementation. Because private capital does not fund coordinating structure. We don't care. We will fund accountability and results. So coordination mechanism is particularly important. Institutionalize a delivery unit that has the mandate that can intervene, that can unblock and problem solve, and fast track whatever that's needed to get to your 60 household to 50,000 jobs in 5 years' time. Now, a delivery role is something that has explicit authority, but also a weekly performance rhythm. Right? So all the data that you have shared with us in your pilot has to be published, best if it's publicly available so everyone can see. In 1 year's time, when we convene here again, inshallah, in ADIF 2027, you will see the number of jobs or the number of funds that have been sustained. And that's the kind of problem you are actually solving by incubating this delivery mechanism. I think I'll pause there first. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Aida, again, very valuable comments and recommendations made to our candidate. And our fourth, last but not least, is Professor Banji, and I'm happy that Professor Ali this morning introduced you, and our MC pronounced your name correctly, so I do not have to do it again. So I'll call you Professor Banji, and I would like, you are the former senior special advisor on industrialization to the president of the ADB, and you are also part of the academia and the research world, and I think that it is important actually to see from your perspective, and I imagine a series of frustration you have lived in your life, seeing beautiful projects not ending concretely and not transforming into tangible result. I mean, what can we gain from your experience, and what can you share with Luc? Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, moderator. I'd like to congratulate Luc. First of all, congratulate him also working in a very difficult environment in Sahel. We are neighbors there, so I know how things are. Uncannily, my comments are so similar to Chema's. This is incredible. I was like, she's saying everything I wanted to say. But I think it reinforces the fact that, you know, in this kind of experimentation, because I always see development as experimentation, there's always value in deepening your information, knowledge, and data along the same path, you know, rather than across. So I will also recommend that Luc should deepen the work that he has done to find out more. For example, in terms of the beneficiaries in the poultry sector, you may want to go another level and say, okay, these ones have succeeded now. Because we've seen several such, it's like walking up the ladder. And then you reach the third step and you fall back on your face because you got promoted too quickly to somewhere that you don't have the capacity for. So I think he may want to deepen that along a little bit more to be able to prove to those who fund him in the future that, look, I've really tested it along this. The second one is also to, my second advice will be that this kind of institutional thing that is setting up should become as self-regulating as possible. Of course, you will have external oversight, but donors and DFIs are always excited when they see strong elements of self-regulation, that these things are being regulated by those who are beneficiaries. Of course, sometimes working with partners in terms of evaluation and monitoring, which is in fact another very important element I think you should put in there. I think one of my colleagues here have also mentioned it. Show everyone that you have an accountability framework and that this will be monitored openly, transparently, you know. And from what you're finding so far, and from other literature also, people tend to look down on poor people. You find that the most truthful people actually come from there because they are in survival mode. They cannot risk failing, particularly if there's elements of self-regulation and social control among themselves. People can be shamed for being the one who spoiled the soup for everybody. So I think that will be extremely very important. Then risk mitigation. Please show that there is and there will be a framework for risk mitigation. In whatever way, of course, we can't discuss that fully here, but this is a very volatile environment. You yourself said it in your preamble that, you know, labor of years of work can be wiped out just one day. A flood happens, some bandit strike somewhere, whatever it is. So show that there is room for. In fact, while I was at the bank, actually, one of the things you find with this kind of environment is that the government, even the government, and people spend a disproportionate amount of their money just to stay alive, defending themselves. Government spends so much on defense. I don't want to put it too much, you know. So you are living in a situation where you are barely just living. So I think you should show it. In fact, we developed a product for risk, for this kind of environment that you may want to borrow from some colleagues who work in the bank, not for this particular thing, but you can learn some lessons from it on how you show, and of course, diversification of product. You know, you showed poultry. In agribusiness, there are 4 pillars. So forestry, crop, fisheries, livestock. I don't know what it is that is plentiful in your own environment, but you may also want to explore other such diversity of products. Let me stop here, and thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor, again for your contribution that enriches actually the various comments that have been made and complement them. As I said earlier, this is just the beginning of the process. As soon as we will declare ADIF finished, we will launch the implementation clock, 12 months during which we will be discussing with our applicants, project supporter, and trying to see how we can establish an environment that will help them move on. You said earlier that accountability is key. Definitely. We will have, so there are other lunches. We will have a series of criteria against which the success, first the progress and the success of the project will be measured. And these criteria are not only for our project bearers. It is also from our side, the supporters actually of those projects, because I think that it would be a shared responsibility to make the result of ADIF a real success by supporting them. Je vais passer au français. Donc Luc, vous avez entendu un certain nombre de commentaires.
So Luc, you've heard a number of comments. They are not necessarily questions. I think they are more of recommendations for the approach you can use to develop your project, ideas on how to review its governance, the benefits, the targets, the environment, the components you can leverage in order to diversify not just the beneficiaries, but also the fields of activities, because so far we've mentioned just one, etc., etc. I think in conclusion, we have a raw gem that needs to be polished. And we have the opportunity to do so and turn it into a shining gem. And so a few words before I read the floor to our Master of Ceremony. Thank you, Madam Karima. Just some clarifications. I must, with regard to the appreciation of the pilot phase, we are starting a new phase with the recommendations of the incubators, the Venture Lab, among others, to take into account all we have as data. Based on the graduation approach, we have an opportunity for people to embark on productive activities. The fact that we targeted agriculture because it doesn't require too many skills, but more of rigor. The fact we're using local and enhanced poultry, they are more resistant. We also combine in our kit poultry feed as well as care. This system, I presented it as the Blue Ocean strategy. This is because we're creating a new market. We are creating a new market. We are a private enterprise for social benefit, and we aim to start as a for-profit enterprise to create something that will be sustainable and replicable. My apologies. Well, these are comments that were made, and it's just the start of an interaction. The interactions will not stop here. We are going to capitalize on all the recommendations that and the comments that have been made to continue. We have 12 months to build something robust that will be successful.
All our applicants for their selection and for the project that they have submitted. And a warm thank to all our panelists, actually, for sharing their ideas, their recommendations, and I'm sure that all our participants have listened very carefully to what has been said and will make the best of it. So thank you very much to all of you for participating in this round table. And over to you, MC.
Thank you, Director Karima, Luke, and our distinguished panelists for such an engaging session. Please rise for photos. Danny is right in front of you. If you could look at him, give him a dashing smile, that would be fantastic. Please give them another round of applause, please. All right. A gentle reminder that the forum evaluation is available via the QR code displayed on the screen and on the flyer. We will greatly appreciate your feedback as it will help us improve future editions of the forum. Thank you in advance. We will now move to the final session of ADIF. This session will take a slightly different format, featuring musicians, award presentations, and more. Unlike the previous sessions, we would not be using a strict timer, Japanese and Korean style, but we will instead be guided by your response as to if you want us to continue playing, etc., etc. But if it is getting too long, we might step in at some point. Apologies in advance. To moderate this session, it is my pleasure to invite Andrew Mould, Director of the Sub-Regional Office for Eastern Africa, and Mercy Wambui, Chief of the Communications and Media Relations Section, but from the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Director Andrew and Chief Mercy, the floor is yours. Please give them a round of applause.
Okay, I'm just saying I will not be singing, fortunately. I'm here to, first of all, introduce some two very, very, very special guests. It's not often that at the ECA, at the Economic Commission for Africa, we have musicians in our presence, but not just musicians and people in this industry, but entrepreneurs. And they have a lot to say about jobs in the creative sector. And so we're going to kick off this session with Polycarp Otieno, widely known by his stage name Fancy Fingers, and you'll see why. He's a Grammy Award-winning Kenyan guitarist, a music producer, composer, entrepreneur. He's also best recognized as a founding member and the lead guitarist for the Afro-pop band called Sauti Sol, and which, of course, many of you know became one of Africa's most successful musical acts to this day. But Polycarp Otieno, Fancy Fingers, is more than just a musician, actually more than a musician, because musicianship is a big deal. He's more than a musician, he's an entrepreneur, a musical entrepreneur. And you will see with him here on stage him performing with his guitar. He manufactures guitars, and I think he also said something about soon we'll be working with additional African musical instruments. So he's really someone to speak to about jobs in this day and age. And he's also very involved in social impact through his publishing, through his work with on Soul Kids, with UNESCO. Fancy Fingers is just an all-rounded, really good guy. And then we also found out that we sort of share commonality, the same, guitarist teacher. But I will not go into my own failure. And then we have, before I go to the panelists that will be online with us, we have with us Bolingo Pasi. Now, Bolingo is from Rwanda, and when we were talking to our executive secretary about the two musicians, our executive secretary, Mr. Gatete, said, does he have another name? I think he seems to remember you by some other name, and you seem to have changed your name, and now you're known as Bolingo Pasi. And we will continue to call you, Bolingo Pasi. And he is very, very involved in, I wish you all had an opportunity to hear him sing last night at an impromptu event that we all ended up in, both of them. But he's doing a lot of interesting work with folk music from his own culture and making it relevant for an audience that needs that sort of groundedness in its roots. And so we will hear from them performing right now. I don't know what they're going to perform, but please give them a large round of applause. as we welcome Polycarp Otieno Fancy Fingers and Bolingo Pasi to perform something mysterious. Thank you.
All right. Good evening, everybody. Good evening. We're here. Thank you so much, Marcy, for that lovely introduction. Yeah, my name is Polycarp Otieno from Nairobi, Kenya, also known as Fancy Fingers. And to my left is Bolingo Pasi. Bolingo, what was the previous name you used to go by? Because I don't know.
Rukundo, Rukundo.
Rukundo.
And that means love. It's from my Nyarwanda language. Rukundo means love. Also, Bolingo means love.
Yes,
so
I know
it's
Bolingo
like
means
a translation of my own name.
Okay, so next time we'll give you a Luo name for love and change your name again. Oh yeah, so we're going to, I know there's not been any sort of music in this forum, so we're here to raise the mood up a bit before we get into the session. So yeah, open up, be free, stand if you need to, dance, let go. It's a Friday. Have a good time.
This is my song on my first album called Umuchanchuru. It speaks about humanity, how the way we treat each other is the key to the success of every one of us. Yeah, thank you so much. Muyaga uha, chizu mugabo kukarubanda. gonna do like this. Yeah. Nasebere kumuhanda kunzira iyo muhamarira nasebere kumuhanda kunzira ko yari umucanjuro nasebere kumuhanda kunzira iyo muhamarira nasebere kumuhanda kunzira ko yari umucanjuro nasebere kumuhanda kunzira. Thank you. Murakoze cyane. Thank you so much. 20 fingers on the guitar.
Bolingo. All right, now we're going to get a bit serious and then we'll come back to the music. All right?
Chris, please, yeah, come up. Yeah, so good afternoon, distinguished guests and participants. We're going to do a bit of blackmail on everybody here. So if you, I know it's Friday afternoon and everybody's probably eager to go home and start the weekend, but if you stick with our session, there will be a prize of more music at the end. So we'd very much appreciate your attendance. So Mercy's already introduced Bolingo and Polycarp. We also very pleased to have the presence of Christine Njoki here. She's the founder of a Kenyan fashion brand that combines creative design with entrepreneurship and crucially job creation. So Christine, you're most welcome as well. Online, we also have Marisa Henderson, who is the head of Creative Economy Program at UN Trade and Development. And very importantly, Marisa is currently just finalizing with her team the Creative Industries Report, which UNCTAD have been doing now for nearly 20 years, actually. And it's a very important report in terms of tracking new developments in the creative economy. And then finally, Mercy, would you like to introduce Professor Kimani, who we hope is also joined us online?
Okay, so online we have Professor Kimani Njogu, who is a prominent Kenyan linguist, cultural scholar, and who serves as the founder and director of Twaweza Communications. And he is he's in communications and strategic media research, and also is the chair of the Creative Working Group Kenya. The Creative Working Group Kenya has been trying to do quite a lot in this space of the creative industries, the creative economy, across the different genres of the sector. And we'll be able to know much more about what he's been doing as an example of what Kenya is trying to do in helping to shape the space at the policy level. Thank you very much. Welcome. Over to you, Andrew, for the presentation.
Thank you very much, Mercy. So the idea of this session is to keep it as conversational as possible. But I just wanted to start by setting the scene with a few numbers, some of those numbers coming from the UN Trade and Development report, and also some observations about particularly the music sector. We are going to have a heavy focus on the music sector, as perhaps the opening would suggest, but we will also, of course, be touching on the fashion industry in this presentation. Okay. So, let me start with a few numbers on the economic importance of the creative industry. So Africa's creative industries have been growing rapidly in the last few decades. Reportedly, the creative economy collectively for the continent is now valued at roughly $60 billion US, and it's argued that it could capture as much as $200 billion in global creative exports by 2030, provided the right policies are put in place. It's also estimated that around 5 million people on the continent are employed in cultural and creative industries. And in the fashion industry alone, it's estimated that the industry holds the potential to create up to 400,000 new jobs, with women being very much at the center of that growth. And I think when you hear from Christine's experience, you'll understand how that works. So, both in music, in film, activities like Nollywood, for example, in the digital space, Africa is an extremely creative place. Now, the numbers that are coming from our colleagues at UN Trade and Development show a very notable increase in recent years in creative goods exports. The goods exports are the actual physical products of the creative industry sector, so it may be things like jewelry or fashion, textiles, for example. And you can see that the creative goods exports have been going up quite significantly. But when you put this in a global context, we see that the continent actually is responsible for less than 1% of total creative goods exports globally. So we're very much still underrepresented. And this is also reflected in creative service exports. So we see a very sharp trajectory upwards from about $2.7 billion US in 2017 to $5.5 billion in 2024. But again, the share of global creative service exports is still very small. And it's very noticeable that the continental creative sector is more dependent on the services sector rather than the goods creation. I also wanted to just highlight very quickly as well, because we're going to be talking about the fashion industry, the developments in the textile and clothing sector. So up to around 2004, 2005, the continent regularly posted a trade surplus in clothing and textiles. That's to say it was exporting more than it was importing. But due to changes in the global market for textiles and the end of the multi-fiber agreement, which put some constraints on some of the large Asian economies from exporting, suddenly we saw that Africa fell into a very large deficit. The clothing sector could not compete with import competition. And that's been particularly marked in Eastern Africa with the sharp rise in Mutumba imports. That's second-hand clothing in Swahili. So you can appreciate the extent to which Asia dominates global clothing and textile manufacturers and exports now, followed by Europe, and Africa is down the bottom there in yellow. And you can appreciate there's a few larger players such as Morocco, Egypt and Tunisia, mostly in North Africa. But in the rest of the continent, the sector is struggling. So that's just some numbers to set the scene. I now just really wanted to quickly set the scene for the discussion on the music industry by making a few observations. So in the past, I think a lot of very talented African musicians have had to seek their fortunes outside the continent. So some of these names may be familiar to you if you're musicians. Richard Bonner, for example, of Cameroon, Manu Katché from Senegal, Asha, the Nigerian singer-songwriter, Somi, Malatu, Astake. All these people, at some stage in their career, they've sought their fortunes abroad, and some have stayed for prolonged periods. However, we can see some fundamental changes going on in the music industry in the last few decades. So about 30, 40 years ago, African music was really classified as what you call world music. It was very much a niche subsector of the global music industry. So there were some important names that everybody knows on the continent, of course, Miriam Makeba, for example, people like Manu Dibango, Fela Kuti, of course, Franco, very important for Congolese guitar music, of course, Salif Keita. He was, I think, the first African artist I became aware of really in the 1980s, Cesaria Evora and Yosin Ador. So in that period, it was really considered world music. And I think what we've seen in the last decade or so is a real transformation where African artists are now center stage globally. So we have renowned artists like Burna Boy, who's worked with our friend here, Polycarp, Sauti Sol, of course, major international artists as well as in the region, Tyler, Rema, Asake, one of my favorites, Thames, Diamond Platinums. So you can appreciate that now, if you go to Western Europe or North America, your chances of hearing African music is much, much higher than maybe it was 2 or 3 decades ago. So it's really now center stage. And you can see that also in the list of the kind of prizes and awards and collaborations that African artists have achieved over the last decade or so. So Sauti Sol, for example, won the MTV Europe Music Awards Best African Act back in 2014. Wizkid, Burna Boy, of course, starting to take off 2018. Wizkid's Essence featuring Thames was the first Nigerian song in the Billboard Hot 100 top 10. Very notably as well, Rema and Selena Gomez, their song Calm Down was the first African-led 1 billion Spotify streams. Burna Boy headlined in O2 Arena in London, establishing the first time an African artist had headlined in a UK stadium like that, etc., etc. So you can appreciate there's been a real change in trajectory for African artists. Now, let me just double down on a couple of numbers for the African continent. Firstly, speaking of the global music industry, the musical industry was languishing up to about 2014, and that was partly because sales of CDs were collapsing, old ways of listening to music like LPs had disappeared. We suddenly saw a very sharp decline because of digital pirating of songs up until about 2014. Suddenly, in the last decade or so, global profits have really shot up, though, from about 13 billion in the piracy area to 32 billion of revenues. And streaming is the thing that's really changed things. So whereas the physical products from the music sector has declined over time, what we see has increased massively is the streaming revenue. It accounts for approximately 70% now of all revenues from the music business. I think Marisa could possibly clarify that point. Now, musicians often fret about this because if you compare what has happened in the music industry with, for example, with books that don't tend to be streamed. There are a few limited streaming services for books, but as the jazz musician Pat Metheny once said, he could not understand why collectively the music business had taken this decision basically to give away music in under streaming platforms, whereas other forms of art were still being paid for the art that they produced per unit. And I think that was a very pertinent observation, which I'm sure we will discuss. So basically, streaming is now the dominant form of listening to music. And another element we have to consider is the way artificial intelligence is also disrupting the music industry. So there's been quite a bit of concern about, for example, Deezer, the platform, is reporting more than 60,000 fully AI-generated tracks coming onto its platform every single day. And Once that happens, it starts to erode the amount of money that goes to the artists themselves. So there's a lot of concern around that element. And finally, for Africa, music revenue growth has been very, very impressive in recent years. In fact, this is true across the developing world. In the creative industries, it's very clearly music is one of the most dynamic currently for the developing world. And you can see here in 2025, it's estimated that revenue growth was 15% for Africa, only behind Latin America. And it's also estimated that the total revenues for the music revenues for the African continent was around $2 billion. The challenge is, again, in terms of revenues, the continent is marginalized compared to global totals. So it's estimated that between 1 or 2% is Africa's share of global music revenues. And in terms of royalty collection, which I think Polycarp will have some things to say about, Africa's share of global royalty collections are less than 1%. So there are some challenges. One other stylized fact I'd like to highlight before we begin the conversation now is really about how the continent listens to music is really not like people do in perhaps in other parts of the world, and particularly Western Europe or North America. So whereas streaming platforms are the main way of listening to music, for many countries in our continent and our sub-region, they're still listening to music through things like YouTube, for example, on the radio or other devices. Now, we weren't unfortunately able to find a study that is more recent and a survey of how people are currently listening. So this one's a few years old. I suspect the situation would have changed, but you can appreciate that more traditional forms of listening to music are still very popular on the continent, and it's basically because people can't afford the streaming services. So that is also, I think, an element that we will need to bring into the discussions. One final element is how much people make out of individual streams from the music. And so we did some rough computations here where we looked at different platforms and the amount of money that you expect to get revenue from 1 million listens, which is a very considerable amount. Now, Polycarp Otieno's group, Sauti Sol, we were looking at the numbers on Spotify. They have 100 million listens, which is a very impressive total, I think, for an African artist. If you took the kind of revenue figures we have here, you can see that Apple Music is actually the one, or Tidal is the best paying, followed by Apple Music and Deezer, then Amazon Music, and then YouTube Music, Spotify, Pandora. So each platform offers a different deal to the artist. Now, the challenge is they do not offer the same rates to African artists because the streaming revenues are lower on the continent and they're more highly dependent on advertising revenue, which is also lower than it would be perhaps in Western markets, for instance. So when you compute the amounts that come from 1 million listens per artist, 1 million listens is quite an achievement, and they're getting under $1,000 for that. For many artists, Bolingo would probably testify to this, it costs you more than that to record the material in the first place. So there is a real challenge in terms of how the continent is getting a payback from this cultural success. And so that is my overview, just to put some numbers and context into the discussions. And I think I'll pass back the floor to Mercy, where we'll start having our conversation. And speaking with the panelists, we want to keep this conversational, and we want to have the opportunity for people to ask questions from the floor for this final session as well. So with that, over to you, Mercy. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. Lots of numbers, lots of analysis, but I do want to also focus on the only female entrepreneur on this panel. That is Chris Njoki. She's a Kenyan entrepreneur. Just a little bit about what she's going to tell us more about what she does. But she's a fashion industry leader and advocate for women's economic empowerment. She's the founder and chief executive officer of Icogen. I don't know whether I pronounced it correctly.
No, it's Icon, so the J is silent.
Icon, the
yeah.
J is silent.
Yeah.
All right, Icon. And and her brand is well recognized. She's spread out across the region, and she's built her brand across South Sudan, Juba, Kenya, and she's really gaining global recognition for what she's doing. She's employing people and does quite a bit. And we're going to hear a lot more about what she's doing through her brand in terms of economic inclusion and transformation. And so I'll just start off a quick question first with Polycarp. Because, I mean, from the outside, we admire the star power, the music, and we all dance to what you produce. But why are so many artists so unhappy to this day? Where is the money going? And so can you tell us about what it is that you're trying to do? Because you're also an entrepreneur, and what you're trying to do to help change the sector, but also help artists gain livelihoods.
Yeah.
A little bit about that, please.
Thank you, Mercy. Yeah, so the music industry and the creative industry at large is, from the numbers that we've seen as well, is really growing in the continent. And setting up structures that work for the music industry is something that as Sauti Sol and as myself are really keen on, so that the artists that come into the industry now have a simpler, easier pipeline to immerse themselves in. And an example of this is, for instance, we have a publishing company, so Soul Publishing, and that's usually the most business side of the music, and that's where you make the money, is from publishing. One of the ways, of course, but a major way. And you realize that many musicians, when they get into music, so we are all passionate about music, we play music, we're talented and everything, but there's a business side to it that's just basic knowledge that I feel many musicians should have, and that's what we are really working on, is to give them the information that this is your intellectual property and you can make a proper living out of this. And something like Soul Publishing that has been in existence for only 3 years now. And there was a huge need, because you'd find a situation where current musicians or artists, and even like older artists, don't have their publishing in order. And we set up the structure where we have almost close to 1,000 artists and musicians signed under Soul Publishing, just showing that there was a big need for that. So it's become the #1 publishing company in East Africa, just in 3 years. And even with that, we are facilitating a lot of writing camps and giving a lot of opportunity for the musicians to be able to produce music at almost zero cost, actually, because we have writing camps that are happening right now every month, at least, different genres, and they're producing, they come together, we bring artists from all walks of life together, and they do a lot of music together, and that goes into the publishing. So that's just one of the ways, and I think one of the main ways to really have your IP in order to be able to make that, make the music make sense for you financially. And also just the branding side of it also, which is key right now in the world we live in. How you show yourself, what do you stand for in your music, what do you sing about, what are your principles and all of that. So we teach a lot of that as well. We are also working on an academy as well, music academy. So I did see from the presentation that there was a football syndrome of musicians going to seek, I guess, better opportunities out there. And I saw an example of, let's say, I think I saw Richard Bono on the list, and that's someone that we are talking to closely as well, because most of them have come to a point where they are like, we want to set up structures, especially when you're at a point where that we've gotten to, you know. You feel like we've done what we've done, but there's so much more to do. It's not about us, it's about the whole ecosystem. And we are working closely with someone like him to set up proper music curriculums that are Pan-African, that serve the people of Africa and all the creatives that come out of the continent. So that's a lot of the things that we are doing to set up the structures properly so that we have happier musicians. Yeah.
Talking about happy musicians, Andrew, do you want to move the conversation on the jobs and the
as
industry?
the focus is on job creation, I think we should bring in Christine now, because Christine has a very interesting entrepreneurial experience as a young lady entrepreneur. Her fashion business is creating jobs for seamstresses, and her team design the clothes. Perhaps you'd like to just tell us a little bit about your business model and how it works?
Right.
Yeah.
So I started my entrepreneur journey 11 years ago. I know I look young, right? But it was 11 years ago. I remember I was 25 and I loved fashion. I just finished fashion school. And I knew I wanted the brand to be ready to wear, because around me, all of the local brands I wanted to support were all very highly priced and just custom made. And so I wanted to bring fashion home and make it accessible for more people. And what that meant was I needed a lot of capital, which I didn't have. And so what I opted to do instead is, instead of looking for capital, is let me go slow. Let me hire youth who I can see they have the drive, they want to learn something. And that's why I started. I just started hiring. I think my first employee at the time was 18. She was a young girl called Jerry. And I remember I hired her. I couldn't even pay her that much. And I told her, I'm going to teach you everything I learned from fashion school. And at that time, I think she just dropped out of high school. She hadn't even finished her high school education. And she stayed with me for about 9 years, And so over time, growing the brand, it became more about also growing the skills, especially of women. I'm very attached to working with women because I've been able to see a lot of them come from maybe backgrounds where they haven't had the opportunity, but then they have the passion to want to learn something that'll they'll keep throughout their entire life. And currently we're working with about 40, our team is of about 40, and 99% of them are women. And it's been a great journey, we just turned 11 years this year. And I think it's just been very eye-opening for me seeing that, there's not a lot of skill, especially in the fashion industry. It's still quite a young industry in Kenya. So there's not too many skilled people out there in that industry. And so for us to make it work, we had to sort of take up that skilling in-house. And we're still working with some organizations who are helping us with the capacity building. So it's become a big part of our business. Yeah.
So I guess there's two sides to the business, basically. There's one, the creation of the garments, but there's also the creative part in designing. Perhaps you could just say a little bit about that as well and how you manage that. So you have 40 people actually making the clothing for you. And the design?
We do everything. So everything is made in Kenya, and it starts with the design. So the design team is about 4 people. I'm part of the design team as well. We're 4 of us. There's 2 additional designers and an intern. And so we design everything. And for this, we actually right now are using a lot of AI because it helps us just compress all this data. It helps us with forecasting. And so it goes from there and it goes now into production where we do the pattern making, and then it goes into cutting. We do all the stitching in-house, and then from there now it goes into our different retail outlets. We have a couple around Nairobi and then also some around Africa as well. But yeah, that's the process.
Yes, well, I'm very grateful you brought up the subject of AI because we were discussing this earlier and Christine was stressing how much it was helpful to her business model.
Yes.
Whereas the musicians, I believe both Polycarp and Bolingo would probably have a different opinion on this. And in actual fact, Bolingo, we could possibly go to this little test to see to see the audience's perceptions of. Can you distinguish between an AI version and an original version? So Bolingo has very kindly given us two versions of his song. One is AI generated, one is the original one. And we actually wanted to see if you from the floor could listen through to the clip and then vote on your phone. So you'll see there's a QR code there, which you have to put into your telephones, please.
Have a look at your screens, the screens in front of you. Take the QR code and go and vote. It will be 15 seconds.
Yeah. This is a very important issue, I think, for artists because it affects, their creativity and the amount of credit they get for the work that they do and the skills that they have. And songwriting is not a particularly easy skill to develop. And somebody like Bolingo is a wonderful composer. Polycarp, of course, has had tremendous success, both himself and with Sauti Sol. So I think a lot of musical artists are very nervous about this technology, but it's interesting to hear the contrast that you were saying, yes? You said it helps with your process of creating new garments.
Yeah, it does, because, we have a saying in fashion that nothing is new under the sun. Whatever could have been created in fashion has been created. So what happens with fashion is it actually repeats itself every 20, 30 years. And so AI has been very helpful in sort of consolidating all this data, not just our internal data, but even the data outside, because yes, we're trying to create amazing pieces, but we still want pieces that our audience and our consumer needs, right? So AI is able to very quickly just take up all of this information and just serve it to us on a platter, whereas before, that job would probably take like 2-3 weeks. Now it's taking about an hour.
Thank you. Bolingo, perhaps you would like to introduce your song. Just say a few words about it, and then we will listen to it, and you will vote, okay? So you'll have to distinguish between the version A and B and tell us which one is the real Bolingo. Okay, and which is the AA? But perhaps introduce yourself.
Thank you. As Andrew said, this is my song. It's called Iwabandi. It's one of my new album's tracks. The album is called Inyenyeri. It's being pre-sold on my website, my own website, where people can come and support me, like directory, and listen to the album. So this is one of the songs on the album. It's called Iwabandi. Let's see if you can distinguish from AI generated and human created. Yeah.
Music, yeah. Okay, so everybody ready? Are you okay with you managed to get into the Slido? Shall we listen? Okay, please go ahead. Sound will help to distinguish, yes. There's two versions.
You can start again.
So, how expert are you in distinguishing between AI and the original artist? So, would you like to vote on your phones? A or B?
A or B.
Right, so they didn't distinguish between, they didn't stop it, did they, between the two spots? Would you like to hear it again? Yeah. One more time, and I will tell you when A and B start. Okay, so A is the first one. Could you play again, please? Now B. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, please vote. And we should get the results up on the screen. Or maybe...
Let's see who are the true music lovers.
Which song is AI? Is it A or B?
All right.
Should I embarrass anybody and ask, did they vote for B?
Yeah. Who voted for B? Hands up.
Yes, who's the
Oh, okay.
8%?
Bolingo, yeah, thank you. That was a fun exercise. It does show the competition that a lot of musicians are under. However, you know, with this surge of AI-generated music, and I think for an artist like Bolingo, who's genuinely very, very talented as a songwriter as well as a performer, you know, the trends are worrying. So the person in your studio did this for you, didn't he, last night, the AI-generated version. I just wanted to ask you a little bit, Bolingo, about your trajectory, because as a young artist, you're 25 years old, you're on your second album, your third album is about to come out shortly.
Yeah.
How do you manage this? Because often for a young artist, you have to end up being like a one-man show, really, no?
Mm-hmm.
You have to be both the performer, the composer, producer, the manager,
the instrumentalist.
You have to hire the musicians, the marketing. So how do you manage to balance this, Bolingo? I can imagine it's a very difficult task.
Thank you. This is a very serious question because the music nowadays, it's really hard to find all the people needed to make a song production be complete. Because the song production needs a lot of people, and most of us young artists, we don't have enough funds to hire each individual to do their jobs in the song. So there's no solution. You have to learn how to do many things at once yourself. You have to become a songwriter, and you write your own song, you sing it. You put background vocals yourself, because if you're going to hire other singers to sing some background vocals on your song, you have to pay them, and you have no funds, and there's no one who is going to come and pay for that, except if you are lucky enough to have an executive producer. So it's really challenging to do all of that work alone. But I can say one of the good thing about doing many things on your creation, it gives you more possibilities to orient your vision as an artist in the creation of the song. But also it's tiring, and also there are some parts, like business part. Like me, I'm not good in any sort of business thing. I'm just an artist. I can produce, I can play instruments, I'm known as a live performer, I can do many concerts, live performances, I can be a band leader, but when it comes to business, I should need someone who is really good in that part, and it's really hard to find a business person who really knows how music and arts works, because it's a different occupation where you need to understand and differently from other occupations. Like we need publishers, we need managers, we need booking agents, and we need like structure to make sure that every income, every royalties, they are coming to directly to your accounts. And there is a lack of structure in most of places, in countries in Africa. Your songs you can't generate in every way possible. Like, for example, most of the songs are being played on YouTube, Spotify, and Deezer, but we forget that radios also are playing the songs. And radios are supposed to pay artists. And most of radios nowadays, artists are paying radios to play their songs, which is inverse. So it means that there's amount of money that is not going to an artist. So in different, like me, in different places in Kigali, in hotels, I sometimes go to the hotel and find some young artists also playing my songs, but I get nothing from my own songs. So it's a journey, but still there are other opportunities, like in Rwanda we have good infrastructure. We have the support from the ministry where you can present a project, where you can seek your guidance, but still we need, speaking for our artists, we need those people who understands IP law, intellectual property laws, copyright, who can make sure that the structure is giving enough accreditation and income to the artists. Thank you.
Thank you, Bolingo. Yes, Chris,
yeah, I'd just
to
like to add on that, actually, because it's the same. I think even for Polycarp, you'd say, because even for me, it was the exact same. You know, when you start out, you don't have money to hire everybody, so you have to do everything at the same time, right? Yes. And you sort of have to learn all these different components. And now when it comes to getting people, I think the one thing that from my experience I realized, because it didn't take me until I think our 7th year before I got somebody who could teach me about the money, so about accounting and where the money was going and everything. And I feel like that's the one thing that we're not training creatives on. It's like follow the money, because at the end of the day, we're creatives. We love doing what we do. Yeah. We don't need someone to train. I don't need training on how to design. They probably don't need more training on how to play music. Yeah. But we need training on the business side. So we need training on how do we make sure our accounts are good? How do we follow the revenue? Because for us to keep creating, we need the money, you know? Yeah.
Polycarp, you mentioned something about you having a business as well, where you're helping young artists precisely in this issue that Bolingo is saying about intellectual property.
Yeah.
How does that work? And
yeah, because coming up in the industry in Africa, we experience the same obstacles, I'd say. I don't see them as problems per se, but as we're leveling up in the industry, when we started out, is you realize you get to a place where the structures are not set up in the region you're in at the level you've gotten to. So like, okay, what do people do when they get here? Okay, now we have African recognition. We want to take over the world. Who do we need on our side to business-wise to really take us there? And you look around and like, oh, actually, probably we're the first ones to do this. So what do? We set up the structures ourselves. And we're like, this is what we need to do. So that also the people, the artists, the younger artists coming behind us don't have to go through the same issues. So, for instance, as I talked about the soul publishing, and also we have a record label as well. And with the publishing is we're able to put in funds in there to facilitate all these different sectors that an artist needs to thrive. So there's a legal side, as he mentioned, where there's actually training for this artist to understand exactly what their rights are, what their IP rights are, and also setting up structures for them to be as creative as possible with literally zero fee. And that is compensated from the publishing, and it's very, it's very, how do you say, it's a win-win situation for everyone in that regard, because we have for instance, a world-class studio back in Nairobi, and at 20 years old, I would not dream at the stage that I was to be able to get into that kind of setting. But we're providing that opportunity for younger artists to do that. And also, as we've seen, there's a rise in everything, in all the young people who are involved in the creative industry. It's not the same as when I was 20 years old, which is many years ago. It's not the same. So now the generation now, it's so many young people are getting into the creative industry. And we'd really love to set up those structures for them, for it to be easier for them to create a legacy as well, but then to just be able to create proper jobs and proper careers for all these young people. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. You know, one thing that's always strikes me when I speak with musicians from the region, they do complain about job insecurity and sometimes the lack of respect towards musicians in terms of payments. For example, I know of many musicians that they'll do a gig and subsequently the venue will refuse to pay, or they'll postpone it over a long period. And of course, for a musician, if you're living, hand to mouth, you can't afford to do that kind of activity. So it is a very difficult market. I did just want to bring in Marisa, if she's there. Marisa, did you manage to connect online? This is our colleague from UN Trade and Development, and they have the biannual report on creative industries. And I did just want to ask Marisa about any new developments, because they're just finalizing their 2026 creative industries report. Marisa, good afternoon, or good evening now. I hope you were able to follow the conversation. I believe Mercy will have a question for Professor Kimani on the policy side, and I was thinking perhaps you could just update us a little bit on this new report and what some of the key messages are and what the main changes are in the creative industries, and particularly the music industry, that you can see. I'm afraid we can't hear you at the moment, Marisa.
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can now. Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So yes, we have a resolution that will be. We are going to present a report to the General Assembly this October, and they ask us how the creative economy can contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals. So we work with different agencies to see, the UN agencies, to answer this question. And one way of doing it is through trade and creative industries, and how the results of this beautiful music we just listened to, or the designs that we've seen in this meeting, are products that can help make money to individuals and companies, and therefore exports and create jobs. The main argument is that yes, the creative industries can actually help create jobs and create sustainable jobs, and at the same time grow the economy, but it is not automatic. There have to be a lot of elements in place that are related to the different government agencies and the creators. So the government has to facilitate the creators, and there has to be a dialogue between the creators and the governments, because as you show very clearly, the business models of the different sectors of the creative industries are very different, and they need different kind of settings. The music industry, as you have been saying, you mentioned that you wanted to know about the streaming. Yes, it is through streaming where musicians can get money, and the figures that we have from the industry are like, global music recording revenues hit all-time high of $31 billion in 2025. Okay, so streaming alone creates about $21 billion. It's a lot of money. So of all that money, some money goes to the creators. But because now it's streaming, and you stream in a platform, platforms are making a lot of money. So one of the things that we see is that there is a lot of the way these platforms are getting money is through advertising. So Meta, Alphabet are generating a lot of money through advertising. And the platforms, maybe, as you were saying, the money that creators get is not so much, maybe may not be enough, or as musicians would like, but it depends on the market. So countries are trying to find governments are trying to find ways to protect, to find a balance between the platforms, the musicians. So it is a work in progress, and you can see that UNCTAD produced a survey with member states, and member states, including some of from Africa, South Sudan, Gambia, and South Africa, they showed us how the government is trying to implement laws that protect the musicians and at the same time encourage business. So that's one thing that is very important. Another thing is that can I continue? Or
Perhaps, Melissa, we could just give an opportunity for the panelists to just say something on that. Polycarp? Yeah, because I think, there are some African platforms, but they're not, the traffic they get is not comparable perhaps with the big international platforms. I mean, is that a challenge for Africa, that it doesn't have enough platforms of its own and the revenues are staying on the continent?
Yes, that is. You're talking about streaming, right? Mostly, yeah. Streaming, yeah? Yeah, for sure, yeah. There isn't, I don't think that that robust to be able to acquire the number of streams that would make sense, number one. Number two, even from the previous report that you presented, how we consume music is very different, so it's still heavy on radio, and YouTube, I guess, is so much more accessible when you have a phone, but then the numbers do not make sense. Yeah, so I feel there's ways in which, and I guess that's why we are all here, is to develop, again, systems that are, because the African continent is very unique in the way we do things and business and all these things, so I think curated platforms that speak for the African continent and the African creators is what we need to make and work on, with all the variables that come with our terrain in the continent, yeah.
Thank you. Mercy, would you
Yes,
like to follow up?
I do want to turn to Professor Kimani Njogu, who is chair of the Creative Working Group Kenya, to comment on this question of the Kenyan ecosystem and what the working group has been trying to do with the government, as an example of trying to shape the sector a little bit, or have the government pay attention to the sector in a positive way, if possible. And I do also wish you could or any one of you could comment on the question of the platforms versus the artists, because this is a big issue. Marisa, you just said that the platforms make a lot of money. I think for me the question is, where is the money going? The platforms are making a lot of money, but we find that artists get taxed more than what the platforms need to be taxed. And this question has been, of interest. In fact, I'm seeing our boss, Executive Secretary, Mr. Claver Gatete, who has been paying attention to this question of taxation of the, of platforms versus, do we need to tax them, and what are governments doing? What should governments do to help open up this ecosystem in a way that supports the creator? Professor Kimani?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mercy and colleagues, for this opportunity. Just to indicate that it's absolutely important for governments to appreciate the centrality of the creative sector, not just for social development, but also for economic development. And for us in Kenya, we recognized this much early, at least the sector recognized this very early on, when we were developing a new constitution for the country. And we realized that one of the ways in which you can develop systematic policy frameworks was to embed the creative industries within the new constitution. And therefore, as a sector, we created what we called the Consultative Committee on Culture and the Constitution, and we did a lot of advocacy work to ensure that arts and culture were well protected in the Constitution, and the government was required constitutionally to invest in the creative sector. In fact, because I was the co-chair of the Consultative Committee, we argued very strongly that artistic freedom needed to be protected alongside scientific freedom and academic freedom. And we got that in the Constitution. So constitutionally, artistic freedom is protected. We also argued very strongly that culture is the foundation of the nation. If you take people to be the foundation of the nation, then culture must be the foundation of the nation. And therefore, for the last couple of years, we have provided input into key discussions, and we have appeared severally in Parliament to engage with members of Parliament, especially on issues of platform. There was, of course, a very big question on benefit share between platform owners and creators, the ringtones, and the extent to which, for example, the intermediaries should not be getting more than the creators, and so on. And we were able to successfully convince Parliament that the creative sector, the creators should be earning more than they were earning. So we also think that the investment in the complete value chain of the sector is really key. So that if you are talking about fashion, and Christine, thank you so much for all the work that you do, that we must be investing in the full value chain of the fashion industry, from cotton to export, and enlarging the market for the fashion industry. For music, again, enhancing consumption, distribution, and so on. I want to just make a comment about an area of immense concern to us in Kenya, which again we are engaged in, and this is the area of piracy. To say that we do require, especially across Africa, to invest more in enforcement of the protection of the intellectual property rights of creators. So that is one area. The other area that, again, is of immense concern to us relates to rights administration. So, for example, we know that royalties are collected but not necessarily shared with creatives, and even when they are shared to a very small degree. We do need to find a way in which the state, the government itself, supports the creative sector. So in my view, there is a big role for the government to play in protecting the sector and ensuring that it is producing maximally, whether we're talking about music or fashion or film or visual arts and so on. And that you can never ignore the process of policy formulation. Many creatives find the work of policy to be very slow, and I want to agree with them, it is very, very slow. So the Creative Economy Working Group recognizes the pace to be a slow pace, but we've been very consistent. Only this month, actually, this month, we engaged a bill that's coming up through the Ministry of Youth Affairs, and this is the Creative Economy Bill, which has huge challenges, and we have engaged it, we have suggested ways of improving it. We think that it has potential for fast-tracking, investment in the creative sector, but we think that it needs to be much more robust and less, it should be more facilitative and less punitive. We think that the taxation angle needs to be minimized to grow industry. We also, I think one of the other achievements that we have made recently is really introducing arts and culture within the competency-based education system, so that we invest again strongly within the educational system and create talent there. But funding from the government across Africa is really, really critical. You cannot be operating on 1% or less than 1% of the GDP for arts and culture. I mean, we need African governments to be investing much more. We need African governments to be able to provide mobility funds for creatives. We need the borders to be much more open. I mean, we must be having a visa-free opportunity for creatives to move around Africa. Currently, only 28% of African countries are visa-free. And in fact, even when our creators, our creatives get to countries, they are also, subjected to extra taxes, extra, barriers to income generation. So I think there's a lot of work to be done both at the level of the nation itself, but also at the continental level. I think that with regard to the global...
Professor Kimani?
Thank you.
If I may. So thank you. You've given us a litany of very legitimate, I think, complaints that many people in the creative sector have there, and weaknesses in the current policy. But you've also reiterated the importance of the government's role in all of this, and I think that's something that, in conversation with Marisa earlier, she also stressed. Were there any topics there that Professor Kimani mentioned there, Marisa, that you'd like to just quickly come back on?
Hold on. Which point would you like me to emphasize?
Well, he was speaking very much of government's role in the creative sectors and the change in the constitution on this point, and then the bill as well on creative industries to attract investment. I believe the UNCTAD report very much supports the idea that government has to have a proactive role to make this happen, to have a more healthy creative industry across all the sectors.
Yes, can you hear me? That's I wanted to make sure you can hear me. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, yes. Yeah. Just a short comment, please, because we have 3 Kenyans here as well. I think it would be good they reacted to Professor Kimani's comments as well.
Yes, so I cannot agree more. I think it is the countries that have successfully actually integrated creative economy is the ones who actually do not ignore the policy dimension. So I couldn't agree more with that.
Polycarp, Christine, or Mercy yourself, perhaps you have some responses as well to...
I'd like to, I really would like us to, because again we also need to focus on the job creation and the opportunities for young people. The question of taxes really annoys me. I'm being very honest in this conversation. It's a conversation. We are not doing speeches today. But the question of taxes really bothers me because young people are already taxed heavily on their mobile phones. They need to be online. They need to have the data to be online, to go on YouTube, to upload their music. And I think this is where we really need that conversation, well grounded in data that supports governments to see how to vary taxes so that they are not overtaxing the sector, so that it grows and it thrives. But I'd like to hear from Polycarp on his opportunities for job creation and manufacturing, because you're also you go from stage to manufacturing guitars and you're creating jobs. So over to you.
Thank you. On the factor of manufacturing, which also Christine is in. So for me is being in the place that I'm in the industry. Again, there's need to build a lot of this in structures, including infrastructure as well and manufacturing. So this guitar that I was playing, that the audience can see right in front there, is an African brand, right? It's a high-level guitar that we manufacture, and the whole idea is also to just put the continent at the same place in terms of what we can do in terms of quality with the best of the best globally. And that inspires young people to be in that conversation and be like, you know what, I can make just as great as anyone else in the world. That's number one. Number two, it's all about job creation again. It's a made in Africa piece, and from the report again that I was very keen on, I saw that there's an increase in creative goods export out of the continent, and we'd love to see more of that, because again, like the guitar, for instance, is the #1 played instrument in the world, and 90% of that wood comes from Africa. We're not able to manufacture them ourselves. Yet you can argue that the guitar instrument, the origin of the first guitar came from the continent. The lutes came from here. We have a lot of string instruments as well, traditional string instruments out of the continent. And I'd love to bring that to the fray, to be able to produce traditional instruments that are getting extinct, that are a huge part of our culture, and creating this manufacturing plant that we are in the process, still in the very pilot phase of creating it, creating capacity for the whole business, training artisans in craftsmanship and luthiery, which is the art of making guitars and other instruments as well. So this is something that is lacking out of the continent, and the whole idea also is to create a creative hub around it, where younger musicians can come and be part of the whole ecosystem that comes with the manufacturing plants. And I don't think there's any in the continent at the moment. So that is something that we pride in, and we are heavily working on to be able to get it to the highest level possible. Yeah.
Sounds good. Maybe Chris, you want to?
Yeah, I can just jump in there. Mm-hmm. I think for me, especially to Mr. Kimani, and thank you for the points you made, I see that the biggest potential we have for job creation in Africa is in manufacturing, And even when I look at what Polycarp is doing with the manufacturing of guitars, what we're doing, my dream is to be able to employ 100,000 young women, across nations in Africa, to be able to produce not only for Kenya, but for their respective countries. But then one of the concerns I have, and a lot of us have in the fashion industry in Kenya, is we are all competing. We're not competing against each other, but we're competing against this one big thing, and I'd like to address it here, which is the second-hand imports. I mean, it's massive right now, and it's just impossible to, match up some of those prices. And I understand, of course, it's a process. It's not something that can be stopped immediately. But I feel like some of those, when we talk about the government investing in arts and culture, I think before even the investing, I think part of that should be to sort of tighten some of those, imports coming in, because they really do affect how we're able to grow the local industry. And so I'd love to know what some of those, if there are anything that's being done currently to help with. I know it's a conversation we've had a lot, with the second-hand imports. If it's something that's being addressed, and because it can really help.
We could have a long discussion around that, Christine. The Matumba policy, for example, of the East Africa community, which didn't really work as it was supposed to, but tried to restrict the import of second-hand clothing. I'm being told we're running over time, and Mercy and myself also agreed that it would be good to have just a couple of questions from the floor, if possible. And of course, we're also cutting into the time of the artistic time at the end, because we were going to get a little treat. If you remember, I was saying that if we kept the discussion tight, then we could return to some music at the very end.
I do want to ask our friend Girum Mesmur, who is Ethiopian, because yes, and to just comment from the floor. You comment on this question, especially on the consumption of music in the diaspora and the potential for earnings for artists if they get it right. In a few minutes.
Thank you, Messi. It was very interesting to attend this. In the case of Ethiopia, it's a big population, and so is the population so big in the diaspora. And it's a society that consumes its own music a lot. So musicians get to travel major cities outside of Ethiopia, but mostly within the diaspora. And it's, I would have to say, it is largely limited to that society, Ethiopians, Eritreans, Sudanese, Somalis, who are familiar with the Ethiopian music coming to consume Ethiopian music, live music. So it's largely the live music that is out there, and it's mainly, nowadays, most album releases are also YouTube-based. That's the popular platform. And there's not much earning for musicians, so it's, and there's no infrastructure digitally to monetize that much. So this needs a lot of training and so on. And also at the policy level, music instruments are taxed as luxury items, sometimes up to 300% from how much you'd buy them. So it makes it for musicians very difficult to really have studio equipment, instruments, and so on. So the kind of initiative that Polycarp has is very impressive, and that's the kind of thing also we need to really encourage and make instruments, make it sustainable here, and we have the raw materials, and probably needs the knowledge and guidance to be doing this. And I'm very much personally impressed at what Polycarp has grown to a level where he's very knowledgeable in the industry, making differences as an entrepreneur and musician. Because I came to know him very early, as early as 2009, when it was his, as he told me yesterday, first travel outside of Kenya to Ethiopia. We shared stage back then as part of, he came as part of the early Southeast Soul, and it was very memorable. And welcome, and it's nice to be sharing the stage again. We were on a jam session last night.
Yeah, and tonight and tomorrow night.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Absolutely.
Welcome again to Addis and share your journey.
Thank you. Thank you, Girum. Thank you, Girum. Maybe just one round of questions from all the panelists.
There was a lady there that just wanted to ask a question. I think we should be democratic and let the floor speak as well.
Of course.
We are pressed for time, I should stress that. But so just bear in mind we don't want to sacrifice the live music at the end of the session. Yeah, thank you.
Introduce yourself, where you're from, and
Okay, my name is Omolola Lekbede from West Africa, Nigeria. I'm a research fellow here with ECA. I have two questions, one for Christine. We all know that for the fashion industry, there's a whole lot of drama, especially after award night, speaking about fashion theft. So how do you deal with that, like to protect your brand from fashion theft? Two, how do you ensure that your fashion designers, like you give them guidelines to ensure that they don't fall into fashion theft themselves? So I have the second question for the musicians. I know you mentioned that radio is a big thing, but currently in Nigeria, we use social media more. You will see young artists come on board, use their Instagram, and they sort of blow. Is a term we use in Nigeria to say they are now known. So how do you use social media to ensure that your music is transmitted well beyond the traditional media? Thank you.
All right. So thank you for the question. I think I'm going to start with the first about fashion theft. And I know the... Oh, okay, great.
Let's take one more question so that we do a round and then you can answer all of them. Yes.
Hi, my name is Camila Talam. I have a question, I guess, in general for the panelists, two quick ones. One, there was a discussion about the use of AI to improve efficiency in the processes. I'm wondering to what extent can you use AI to increase efficiency in your creative processes while still ensuring that AI doesn't take away all the diverse jobs that could be created in this sector. Number two, there was a discussion about government funding for the creative economy, especially for the services sector. What particular things should the government be funding, particularly for the services creative sector? Thank you.
I think we can start with those questions. The fashion theft.
Yes. So on the fashion theft, I know you're addressing what recently happened in Nigeria during the red carpet. And it's a big conversation in fashion, but just from seeing what other brands are doing, because this is something that happens. So fashion theft basically is like plagiarism. You come up with a design as a designer, and then you find other brands replicating it, either for cheaper or whatever. And to be honest, it's never going to change, in my opinion. It's one of those things that, because what happens, you could say you want to go and copyright that design and make it yours, but what happens is when you copyright a design, if you just change anything small, it becomes a completely new design. So case in point, this top, if someone just maybe made this V slightly higher, that's a completely new top, but they can maintain the color, print, everything. And so for me, when I look at it as a creative, I try not to dwell on it so much, just keep creating so that they can only be as good as your last design. So they're always behind you. Just keep making sure you have the, just don't stop creating. When it comes to AI to increase efficiencies, so I know for us what we've done, because I'm a huge fan of AI. I think it's really made some of our processes shrink down in terms of time. And what I've also incorporated now, even in our hiring, is I will look for candidates who are pro-AI. So I'm not even during the interview session, I ask, okay, so what are your thoughts on AI? And they don't have to know it, they just don't need to be afraid of it. You know, if we can get more people to embrace it, because it's here, you know, it's not going anywhere. If we can embrace it and have a team that embraces it as well, what it does is it makes work move faster. But the minute you have some team members who are scared and worried, then it's like, okay, you know, that's just how I do it. In terms of government funding, I think for me, I'd mention it in one of the last comments, is we need to teach creatives more on the business aspects. So if the funding can go in training creatives to look at not just their talent as something fun and they enjoy doing, how do you make this a livelihood? I think that would go a long way.
My sister from Nigeria asked about musicians using social media outside the traditional media. So, I mean, when we're in an era where social media is the most important tool for you to use, to be honest, because that's where your branding is. That's kind of like your CV. It's your digital CV as a musician. And definitely, you should embrace it. And consistency is what really gives. If you believe in yourself and, you know, you take good angles, of course, take good quality videos and post them, but still, your authenticity as you do this is still the most important. Because so that you're not always chasing virality, because that's what is the most common thing right now with young people, is you're just looking for that virality, and it can make you get depressed as well, because you won't get it every day. 1 out of 1,000 videos may go viral, but it doesn't mean that you stop. That's not what to chase. It's more of your CV, it's more of what you present. You can have a video that has 1,000 views, and that's where you get your big break from, or someone sees it and be like, that's what I want. And the one that has 1 million views is just there, people watch it, but you never really got anything from it. It's just you got famous, and then how do you actually make your career out of that? So it's as important, still very important, but it's just how you use it and not pegging too much on it also, but still use it efficiently, if that makes sense. Yeah.
Bolingo, would you like to add anything on the use of social media?
Yeah,
career development?
yeah, sure. As Polycarp said, social media is a good tool for creatives, and it really helps an artist to reach every corner of the world, of course. But we have also to be careful because when you just want to go viral without having a content and a good quality creativity, that can make you different from others, and where you can get people coming to you telling you this is good, they want to invest in you, and we love what you do, want to hire you. So going viral, it's different from having the real audience, the real people watching you. It's really different. So I think that is my opinion on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Bolingo. Mercy, I think we should probably be wrapping up now then.
Yes.
And especially if we're going to have a very short musical session because, of course, the Executive Secretary and Mama Keita Deputy they have to take the stage next. So
Yes.
any final summing up, I think, Mercy, on our part?
I think we've heard a lot about talent. It's not the problem. The issue is a whole, range of issues to do with the ecosystem. The challenge is that, people are not really making a living from their talents, especially in East Africa. So it's not about creativity. There's plenty of it, but we need to evolve this creative sector into one that has the right investments, one that has the right policies, the right sort of frameworks. But maybe I'd like to have one in 30 seconds. What would you change if you had the opportunity to change, Polycarp and Chris and Bolingo?
What would I change? I mean, I'll start by saying actually that I know everybody in this room has probably a child or a nephew or a cousin, someone that's in the creative industry. So it is up to all of us to really make the changes that we know we need to make. I would definitely look at building infrastructure for the industry and setting up the ecosystem that works for us. And policies as well is very key. And thank you, Dr. Kimani, for all the comments that you gave. But I know things can work faster than they have been. We've had these conversations for quite a long time, and it's time to actualize them right now. Yeah.
Chris, what would you change if you had a magic wand?
I think what I would say is I would make it easier for creatives to be able to explore their passions, but also make that their livelihoods and make it something that's successful for them. And for this, it doesn't have to be a lot because we all sort of focus on this big word funding, but it's just removing some of the roadblocks that would make it easier for a creative when it comes to, policy, being able to have access, just over taxation, small things like that. It doesn't have to be this big fund that we give to them. Just make it easier so that anybody who's starting, whether they're in their 20s, and because a lot of them are youth, all of us here started when we were really young, and the journey was a lot more taxing than we'd probably explain. But I think now that there's knowledge and we're all talking about it, I think being able to just remove those roadblocks for the young creatives would go a long way.
I like the observation, by the way, Guillermo, about taxation, the thing you were saying, because 300% considering instruments as luxury items is a pretty burdensome state of affairs, isn't it? Bolingo.
Thank you. For me, as a young artist who also does most of the processes in the production process, as a songwriter, producer, composer, singer, instrumentalist, I think what I would change is I would put put more efforts into in having a structured ecosystem where the whole production chain, each individual in the production chain gets his or her revenues or her royalties from what she or him has done. So if you are a songwriter, you need to have your royalties from your song you wrote without being the singer of the song. And most of the writers are there, their songs are being played, being popular, and they're getting nothing from the song. And so producers do a lot of work to the song. They create music, everything. But after an artist goes viral, a producer is getting nothing. So I think I would emphasize to have an ecosystem and production chain that varies each individual creative to have their own income to their pockets. Yeah, thank you.
So you're defending producers there very, very adamantly, yes. Mercy, may I have a final thought as well? Because I just liked Chris's observation about the importance of don't stop creating. You have to keep ahead of the curve. You've always got to be producing new material, and I think that's what most artists thrive for, isn't it? To be constantly, producing new works. So if I had a takeaway from today's session, it would be that. Shall we wind up the session, or do you have anything to add,
I think we can
Mercy?
wind up the session now. And as promised, we have one last performance, and it will help just get the creative thinking sealed in our DNA. And we hope that from this conversation we have enough material I know there are note takers taking all the calls and all the issues that came out of this, so that there's follow-up. ECA is here to support that, especially on the research side, on the data, on strengthening the analysis, working with UNCTAD. And thank you so much to UNCTAD for offering your initial findings from the report that you're working on. And also, we know that this issue is not, the conversation doesn't end here. There'll be very interesting results coming out of this, especially on the question of how governments can better support this ecosystem. And we have our executive secretary here who believes in the sector, who will probably have something to say about it when he takes the stage. But for now, can we have the closing remark is a song from our two creatives right here. Thank you. Please take the stage.
Thank you. Thank you, Chris.
So I'm not the singer, but I just wanted to make a quick announcement. The organizers have informed me that the participation rate on the evaluations is really, really low. Please, the QR codes are up there. Can you kindly scan as we listen to music? As the setup, since this is a creative session, I have a little jingle that is not produced. So we will try together. I say something, you repeat, huh? Distinguished participants, we would like you to fill the evaluation form, the evaluation form. Okay? All right. So we'll leave it to the real musicians. Thank you. Please fill the form, huh? We've sang, we have talked, please fill the forms. Thank you.
Shit. I see you want to take our jobs, eh? I'm honored to finish this amazing forum with music. So this is a song that I composed with my band 6-7 years ago. Some of you may know it, so some may know. I don't know. But if you do, please feel free to sing along.
Susanna, I hope you're happy now. I see you change your skin color and your hair is longer now. Nakuona Paris, hapo kando ya Champs-Elysees, ukitesa na kaminie, none of my business. And I see you in London, silicone on your bum, shaking what your doctor gave you on your worst behavior. Susanna Messenger, hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you. Susanna Messenger, hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you. Mwanamke tabia, shepu ni majaliwa, hiyo wengi walinyimwa tabia, na shepu kabarikiwa. Mwanamume hisia, pesa ni majaliwa, ila wengi walinyimwa hisia, pesa kabarikiwa. Na kuona Brazil, hapo Rio de Janeiro, ukitesa na kaminie, none of my business. And I see you in China with the latest designer, shaking what your doctor gave ya on your worst behavior. Susanna Van Dessen, hello, hello, hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you. Susanna Van Dessen. Oh, change your mind and come back home. Somebody. So I want to teach you guys something. You guys want to sing along? Are you ready? So just the word Senje. That's it. So when I say Susanna Bane, you say Senje. So Susanna Bane Senje. Nice one. Okay, only to my right. I can only hear to my right. In the middle. 1, 2. Susanna Bane. Hello, hello, hello. Senje means auntie. Like your aunt, you know, like someone. It's a respectful way of calling someone. So we're trying to lure Susanna to come back. Okay? So, Susanna Bane. Hello, hello, hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you. Susanna Bane. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home. The way you're singing Senje, Susanna is not going to come back. So please, louder so Susanna can hear. So she comes back, okay? All right? Susanna Bane. No, come on. Susanna, is Susanna here yet? She's not here yet. So we need to be louder than that. Susanna Bane. There you go. Hello, hello, hello. If you get to hear this song, somebody loves you. Susanna Bane. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves Susanna Bane. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Ooh, nice. Till you get to hear this song, somebody love Susanna Bane. Oh, hello, hello, hello. Change your mind and come back home. Somebody loves you. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Give it up for Bolingo and myself, Fancy Fingers. Yeah, have a lovely, lovely, lovely evening. That's the end of it, by the way. It's already gotten dark, so. One more. We do one. Which one do you want to do?
One of Kinyarwanda.
I'll let Bolingo take the stage for this one.
This one will also calm your mind a little bit. It's one of the classics from Rwandan traditional music by Let's Cyprien Rugamba. So it's called Akabyino ka Nyogokuru. I'll let you know when to come with your clapping like this. Don't worry, I will just let you know when the time is right. Yeah. If someone can dance to Rwanda, if someone can dance to Rwanda dance, yeah, you can come up front. Yeah. Zabyina ngizire, zabyina ngizire, zabyina ngizire, zabyina ngizire. Thank you so much. Professor Chan, thank you.
Thank you.
Fingers.
Another one. Bolingo. Thank you so much. Have a
Thank you so
lovely
much.
evening.
Thank you.
Oh, it's so. We have all your emails. We will receive invoices for this performance. I'm joking. But thank you so much. Have a lovely.
I think one more. They're asking for Malaika. Malaika? Nakupenda Malaika. Is it that one? One for the road. Yes. Permission for yes? Okay. ES says please yes. Thank you so much. Which song is popular? Which Malaika? That one? All right. People like love songs. We love you, Susan. Okay.
There's a lady in the audience who can sing. Where is she? Where? Please, point at her. Everybody, point. Where is she? There's someone who can. Is she the one? Oh, okay, awesome. Check your emails.
All right. That was a very uplifting and inspiring end to ADIF. Now we're approaching the conclusion of today's program, but I think they deserve one more round of applause, please. And now we know the different talents we have in the ECA, from the singers to the dancers to, we shall be calling upon you for future presentations. Thank you very much. All right, as we approach the conclusion of today's program, it is now my pleasure to invite the Deputy Executive Secretary for Program Support at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Madame Mama Keita, to move us from conversations and singing to commitments and officially launch the ADIF implementation clock. Mama Keita, you have the floor. Are you going to sing or are you going to talk or just...
Thank you very much, Madam MC. I think that I will prepare for next edition, and Josephine can coach me. Yeah. Executive Secretary, distinguished participants, colleagues, friends, ladies and gentlemen, as we come to the close of the inaugural Africa Development Impact Forum, I would like to begin by expressing my deepest appreciation to every one of you for your participation, your ideas, your energy, and most importantly, your commitment to Africa's future. Over the last 2 days, this forum has demonstrated what becomes possible when evidence producers, policymakers, implementers, investors, innovators, and development partners come together around a shared purpose. When we conceived the Africa Development Impact Forum, we were responding to a challenge that many of us all know too well. Across Africa, there is no shortage of research, policy recommendations, pilot projects, innovation challenges, strategic frameworks, and declaration of intent. Yet, despite all these efforts, too many good ideas never reach implementation. Solutions remain trapped at pilot stage, and too many recommendations never find their way into budget, policies, investment, and too often conferences and with excellent conversations but limited follow-through. ADIF was created because Africa does not have an evidence platform but an implementation gap. And if we are serious about creating jobs for our young people, advancing industrialization, accelerating innovation, strengthening skills system, and advancing Agenda 2063 and the Sustainable Development Goals, then we must become equally committed to implementation as we are to ideas. ADIF aims at moving from ideas to action and from action to impact. And the theme of this year was job creation. Over the past months, through our pre-forum stock-taking process, we have heard from researchers, practitioners, policymakers, entrepreneurs, development institutions, and young Africans from across the continent. We examined evidence on job creation, industrial policy, critical minerals and value chains, entrepreneurship, skills development, creative industries, artificial intelligence, and the future of work. Over the last 2 days, we have moved beyond identifying challenges and focused on solutions. We have witnessed the creativity and determination of participants in the policy and strategic hackathon, seen innovators present their ideas that have the potential to create jobs, strengthen institutions, and improve lives. We have engaged in honest discussion through the simulation roundtables and what implementation truly requires. Who does what, by when, with what resources, and under what conditions. We have participated in thematic solution sessions that challenge us not simply to discuss policy, but to think practically about implementation pathways, partnerships, financing mechanisms, institutional arrangement, and scaling opportunities. Across the hackathon and thematic sessions, we heard a clear call to move from analysis to action. Young innovators, policymakers, researchers, and practitioners presented practical solutions to tackle unemployment, skills mismatches, financing constraints, industrial underutilization, and barriers to entrepreneurship. Hackathon participants also demonstrated impressive preparation and critical thinking, responding to judges' questions with thoughtful, well-reasoned answers that highlighted both the feasibility considerations and the potential impact of their proposals. Panelists proposed digital platforms to connect youth with jobs, skills, markets, and investors, integrated industrial and agro-industrial ecosystems to activate local production and create employment, innovative financing mechanisms, and alternative credit models to unlock capital from youth-led enterprises, and strong support for renewable energy, agriculture, and technology sectors with high job creation potential. The forum emphasized the need for comprehensive youth entrepreneurship ecosystem built on data, mentorship, skills, development, market access, and coordinated policy support, while calling for stronger partnerships to make data and information more accessible to young entrepreneurs. Panelists also highlighted the importance of integrated AI into national jobs and skill strategies, investing in digital infrastructure and AI-ready talent, and ensuring technology is adopted responsibly to create opportunities rather than deepen inequalities. In support of regional integration, panelists called for the scaling of interoperable cross-border payment systems, strengthen digital trade infrastructure, and improve dispute resolution mechanisms to enable youth and women-led enterprises to fully benefit from the AFCFTA. Great insights have been shared, really. For effective job creation, the forum emphasized the importance of having TVET policies and of aligning them with industrial policies. The forum noted the need to shift from simply producing graduates to prioritizing employability in education systems. They noted the need to move from traditional lecture-based teaching to industry-related training. The forum recommended encouraging African scientists in the diaspora to share the expertise with the continent and to come back to the continent. It will also be important to promote labor mobility by recognizing skills, certificates, and degrees across the continent. The AFCFTA should serve as a platform to boost production, value addition, and sophistication, rather than being limited to a simple trade agreement. With consolidated markets, numerous sectors can develop and create many jobs: agriculture, creative industries, mineral, pharmaceuticals, energy, services, and many more. Collectively, these discussions have resulted in a shared commitment by member states, ECA, development partners, the private sector, and youth leaders to pilot and scale solutions, strengthen accountability, mobilize investments, and build the partnership necessary to translate ideas into sustainable jobs, thriving enterprises, and inclusive economic transformation across Africa. ADIF core ethos is the multi-sectoral approach. We, as partners, must co-create and collaborate. No government can deliver alone. No think tank can design policy, and no private sector can solve systematic and systemic challenges alone. No institution, regardless of its mandate or resources, can create the scale of change and jobs needed for Africa, and therefore, Africa needs partnership. As we conclude this forum, we celebrate not only the quality of the discussions and the solutions shared over the past 2 days, but also the partnerships, commitments, and collective ambition that have emerged from them. However, the true success of ADIF will not be measured by what happened here in Addis Ababa. It will be measured by what happened next, whether the ideas discussed become action, and whether the solution identified creates jobs, strengthen institutions, and improve lives across the continent. It is therefore my pleasure to formally launch the ADIF Post-Forum Implementation Clock. The implementation clock is the mechanism through which ADIF moves from dialogue to delivery, bringing along commitments from the Africa Business Forum, the Conference of Ministers of Finance that we organize every year, and the Africa Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. It is a platform and mechanism for implementation, accountability, learning, and partnership that will support selected solutions emerging from the hackathon, simulation roundtable, thematic solution sessions, and over the forum engagement as they progress from commitment to impact. It will also accelerate the transition from design to delivery of initiatives emerging from the AFRSD and other discussion forum. At the heart of the implementation clock will be monitoring and accountability dashboard, which will publicly track commitments, milestones, and progress, promoting transparency, accountability, and opportunities for collaboration and support. We will also establish community of practice, bringing together different stakeholders, including governments, researchers, development partners, private sector actors, and practitioners to exchange knowledge, solve implementation challenges, and accelerate learning across countries and sectors. To provide strategic guidance and sustain momentum on ADIF advisory board, chaired by ECA and supported by our partners, will provide oversight, strengthen partnership, and help mobilize the support required to advance implementation. The success of this initiative depends on all of us. We call upon think tanks to join us in this process and continue supporting implementation and generating practical evidence from what works. We encourage governments to join us and champion and scale promising solutions. Invite the private sector to engage as investors, innovators, employers, and implementation partners. We call upon development partners and development finance institutions to join us and help bridge the gap between ideas and impact by supporting delivery, learning, institutional strengthening, and the scaling of successful interventions. Now, the Executive Secretary is going to thank each of you properly, but allow me also to extend my sincere gratitude and appreciation to all those who made this forum possible. Our member states, think tanks, development partners, private sector representatives, youth leaders, speakers, moderators, participants, judges, innovators, and the entire organizing team, the ECA organizing team and partners, the steering committee and their respective teams, all who were involved. Really a big thank you to you all. Your contribution, expertise, commitment, and collaboration have made ADIF 2026 a success. Let us leave this forum not only inspired by the conversations we have had, but committed to the action that must follow. Together, let's transform evidence into implementation, partnerships into impact, and commitments into measurable results for Africa's development and transformation. Thank you all, and safe travel, and we look forward to continuing this journey together through the ADIF implementation clock. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mama Keita. And now it gives me great pleasure to call upon the Executive Secretary of the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, Mr. Clave Gatete, to provide remarks and officially close the 2026 and first ever Africa Development Impact Forum. Please give him a resounding round of applause as he takes the floor.
Good evening, everyone. I wish I could sing, but I'm still learning. And before I give my closing remarks, which is going to be very short, I just wanted to say a few things. First of all, I never knew that you have these kind of skills. Apart from what we discussed here for the last 2 days, I was really surprised that even our own here, our own staff, really have other skills beyond economics and social areas. I never knew that Andrew knew anything about music. I've known it today, and surprisingly, whoever I asked, they knew it, but I knew nothing. I never knew that Josephine could sing better than many people that I see here. And I saw Veronica, who is I'm going to work together to teach people how to dance Kinyarwanda. And many others, I think, really have so much of the skills. But I wanted just to say a few things before I go on the creative industry. This is an industry where Africa has lost almost everything. You create music, and you take it to America, you take it to Europe, they gain, you lose. And all over the continent, everybody likes music. There is no event that can happen without music. You saw that when they were singing here, everyone was asking for more, and then afterwards you say, one for the road. That means everyone likes music, but we don't want to support the music. And it cannot go that way. And that creative industry, here we have to really wake up and find a way of supporting this area. First of all, to have an institution of government that is in charge of this area. Everything we've been talking about in terms of education, in terms of the tax waivers, in terms of supporting different sectors in this area of creative industry, if we don't do it, we as Africans will keep losing. And we'll be able to lose to others. Earlier on, we were having a meeting with the Goodwill Ambassador of UNESCO, and we were talking about really what to do about fashion. And now we've taken action. We've talked to people in New York. We are trying by the end of this year or next year to organize a big fashion showcase working with ambassadors in New York. We called them. We discussed with them. They are now have an assignment for us to see how we bring the whole entire Africa to New York, because that's where we can make real. So next time we'll be talking about results. We'll not be talking about what we intend to do. So there is quite a lot, but I think we need to wake up in this area. But then, of course, let me just say a few things, Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. As we conclude this inaugural Africa Development Impact Forum, allow me first to express my sincere appreciation to all who have contributed to this success. I thank you wholeheartedly for staying here, for contributing the ideas, and for being part of the ADIF. Thank you so much. I also wish to thank my colleague, Deputy Executive Secretary Mama Keita, who has been here for all the time, for her comprehensive reflections on the rich discussions, insights, and outcomes that have emerged over these past 2 days. Rather than revisit those important conclusions, allow me to leave you with a brief thought about what comes next. When history reflects on gatherings such as this one, it will not ask what we discussed. It will ask what we delivered. That is why I leave this room encouraged, not simply because of the conversations we have had, which are very rich, but because of the possibilities we have identified and the commitments we have begun to make. Over the past 2 days, we have seen abundant evidence that Africa is rich in ideas, innovation, talent, and solutions. So the challenge we have is not discovery, it is delivery. And perhaps no initiative captures that reality better than the ADIF post-forum implementation clock as mentioned. A clock reminds us that time moves whether we act or not. Every day that passes without implementation is a day of lost opportunities, unrealized investments, and delayed progress. Time matters for Africa's young people, for entrepreneurs seeking capital, for innovators seeking scale, and for communities waiting for jobs and better livelihoods. That is why the implementation clock is not simply counting time. It is counting on us to transform our commitments into actions and actions into impact. Anchored by a monitoring and accountability dashboard, it will publicly track commitments, milestones, and progress. It will ensure that implementation remains visible, measurable, and accountable. It will create a mechanism through which countries, institutions, and partners can learn from one another and mobilize support where implementation gaps persist. In short, it will help us answer a fundamental question. Not what did we promise, but what did we achieve? The discussions over these 2 days have reaffirmed that Africa possesses enormous opportunities, from entrepreneurship and digital innovation to industrialization and regional value chains, skills development, and critical minerals. The issue is whether we can organize ourselves to seize them at scale. This is what ADIF matters. It was established to bridge one of Africa's most persistent development challenges, the distance between knowing and doing, between evidence and implementation, and between potential and impact. As we leave Addis Ababa, let us remember that development is ultimately judged by outcomes. The clock is running. The dashboard will track our progress, and future generations will judge our results. We must work to ensure that when they do, they see a continent that chose implementation over inertia, action over hesitation, and results over rhetoric. The implementation clock has started. The responsibility to keep it moving belongs to all of us. I thank you for your kind attention, and I wish you all the best as we head back home. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Gatete. Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, there is little left to add. It has been a true pleasure to moderate ADIF, and I thank you all for your warmth and engagement throughout. On this note, I wish you a wonderful weekend, and for those traveling from Addis Ababa, safe journeys. Thank you for being part of the first inaugural ADIF.
English and ጨረስክ? አሁንስ